Can you hear me?
Yes, but there was an echo.
Okay, everybody, just to let you know, we're last minute technical issues figured out here, and then we'll be ready to start in a minute.
Let me just check this side.
Okay, we're getting close. We're still waiting for a couple of code advisory committee members to arrive, and then we can get started. Okay, so we're still waiting for one member to arrive. And as soon as he arrives, we'll get started. We may reach out to see if we can contact him as well.
Mike, this is Ron. Perhaps while we're waiting for the other member, could we do a sound check with all of the committee members?
Sure, I think that's probably fine. You sound great. I can hear you loud and clear. So if other members want to just chime in, go for it.
This is Peter Straight with the California Energy Commission.
Thanks, Peter.
This is Jay Hyde, architect.
Thanks, Jay.
This is Mike Stone, NEMA.
Hi, Mike.
Crystal Sujeski, State Fire Marshal's Office.
Hi, Crystal.
Shane Peters, City of Santa Monica.
Thanks, Shane.
Scott
Jake
Whalen,
Tomlin.
engineer. Oh, sorry.
Jake Tomlin, Fire Code Official.
Thanks, Jay.
My name's after Shane, but gentlemen, so ladies and gentlemen, I see that Brad and Harry are not on yet, perhaps.
I think Brad may not be able to make it. He had emailed and said he wasn't sure if there was a conflict or not. So it doesn't look like he's probably going to make it. I think Harry Mose is the other one we're waiting for. We're reaching out to him now to see if we can reach him.
Fred Bachmiller.
Thanks, Fred. Thank you.
This is Gail Bate, public member.
There he is. Hey, Gail.
Greg Anderson, State Fire Marshal's Office.
Good morning, Greg. Okay. We're checking now, so hopefully we'll know in a minute. Either way, I think we have quorum, so we'll find out in a minute if Harry's going to join us and we can get started.
Mike, we just got confirmation that Harry is joining us now.
Good. Okay, excellent. See him pop in.
Somebody has their hand up, though. Do you want me to let them talk?
Sure.
Was there a way to stay on mute?
Well, I think within your own system, you can select the mute. I don't know, we have control over that.
Mary, I unmuted you because you had your hand up. Did you have something you wanted to say? I just wanted to make sure I wasn't giving any feedback into the conversation, so I was trying to make sure I was on mute, and I didn't see it on my button.
Oh,
Okay. Thank you.
no problem. Okay, is he here?
I'm not seeing.
Am I missing an audio that's happening right now, or are we just waiting for something?
No, sorry, you're not missing anything. We're waiting for one more code advisory committee member. Just to give everybody some context, we normally have our code advisory committees in person. So the meetings start at 10 because people have to travel. Well, this year, since we're virtual, we decided to go ahead and get an extra hour in. So we started at 9, and one of the members, having done this many years, just assumed we were starting at 10. So he knows we're at 9, so he's trying to get in, and this is his first time in, so I think he might be challenging himself to get in. So we'll see. We're working with him.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for the confusion.
No problem, Fred. Okay, we're gonna just go ahead and get started. We have quorum. Harry will catch up. He has all the same information we have. So I also have a introductory read-in. That'll take a few minutes. And oh, there he is. I see him connecting now. So hopefully he'll be in a minute, and then we'll start. So looks like he might be there. So is that, do I see Harry? Are you there? All right, well, we'll go ahead and start. Okay, well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the California Building Standards Commission's Plumbing, Electrical, Mechanical, and Energy Code Advisory Committee review meeting. I am Michael Neerman, the Deputy Director for the California Building Standards Commission, will be assisting the chairperson throughout the meeting. I would also like to introduce the other CBSC staff that are assisting this morning. Barbara Tresley will be on the phones and helping us, and Laura Mills is helping us also with the IT stuff. Today is Wednesday, March 24th, and the time is 9:20, roughly, 9:18 to be exact. Let's see, tomorrow's meeting will also start at 9. If we don't finish today, then tomorrow's meeting will be at 9 as well. So just as a heads up. Let's see, I got a couple things I'll cover before we start the meeting. Please be advised that this meeting is being conducted virtually in accordance with Governor Newsom's executive orders N2920 and N3320, as well as recommendations from the California Department of Public Health. This meeting can be viewed in Zoom webinar, CBSC YouTube channel, which is linked on the meeting agenda. I would like to remind the viewers there is a 45-second or so delay for the information you'll be hearing. Real-time closed captioning is available for both meeting days via Zoom's automated live transcriptions. The link is provided on the agenda as well. This means that there will be panelists and attendees in order to have a record of the discussion, public comments, and actions taken. Zoom webinar instructions for those of you that need this. To avoid feedback or other technical issues, please join the meeting through one device only. If you wish to make a comment on a specific agenda item, please listen for the CAC chair to ask for any comments from the public. At that time, please virtually raise your hand using your raise hand icon in Zoom. Depending upon the device you are using for this meeting, Zoom meetings will, the raise hand option is typically viewable after you click on the participants button. You will be recognized and unmuted by the meeting's facilitator in the order your hand was raised. When you are done speaking, please lower your hand. Note, please ensure that you have a working microphone on or attached to your device prior to raising your hand to make a comment. The chair will continue through the queue until there are no comments remaining. The chair will proceed to check for callers on the teleconference line and then to the next agenda item. Please speak slowly and clearly so the Zoom automated transcription can transcribe your comments accurately. You can call the CBSC main line 916-263-0916 if you experience technical difficulties. We'll have someone there to assist you. For teleconference instructions, all callers will begin in listen-only mode. If you wish to make a comment on a specific agenda item, please listen for the CAC chair to ask for any comments from the public. At this time, please place yourself in the queue by pressing 1 and then 0 on your keypad. When you press 1 and then 0, you will be notified when the speaker is ready for your question. To withdraw your question, press 1 and then 0. When it is your turn to comment, you will hear, please ask your question after the tone. A tone will sound, and you are now in talk mode. The chair will continue through the call queue until there are no questions remaining. The committee will proceed to the next agenda item. Note, please refrain from pressing 1 and 0 multiple times. Doing this toggles your position in and out of the call queue. Press 1 and 0 only once and wait for your notification to speak. For best results, call from a landline using the telephone handset or a cell phone with a headset. This enhances the ability to clearly hear your comments. When speaking, identify yourself, the organization you represent, if applicable, your recommendation and your rationale for the recommendation. Again, please speak slowly and clearly so that the captioning equipment can transcribe your comments accurately. And you can call again CBSC's main line for technical difficulties. We will take a lunch break around noontime, and the committee chairperson will decide on a good stopping point as the meeting progresses. So let's begin the meeting. This is an open meeting of the California Plumbing, Electrical, Mechanical, and Energy Committee. The purpose for this meeting is to ensure public participation in the development of proposed building standards and to ensure adequate technical review of the proposed building standards submitted for this committee's review prior to being evaluated by the California Building Standards commissioners for adoption. Proposed building standards are required to comply with specific criteria in the Health and Safety Code, section 18930, commonly known as 9-point criteria. I'll go ahead and read those 9 criteria now. Number 1, the proposed building standards do not conflict with, overlap, or duplicate other building standards. Number 2, the proposed building standard is within the parameters established by enabling legislation and is not expressly within the exclusive jurisdiction of another agency. Number 3, the public interest requires the adoption of the proposed building standards. The public interest includes, but is not limited to, health and safety, resource efficiency, fire safety, seismic safety, building and building system performance, and consistency with environmental, public health, and accessibility statutes and regulations. Number 4, the proposed building standard is not unreasonable, arbitrary, unfair, or capricious in whole or in part. Number 5, the cost to the public is reasonable based on the overall benefit to be derived from the building standards. Number 6, the proposed building standard is not unnecessarily ambiguous or vague in whole or in part. Number 7, the applicable national specifications, published standards, and model codes have been incorporated therein as provided in this part where appropriate. If a national specification, published standard, or model code does not adequately address the goals of the state agency, a statement defining the inadequacy shall accompany the proposed building standard when submitted to the commission. If there is no national specification, published standard, or model code that is relevant to the proposed building standard, the state agency shall prepare a statement informing the commission and submit that statement with the proposed building standard. Number 8, the format of the proposed building standards is consistent with that adopted by the commission. And finally, number 9, the proposed building standard, if it promotes fire and panic safety as determined by the state fire marshal, has the written approval of the state fire marshal. Recommendations are restricted to approve, approve as amended, disapprove, or further study. For positions to approve as amended, disapprove, or return for further study, the commenter must identify which one or more of the required 9-point criteria the proposed code change has failed to satisfy and provide your rationale. Comments must be restricted to one or more of the required 9-point criteria. I'm now going to turn the meeting over to the chairperson, Ron Takaguchi, who is the presiding officer for the PEME Code Advisory Committee meeting. Ron, it's all yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Neerman. Before I begin with the formalities, I'd like to go over some general items and like to say welcome to everyone to this Plumbing, Electrical, Mechanical, Energy Code Advisory Committee, the Code Advisory Committee to the California Building Standards Commission. So for today, we will hear proposing amendments from 7 state agencies for the 2022 California Building Standards Codes as part of the 2021 triennial code cycle. So I'd like to throw out at this time some thank yous. First of all, thank you to the Code Advisory Committee members for volunteering, lending your expertise, and being part of the process. I also like to thank Yolanda Richardson, Agency Secretary and Chair of the California Building Standards Commission, and the members of the commission themselves, the commissioners, who will receive our recommendations from our committee actions today and tomorrow. Also, thank you to Building Standards Commission Executive Director, Mia Marvelli, and her staff for preparing the agenda package for today and running the meeting. And also the state agencies for your tremendous work and input into the code that truly makes it a California document. And finally, to the commenters, the public, the participants who truly make this meeting a public process. Okay, now with that, there are standard items I like to read in which the manner the meeting will be run. I have 7 items, and they are: number 1, staying on schedule is everyone's responsibility. Please honor time limits when they are identified. 2, I will call for state proposing agencies to address the committee and explain the proposed building standard. 3, the committee will discuss each agenda item, then I will call for public comment. 4, please avoid duplicating comments in their entirety. Support or non-support may be expressed for specified comments. 5, following all comments and discussion, I will call for a motion and a second to take action on each agenda item relating to proposed building standards. And I'll also say that we may do this individually or in groups. 6, please stay on the subject matter being discussed and avoid sidebars. Extraneous discussions disrupt the flow of the meeting and can be hard for persons on the telephone to understand who's speaking and what is being discussed. And 7, please be respectful of others' times and opinions and avoid interruptions. And I'd like to state for the record that there are Code Advisory Committee meeting procedures and references in which this meeting will be conducted. So at this time, I'd like to call the roll in formality, and again, start with myself, Ron Takiguchi, City of Burbank, Chair of this PEME Code Advisory Committee, and I will begin the roll for the committee members and ex officios. Please state here or present after your name. Brad Wanlock, not present. Michael Stone.
I am here.
Thank you, Mike. Harry Moose.
Not connecting right now.
I saw his name, so I think he's there.
He's trying to get back in right now.
Okay.
Okay, we could count him as present. Thank you. Jay Hyde.
Here.
Thank you, Jay. Jake Tomlin.
Here.
Thank you, Jake. Gail Bate.
Here.
Thank you, Gail. Shane Peters.
Here.
Thank you, Shane. Scott Wayland.
Here.
Thank you, Scott. Crystal Sujewski.
Here.
Thank you, Crystal. And Fred Bachmiller. Fred? You're muted, Fred?
I see him there. He's muted.
Okay, we could count him as present. And Mike, I'd like to ask
Red
you.
here.
Okay, thank you very much. For the record, Mike, I'd like to confirm if this meets our quorum requirements.
Yep.
Okay, it doesn't. Okay, thank you very much. And the first order of business is to elect a vice chair. And just for the process, the vice chair acts in absence of the chairperson, who would conduct a meeting if the chairperson is not available. So for the committee members, I'd like to entertain any nominations for vice chair. And we will take the names, after each name, we would second that, and then we will vote on a vice chair. So to the committee, do we have any nominations for a vice chair?
Can an ex officio nominate?
Point of order, Mike, is that a non-voting member?
No, I don't see why not. It's just a recommendation, and if the committee agrees, then, you know, that would be fine. I would say that ex officio couldn't be chosen as a vice chair, but they certainly can make a recommendation. I think that's fine.
Okay. Thank you very much. Crystal, if you could, please.
Yes, I'd like to nominate Gail Bate, please.
Okay, we have a nomination for Gail Bate. We have a second on that.
I'll second that.
Okay, I hear a second from, I believe it was Jake Tillman.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you, Jake. Any nominations for vice chair of the PEME committee?
This is Gail Bate. I'd like to nominate Jay Hyde.
Okay, thank you, Gail. So we have a nomination for Jay Hyde as vice chair. Do we have a second? Okay, I would like to second that for Jay Hyde.
Thank you, Ron.
Okay, so thank you very much. So we have two nominations for Gail Bate and Jay Hyde. Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Hearing none, I'd like to close nominations for vice chair. And I'll take this in order of the nomination. And I think we might need roll call on this one, right, Mike?
Yeah, I think once we go around, then I'm keeping track, so then we'll know which one is there. But yes, we will do that.
Okay, so we will start with Gail Bate. All committee members, voting committee members, in favor of Mr. Gail Bate for vice chair of the PEME committee. Mike, could you call the roll, please?
Yes. Ron Takaguchi.
Nay?
Yes.
No, nay.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Sorry. Mike Stone.
Yes.
Harry Mose. In yet? Jay Hyde.
Nay.
Gail Bate. Well, of course, Gail can't vote. Sorry. Shane. Sorry, Gail. Shane?
Nay.
Yes. Sorry, Shane. Yes. Scott?
Shane, was it nay or yay?
Yeah, let's say either yes or no, so I can
Okay.
understand what you're saying.
Shane, could
No.
you please?
No. No.
Okay, thanks, Shane.
Aye.
Scott?
Aye.
Thank you.
Mike, I believe you forgot Jake Tomlin.
Yes, sorry. Jake?
Yes.
Okay. Jay, can you tell me what was yours again?
No.
That's what I thought. don't have Harry. And Brad's not here either. Okay. And Fred and Crystal don't vote. Okay. So we have,
Yeah,
go ahead.
Okay. Okay, so we have a nomination for Mr. Jay Hyde as Vice Chair of the PEME Committee. And Mike, could you please call the roll call vote?
Okay, so this is for Jay, right? Jay Hyde?
Yes.
Okay, Ron.
Yes.
Brad's not here. Mike.
No.
Harry. No Harry. Gail.
Yes.
Shane.
Yes.
Okay. And Scott.
With Robert's Rules of Orders, am I only supposed to be voting for one of these individuals on this? Sorry.
Well, I think everybody's deciding. So if you vote for one, I think you probably wouldn't vote for the other, but you
All
probably
right, nay.
vote. I don't know,
Please
Brad.
forgive me, nay.
Okay, thank you.
Just because I know Gail from 2 decades ago or whatever.
That's not a problem. Now, what we really need to do here, and it's interesting because of the absentee or the absence of Brad, and Harry's not on yet, so he hasn't been able to participate in the voting. We actually have a tie. 3-3. So I think in a tie, the chair can probably decide at this point, or we can wait for Harry and he can put his vote in.
I would really like the input of all members that are present. Harry,
That's fine.
technical difficulties. Can we revisit this item and continue?
I was just going to suggest that. Let's go ahead and move forward. It's not that critical at this point. And then we can catch up on this once we do have Harry in the loop.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mike. And thank you very much, both Gail and Jay,
Absolutely.
for the consideration of Vice Chair, and we'll get back to that item. So at this time, I'd like to formally open the meeting and call the meeting to order. And before I call up the first let me back up. We will follow the agenda in the order of the state agencies presenting their item. But before I call up the first agency, I'd like to thank all those who submitted comment. We received a few, and we will hear those comments respective to the state agency and the item that was listed in the comment letter. We did receive a letter from the Air Conditioning, Heating, and Refrigeration Institute, AHRI. They made comment to the a general comment about the adoption of the 2021 UMC as a California Mechanical Code, but I failed to see, perhaps I missed it, which state agency or item that they would like to comment on. But seeing that the content of the letter was regarding the refrigerant, in which HCD and State Fire Marshal had amendments to, I would suggest, and maybe even check with Mary Coban, who I saw on the line from AHRI, if that is friendly to AHRI to include this with HCD and State Fire Marshal. Is it possible to get Mary on the line to confirm that? Pam or Barbara?
I'm sorry. Let's step away. Is there?
Yeah.
Trying to get Harry on the line. Okay. Gotcha.
Or I could ask staff, Mike, I'm just trying to confirm which state agency AHRI should be associated with.
Mary's on the line, I believe.
Yes,
Okay, we hear you, Mary. Thank you.
yes,
So is that friendly to you that we would include it with HCD and State Fire Marshal?
Yes, I believe it was. Thank you. I'm sorry, I had a little bit of a trouble getting in, but yes, we would like to.
Okay, very good. When that item comes up for HCD and State Fire Marshal, we will bring up your comment. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, we have item number 20 from the State Fire Marshal. I mean, on the mechanical code, but HCD, okay, it's on item number 10 as well. So it'll be number 10 or 20.
Yes, and thank you for that, Scott. And if I failed to remember that, if you could please bring that up.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much, Scott. Okay, if nothing further else, we shall begin with our first state agency, who is the California Energy Commission, presenting amendments to Part 4, California Mechanical Code, and Part 5, the California Plumbing Code. So maybe we have the report from the California Energy Commission. Welcome, and please identify yourself for the public.
Certainly, and thank you. This is Peter Straight with the California Energy Commission. I'm presenting our proposed amendments to parts 4 and 5, and I will take them in order, presenting the part 4 amendments first, then the part 5. Do correct me if I do anything out of order or misstep. This is the first time I've presented changes to these codes within this process, so otherwise I will just hop right into it. Overall, our purpose in amending both codes is primarily adding non-substantive pointers to the energy code where there are requirements in the energy code that touch on the same topic as is presented in areas in the mechanical and plumbing codes. So starting with the California Plumbing Code in, Plumbing Code Part 5. Starting with the mechanical code in Part 4, I will move through the proposed amendments in order, and I will present an additional item that HCD has brought to our attention. And I'd also like to formally thank HCD for their assistance in taking ownership of these amendments. So the first amendment being proposed is in Chapter 1, Section 118. This section is City, County, or City and County amendments, additions, and deletions. The amendment serves to highlight that for local jurisdictions that are considering a local amendment related to energy, there are statutory requirements that must be met, and a process by which they must file certain materials with the Energy Commission and receive the Energy Commission's basically confirmation that they can enforce the regulation. This is not substantive. It simply provides pointer to existing law in other areas. Next, we have item 2, which is Chapter 3, Section 311. Section 311 is the heating or cooling air system, and we've added a section that specifies that there are energy code requirements for residential air filtration and provides both pointers to where those requirements are located in the energy code and a brief summary of what those requirements include. Item 3 is an amendment to Chapter 6, Section 601.2. These are sizing requirements, and this adds a section that notes that the energy code has a residential return duct sizing requirement. Once again, that it specifies that there are tables that are applicable if and only if certain exceptions within the energy code are utilized, where someone is making a trade-off and committing to an additional sizing requirement in order to obtain a benefit elsewhere. Next is item 4. This is in Chapter 6, Section 603.9.2. This is for duct leakage tests. This is specifying that the energy code has duct leakage tests for residential buildings, and simply specifying where those are located. Next is item 5. This is in Chapter 6, Section 603.10.1. And I'm sorry, I think that was its original location. The new location under the consideration of all the amendments, I believe, is 603.9.2. This is potentially a substantive change, though its intent is to be, anyway, this is potentially a substantive change, as this is a change to relocate some testing requirements that were in Part 6 to more appropriately locate them in Part 4. This amends the leak testing specification present here It does not change the use of the SMACNA HVAC air duct leakage test. It includes a clarification of who is expected to perform the test, consistent with those that are normally charged with performing the test. So this should not be a change in practice. This is simply added clarification. This aligns the calculation value CL with the current SMACNA recommendations for rectangular and oval ductwork. And it has a more detailed set of specifications regarding the choice of which ducts to select as representative of the overall ductwork within a building, to ensure there aren't cases where ductwork is selected entirely upstream or entirely downstream, or a similar situation that would create a non-representative sample. This also extends to, I'm sorry, and then in addition to that, we are adding language at 603.10.1.1, noting that there are additional duct leakage criteria that apply to low-rise residential and other buildings present in the Energy Code. The next item is item 6. This is an amendment to Chapter 12, Section 1217.5.2. This regards insulation, and specifically insulation required for heated slab floors. And this provides a pointer to and a brief summary of additional requirements in the Energy Code related to insulation requirements for heated slab floors. This again is this one is a non-substantive pointer to existing Energy Code provisions. Next is item 7. This is Chapter 12, Section 1217.7 for wall and ceiling panels. This provides a pointer to Energy Code pipe insulation requirements. Next is item 8. This is Chapter 12, Section 1220.4.5 for insulation. This again is a similar mention of the Energy Code requirements for heated slab floors. And that is this is the entirety of what is proposed by the California Energy Commission as additional amendments to Part 4. First, is the method I'm using to present these correct? And second, are there any questions or any other clarification that would be desired?
Thank you very much, Peter. Yes, your presentation was right on in procedures that we typically run the state agency amendments. Thank you for that. So before the committee are the agency amendments proposed, which is before us. So committee members, I lost Mike. How do we typically take committee comments? Should everyone just speak as they're ready?
Well, I would say in this case, there's a couple important elements. One is the Energy Commission is an adopting agency, and there is no requirement that they formally go through a CAC review process. This is a courtesy review. We ask them if they can do this when they affect other parts outside Part 6 because of the coordination effort that it helps with the other agencies. So in this case, HCE and the Energy Commission work closely together to come up with these amendments. So what the committee will be doing is asking questions of CEC related to their proposed amendments. And you're certainly welcome to make a recommendation. However, it's not a formal motion, so you don't need to take a motion and vote. It'll just be a simple, recommendation that it looks good and we want to move forward, or you don't, or you have any suggestions that they may want to take back and examine. So that being the case, I would say the committee members could raise their hands, or they could simply, if we want, we can go through and call them one at a time and see if they have any comment or suggestion.
Okay, we'll start with hand raising either on Zoom or visually. So I see Scott. Your comments, please, Scott.
Thank you. Peter Strait, this is Scott Whalen. I'm a licensed mechanical engineer. I serve with ASHRAE. I want to ask a question about item number 5, because the nature of these comments for the CMC, are, like you were mentioning, are pointers. And that's obviously very important. We don't want to hurt ourselves by identifying regulations in multiple places, kind of keep it simple and do the pointer thing. However, Item number 5 isn't really in the nature, or is the edits that you're offering on item number 5 aren't pointer in nature. They're
Correct.
fairly detailed. And what I want to ask is, are these elements about the ductwork leakage testing, is this language in part 6? And regardless of the answer to the question, I also am curious about whether or not the Energy Commission had considered referencing what's in 90.1 from ASHRAE. Our standard talks about where and what to test. I'd also offer that my colleague Steve Taylor, who serves on the other code advisory committee, along with my colleagues at the Golden Gate chapter of ASHRAE, have submitted some comments to IAPMO for the next triennial cycle. So there are parallel comments to this section in section 603.9.2 in the UMC as well, trying to tie in the identification of duct locations that are in 90.1. So I'm curious if you guys had thought about that.
Sure. I can state that our subject matter expert is aware of, our subject matter experts, plural, are aware of the ASHRAE amendments. This is language that was previously adopted into Part 6. That we are backing up a little bit. When we undertook to review the parts 4 and 5 for areas where pointers would be appropriate, this stood out as an area where a pointer would be less appropriate than a relocation, that the provisions belonged more appropriately in part 4. So rather than put a pointer in, we would just relocate those provisions over here, and the added specificity that was adopted into the Energy Code. I can confer, and I can confirm with our subject matter expert that there is an intentional decision to adopt these amendments and not solely follow what is proposed or adopted into ASHRAE 90.1. My understanding is that this is intentional, but I can confirm that if that would be of useful to the committee.
I'll reach out to you to take this offline, and I'll send you the comments that we submitted to IAPMO for the next cycle. I know this is like for the next 3 years, but it's, if we can get conformed now, might as well.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Scott. Any other committee members comment on? Yes, Jay, please.
I really appreciate the pointers. I think it's going to help everybody very much. And so this is a good move.
Thank you. Noted.
Absolutely agree, Jay and Scott. Any other committee members?
Let me just follow up with what Jay says. This is a general comment. It's critical that all these portions of Title 20 cross-reference. You know, there's a portion in CMC 503.2.1 where we don't have good cross-references, and that's really essential that they're all integrated for sure.
Certainly.
And since we're on that point of pointers, I'd just like to point out that I was hoping to see pointer or coordination, if you will, with from the California Energy Commission on Part 3, the California Electrical Code. I think this is going to be the third cycle in which the Energy Code requires that the minimum electrical service size is 200 amps for subdivisions, whereas the model code still reads 100 amps. So I think for coordination and direction for developers, that would be, I think, advised, as well as other things, especially with section 130 in the electrical code on power systems, if it's so appropriate to include it in the California Electrical Code. So just commentary, Peter, and for consideration.
Actually, that aligns with an additional comment that we received from HCD that I'm going to mention after I walk through the amendments that are on the agenda. But in short form, HCD also identified that as the Energy Commission is considering some electric ready requirements for this code cycle, should those be what move forward in the 45-day language that we end up publishing, that it would be good to pair those with matching pointers in the electrical code, stating that for electrical code and plumbing code, stating that for those areas where an electrical connection may be required that would not otherwise be stated in those codes, that a pointer be added there as well. So I can add that to the list of additional pointers that the committee is comfortable with us proposing for those documents.
Okay, thank you, Peter. And point of order, Mike. If they're just pointers and cross references, those don't need to be approved by the committee, right?
Right, and again, there's really, this is just a courtesy review, so there's no action that you guys need to take for the Energy Commission. Being an adopting agency, they're not required to go through CAC. Again, because of the coordination we had requested that the agencies do when they're referencing different documents. We asked the Energy Commission if they could assist us with this, and they agreed, and they've been working with Housing and Community Development to get those references from HCD's house into the Energy Commission. So that's kind of what you're seeing is they're taking control of the references instead of HCD providing, since they're energy related references.
Yep.
So no actions taken. You can certainly, recommend that they go and do additional things similar to what Scott and Jay mentioned. That's very helpful. Other than that, you don't have to take formal action on the package as a whole.
Okay. With that, any more comments from the committee on part 4 from the Energy Commission? Okay, hearing none and seeing none, I'll ask Peter if you can move on to your amendments to part 5.
Sure.
You have folks with their hands up.
Oh, yeah, right. Good point. Sorry.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Once we finish with the committee comments, then you need to go to the phone. So when the entry directions, I explained that when the people on the phone hear you mention the item and that you're going to go to comment, that would be the comments from the committee members, then they queue up into the phone so that they can be ready by the time the comments from the committee members are completed. So we've done that part. So now you would need to go to the phone and ask for comments there.
Fred has his hand up.
And Fred Brockmiller has a hand up, so he may go first.
Okay, so committee members first. Fred, if you would, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm uncertain if this is the correct location. I just wanted to be sure as I was going through my handbook here. I noticed this may have been in item 4, the California Energy Commission comments. And it's their item 5, duct leakage tests. And in their item 5 duct leakage tests, there it says chapter 6, and there's a formula. The metric units stated are not units of airflow and need to be corrected. It's a non-substantive, it's a simple error. They're using meters squared per second per meter squared, which is not an airflow unit.
So my understanding is that is existing language. We are not proposing to amend that. If there is a correction to be made, if you would be kind enough to email it to us, we can include it with what we are amending. But that, my understanding is that is the language as it appears currently in the text.
Thank you.
Thanks, Fred.
Okay, anything further, Fred?
That's it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Looks like
We have any other comments from committee members? Okay, I don't see any. Pam or Brian?
Mia's got her hand up. Mia Marvelli.
Oh, Mia. Okay. Yes.
Good morning, everybody. Hi. Hey. I would just like to add on the Building Standards Commission staff appreciation for the Energy Commission's work on this. I wanted to mention that this has been discussed several times in the past at our coordinating council meetings with all of the state agencies. And I know it was a lift for the Energy Commission to go through all of the various parts of Title 24 and see where any Energy Commission items lie. And so we really appreciate their effort this year, and also the effort of our staff and also HCD, OSHPOD, then the other state agencies that help the Energy Commission find these little nuggets that need to be placed here and there. So just again, this is all about complying with the 9-point criteria, trying to eliminate conflicts in the code and overlaps. And in some cases, we do need to duplicate, but it's for the good of the group. So I just really appreciate their efforts. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd add that the lion's share of the credit for identifying where these pointers should go really belongs to HCD and Emily Withers. She worked very closely and was proactive in reaching out and offering, here are the areas where HCD had previously been shepherding amendments to add these pointers, and some other areas where they thought a pointer would be useful. So that greatly assisted us in taking this on. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mia. Are there any other committee comments or any other hands raised from the committee? Okay, seeing none and hearing none, may we move on to public comment on the phone?
Do you want Zoom or the phone first?
Let's do, where do we normally go? Zoom first?
Zoom.
Let's do Zoom first and then the phone.
Okay.
Jay Peters, you had your hand up?
Jay Peters.
Yes, thank you. My name is Jay Peters of Codes and Standards International, and I'm not speaking to the technical aspect, but in item 5, there's some language that really is subjective and probably unenforceable. Sometimes when we add more language to clarify, it ends up causing problems.
Jay, this is Ron. 1 second, please. Point of order, Mike.
Yeah.
The agency hasn't presented part 5 yet, so should we have Jay hold on?
I think he's talking item 5.
Item 5, excuse me, item 5.
Oh, item 5. Okay, I'm sorry, Jay. Go ahead.
So there's a paragraph that says ductwork that will become inaccessible, including vertical ductwork that's located in shafts and horizontal ductwork located above hard ceilings shall be prioritized in selection towards a 10%. First off, by including vertical ductwork in there or horizontal, there are vertical ducts in ceiling spaces. There are horizontal ducts in shafts. I also noticed that underground duct isn't included in this, and I think that's just as important. But when you say shall be prioritized, that just means put on a list. That really doesn't say prioritized to the top of the list or should be utilized in the 10%. So I think it's just some cleanup language. I understand what they're trying to accomplish, but by adding some of that illustrative language, it will steer people into an opposite direction. Say, well, if it's horizontal in the shaft, I don't have to worry about it. Or if it's vertical going through the hard ceilings, I don't have to worry about it. And it doesn't mention underground. So it's just a kind of a subjective, the way it's written is just really unenforceable. And I would just offer that sometimes less is more when you're writing code. Thanks.
Thank you. As a question, as a follow-up, the intent here, I believe, is to say something along the lines of including but not limited to, that is to offer vertical ductwork located in shafts and horizontal ductwork located above hard ceilings as examples of ductwork that would become inaccessible in most normal cases, but not as an exhaustive list of duct that may become inaccessible on a given building project. And I am happy to add underground ductwork to that list as well, but would it be helpful to say including but not limited to?
Yeah, I think it would be helpful, and I would probably get rid of vertical and horizontal. I mean, really, you're saying any duct that's inaccessible and then giving these examples of where they might be makes sense.
Okay.
But I wouldn't get that specific, because then people will dial in on that. And as a guy that's been writing code for 30 years, I've seen it over and over again.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Jay, thank you very much for the comment. Any other Zoom comments from Zoom?
Yes, so we've got Bob Raymer.
Bob Raymer.
Chair recognizes Bob, Mr. Bob Raymer. Welcome, sir. All's glad to hear you.
Howdy. Can you hear me okay?
You're echoing. If you have a second device on, you might mute it.
Can you hear me okay now?
Much better, yes.
Okay, sorry about that. I was also had the phone line on. First off, I'm Bob Raymer with the California Building Industry Association, and I'd like to say that I'm in strong support of the CEC proposals here. We love to see the pointers in part 4 and 5. Secondly, we're even more thrilled that the CEC is going to do the same thing with part 3. As Peter said, they're doing a number of electric ready measures in the code this time around, and a great many electricians may not have part 6 in their back pocket. And so this is going to be very helpful. I do have one editorial suggestion. If you would please look at item 2 for a moment. And this is incredibly minor, but to be consistent with the other measures that the CEC is proposing, such as item 3 and 4, you notice before they say sections that in items 3 and 4, they put energy code before sections. However, up in item 2, if you look at the third line, it says where specified in sections 120. I would suggest that they consider putting energy code in between in and the word sections, just so that the reader doesn't get confused. Initially, I started looking at mechanical code, and then all of a sudden I saw 150.0, and I knew they were talking about the energy code. So just a thought. But other than that, we're very supportive of what the CEC is doing. Thank you.
No problem at all. Happy to make that edit.
Okay, thank you very much, Bob. Any other Zoom calls?
So we have Benjamin Zink.
Benjamin Zink.
Yeah, hi, this is Benjamin Zink with the California Statewide Codes and Standards Enhancement Team. I just have a question. Item 4 and item 5 both seem to be amending section 603.9.2.1 and providing different language. So I'd appreciate clarification on that.
So the difference there is just what the numbering is in the current part versus the section numbers that will exist once that part is amended. Those may need to be changed when based on the other edits being proposed by other agencies. So we will try to coordinate and take a look at BSC's final express terms in order to determine which section is appropriate for each of those amendments. But you are correct. There is a one of them is section 392, one is 3921, and then there's also one the 603.10.1.1 might shift as well. But that's we will coordinate with BSC to assign appropriate final section numbering to those edits.
Sorry, Peter. Item 4 and the end of item 5 both seem to apply to the exact same language, energy code duct leakage tests for residential buildings. And that language is amended differently in item 4 and in item 5. Item 4 continues to call it energy code duct leakage test for residential buildings, and item 5 is calling it duct leakage test for buildings that meet air distribution system duct leakage ceiling criteria in Title 24, Part 6.
Right. So the proposed addition of subsection 1 to 603.9.2 that is in item 4 is applying to potentially a different section than the edit to existing section 603.10.1.1. So we'll take a look and see what's appropriate to do about those and make sure there isn't conflict or overlap. I would have to open the mechanical code and find those sections to know exactly where those are intended to occur. But I believe the intent is that those are occurring in 2 nearby but separate locations. If that is not the case, then we will see about aligning that language so we are not amending it in differing ways.
Great, thanks.
Did you want to?
Thank you very much for your comments. Do we have any more callers on Zoom?
Did you want to take state agency comments before the phone, or did you want to go to the phone first?
Well, up to chair. Do you want to get feedback from the agencies before you go on to the phone, or do you want to get the rest of the comments and then go to the agencies?
Let's take the comments from the public by phone.
I agree.
Okay. So for those who want to give comment on the phone itself, go ahead and put yourself in the queue. Just a reminder. Thank you.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay. So no phone.
Okay, thank you very much. We may, if we can move on to other agency comments.
I think, was it Emily that had her
I
hand
see her
up?
hand up, I think on the left-hand side, upper left-hand side.
Emily Withers, is that, you want to call on her?
Yeah, this is Emily Withers with Department of Housing and Community Development. And similar to Mia Marvelli's comment, I would like to commend the Energy Commission for helping take these energy amendments off our hands. They are actually the experts and doing a very good job of proposing the pointers. And I think they'll be a very good help to the code users. So thank you, Energy Commission, Peter Straight, and your team. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Emily. Are there any more callers, Zoom callers, or state agencies wishing to comment on part 4?
No Zoom.
We're going to hearing none and seeing none. I think we could now move on to part 5. Oh, no, wait, I'm sorry. Scott?
Just a quick follow-up. I forget who it was. The gentleman, I don't see his name up there, that first commented about item 5 and the comments. He mentioned something about underground ducting, and I just want to point out again, the comments that I just shared with Peter and Ron via email, I can share with the rest of the people, which are our ASHRAE comments that we sent to IAPMO for the 2024 cycle. References ASHRAE 90.1, and it's certain.
Uh-oh.
Scott, we lost you.
So I can step in slightly. I saw that Scott Wayland had emailed me a PDF with the comments that he was referring to on their 2024 UMC. If these are not in, but we can look at this as a reference. I can take this back to the subject matter expert. If this accomplishes the same purpose or is an improvement, then we would be happy to include that. That said, given that this seems to be a substantive change versus a relocation of existing requirements, what is the committee's comfortability with the Energy Commission proposing a substantive change to this section via our adoption process?
Well, actually, before I ask my question or answer your question, Peter, Scott, you were interrupted. Did you want to finish your statement?
You can't hear you, Scott.
You lost your audio. If you want to maybe unplug your audio and replug back in.
Looks like, yeah, now it shows up muted, so you should be able to unmute now. There you go. Nope.
Let's try it again, Scott.
Doesn't seem to be working. He's turning it on and off, but it's not coming up.
Okay, while Scott is trying to get that back up, point of order, Mike. If the Energy Commission does make substantive changes to item number 5 and other parts, could that go straight to the commission, or does a advisory committee need to hear that, seeing that these are we're more or less recommending the language here?
Well, I mean, I think that the issue here is that this is a technically pre-cycle, and we're beginning in our code advisory committee review process, but this doesn't go out to the public technically in the public process until it goes to the Office of Administrative Law for the 45-day comment period. So we liken this to, for the Energy Commission, especially to kind of a hybrid working committee, if you will. So I don't, that since you're not going to take a formal action, you could certainly suggest or recommend that they include or not include things as they move forward. And that would give them opportunity, as with other agencies, to take your suggestions, clean them up, add to them, and then propose them for their public comment period. So it wouldn't be something that would not reach the public. It would definitely reach that process and would have to go through that formal review. So I think whether it's substantive or not, it's not as big of an issue because you're not proposing to either approve or disapprove their proposal. So being pre-public process, I think they could probably add amendments if they feel that they are needed in order to make what they're proposing work better. If that makes sense.
Yes, any comment on that and Peter's question from the committee?
Actually, I would like to ask one question of the committee. The Energy Commission does have adoption authority, but for these changes, we would be willing to step into the roles of a recommending agency following the normal process that others use to feed suggestions for amendments into this code cycle. If that would make this portion, like the amendments to these parts, easier from an administrative standpoint, we can coordinate with Michael to take that approach instead of including these in a separate adoption that we administer. Either works for us. We're willing to be flexible.
So commission to commission, Mike, what are you thoughts on that?
Well, again, you know, it's entirely a courtesy process that we're providing here. So I think if the recommendation from the committee is to consider adding this other element based on the comments that were received, then that would be the direction you'd be providing, and that would be up to the Energy Commission if they decided to go ahead and include that. It wouldn't be required. It would be something that would be up to them to decide if they wanted to do.
Yeah.
Would it be appropriate for me as chair to ask the committee if we would like to take a position of recommendation?
And perhaps Ron, before I see Mia's hands up, I'd like to hear what she has to say as well.
Thank you. I'm a little slow with the unmute button here. Yeah, I think we won't get into the details here, but I don't see an issue with the committee providing a recommendation. It's a recommendation from the Code Advisory Committee, even if it's an amendment. At this point in time, I would like to talk offline with the Energy Commission's concept of continuing to run these particular parts and amendments through our process, or at least on our website under the Code Advisory Committee area and the 45-day comment area, a link to the Energy Commission's proposed code changes so that for full transparency, our stakeholders see these proposed code changes as they go through the Energy Commission's process. So we can certainly coordinate that between the two commissions, not a problem. Does that answer the questions that are kind of circling here about this?
It does for me. And I'd like to maybe at this time ask the committee members if you would like or comfortable to provide a recommendation to the Energy Commission on their amendments, including some of the suggestions made by the public today. Again, it's not official action, but maybe, I'm not sure what the action would be, Mike, if it's in the same formal sense as committee approval, or we just say accept recommendations as presented on a different.
That's really your call. I think the Energy Commission seems willing to accept a formal recommendation. So I would say you could probably pose it as a motion and make a recommendation that if they want to move forward, that's fine. My only point for saying it is that it's not a requirement that you make a recommendation. It's kind of a courtesy review for coordination, but that's certainly, I would think would be an acceptable action.
Okay, well, with that, are there any more comments? Scott, I see you're back. Did you have anything else?
It looks like there is another public comment, and I see Scott's back too. Maybe he's able to speak now, and we'll go to the public. We still don't hear you, Scott.
You may have to reboot, Scott.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Thumbs up. So we can go to the public call then.
Okay. Jay Peters.
Jay's back.
Sorry, this doesn't have anything to do with this particular item, but Mike Kuros has sent me a text saying that he's been online on the conference line trying to get through and speak, and he's muted. So I just want to let you know that he said he had 2 points to make and was hoping to speak.
That's fine. Yeah, we don't have any control to mute him on this end. So if he gets through and into the system, he should be able to participate.
Is there, maybe you can explain to him now, he can hear you, he just can't speak. So maybe you can tell him what he needs to do. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Jack. Is there some instruction we can provide for?
Yeah, I mean,
Mike?
if he just wants to press 1 and then 0, it'll put himself in the queue on the phone.
Okay. Hopefully you could hear that, Mike. I'll repeat. If you early on, the instructions was for those on the phone for comments. Once you're in the queue, you gotta type 1 and then 0, and that'll put you into the queue. And then you have to wait for the instruction to speak, and then it'll come up. If you do it more than once, it takes you back out again and back in.
You want to do that? I'll go ahead. Yeah, it looks like there's someone in there now, so I'll go to that.
You have 1 question remaining.
Go ahead.
Hi, Mike Kuros here, and thank you for. I did try and hit a 1-0 once before, and it didn't go through.
Okay,
so
no
the question on, and it's more of an anecdotal question regarding the point that Jay Peters brought up on item 5. A little bit of a wonder about the coordination between those fire rated assemblies or those penetrations that may be dealt with, and whether or not the committee has addressed that in their considerations. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
You have 1 question remaining.
Go ahead. You're on the phone. Is there someone on the phone line that wanted to speak?
You have 0 questions remaining.
All right, Ron, back to you.
Okay, I bring this to the committee. Would anyone care to entertain a motion to accept the recommendations from the California Energy Committee on Part 4? And just to be clear, our action would be a recommendation, and we could use the same actions that we typically do: approve, deny, approve as amended, or further study.
So moved.
Okay. Okay, Jay, thank you very much. Do we have a second? Voice vote or hand?
Second, Mike Stone.
Mike Stone, thank you. I think on this one, I will just call for a voice vote.
Sure.
So all committee members, please unmute yourself. And all those in favor of accepting recommendation, committee's recommendation to California Energy Commission's Part 4, say yes.
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 Okay, any denies or opposed, please say no. Hearing none, any abstentions? Hearing none, it's a unanimous recommendation on that item, Peter.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate the effort and the vote of confidence.
Okay, so if you may proceed, sir, on Part 5.
Yes. So similar to the amendments in Part 4, the amendments in Part 5 are primarily to add pointers to energy code requirements. To walk through them in the same fashion, item 1 is an amendment to Chapter 4, Section 401.3, Water Conserving Fixtures and Fittings. And this adds a note that simply highlights that there are requirements in the California appliance efficiency regulations that potentially apply lower maximum flow rates than in the model code. This is a note because there is already this would apply, well, it seemed like this would be most appropriate as a note because these apply upstream of their installation in the building because it's to what can be sold or offered for sale within the state. But also based on the general language in the code that says if there are overlapping requirement, the most stringent requirement will apply. But again, this is just to make folks aware that there is an appliance efficiency requirement that is potentially applicable. Item 2 is in Chapter 5, Section 501.0. This adds a subsection 2 specifying Energy Code water heating system requirements. And this, again, just provides pointers to 2 sections of the California Energy Code where there are additional potentially applicable requirements for water heating systems. Item 3 is in Chapter 6, Section 609.12. And it is possible that this is the section numbering on this may change based on other amendments being made to the model codes. But this would add subsection 3 that states Energy Code pipe insulation requirements, both providing pointers to Energy Code sections that have potentially applicable general insulation requirements for piping, or fluid piping, and summarizing some of the requirements there that may be in addition to what's in the model code. And those are all for the Part 5 amendments, with the same note that, as recommended by HCD, we'll also make a pass to see if there are areas where appropriate pointers to potential new electric ready requirements may be appropriate in the plumbing code.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much, Peter. Okay, to the committee. Any comments or questions on Part 5 to the agency? Okay, seeing none visually, do we have any hands raised of committee members for comment or questions? Okay, I believe there are none. So actually, before we move on, I do have a question for you, Peter. It's more of a general question.
Certainly.
So other than the pointers that point back to the energy code, are there amendments in either the mechanical or plumbing code that would affect the performance energy calculations that would have to be input from mechanical or plumbing code items?
Not that I'm aware of. I can double check with our technical staff, but I do not believe that would be the case. But I can check on that for you.
Okay, so and hearing that is comforting because it would then be consistent in that all compliances through the performance method would be in one package, which is the energy code. So that is good to hear.
That is the goal, and if there is amendment that would be necessary to get to that goal, if there is something that is a bit that needs to be sanded down, I'll ask staff to try to find that.
Yeah, because in a way it's kind of a reverse pointer. If there's something in the other California codes that affects energy requirements, we hope there's a pointer back to the energy code.
Absolutely.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Okay, any other, just want to make sure, any other committee
Chair,
questions?
this is Crystal. I have a question.
Yes, Crystal.
So item number 1, this is a note, and notes are generally not enforceable. So my question is, where this note is sending you back to a different title, are those requirements or are those voluntary provisions?
Those are requirements. It might be better for this note to state at the end the lower maximum flow rate may apply so that it's not determinative. But without providing legal advice to the reader about how to apply appliance code to the devices being sold and regulated by that code versus the builder being subject to the building code, I'm not sure how much detail is appropriate for this note, and it might be best, instead of a note, just to have it as a subsection like some of the other energy code pointers. We'd be open to advice or recommendation on that question. But these are mandatory requirements that apply to anything sold or offered for sale within the state. including things that would be sold to builders through distributors or other means, or items that are ultimately included in a home and therefore sold to the buyer of a building. But
Right.
this is where, since I don't have a lawyer on the call and I'm not a lawyer, I couldn't tell you exactly what the technical nature of that interaction is.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comment, Crystal. Any other comments or questions from the committee? Anyone's hand raised? Okay, seeing or hearing none, we shall move on to comments by Zoom from the public. Are there any?
There are no hands up in Zoom at the moment.
No hands up in Zoom.
Okay, then let's move on to phone callers.
Sure.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay, so that would conclude the public hearing. I now bring it before the committee to entertain a motion for recommendation for amendments to Part 5 from the California Energy Commission. Do I hear a motion, please?
Sure. I move that the committee recommend or approve, or what the wording is that we got right now, these amendments to the code as being good pointers.
Okay, thank you very much, Jay. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I second the motion.
Okay, second by Jake Tomlin. And before the committee by voice vote, all those in favor, please say yes.
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 Yes. Yes.
Okay, those opposing, please say no. Hearing none. Any abstentions? Hearing none, the recommendation passes unanimously. And Peter, we thank you very much, and the California Energy Commission.
Yes.
And both staff.
Thank you, and you're welcome.
Okay, very good. So let's move on, please, to the next state agency, which is the Building Standards Commission.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and move out of the way and let staff come in. Beth Maynard will be presenting Part 3 for the Building Standards Commission. Thanks, Beth.
Thank you.
Now, set this over here in case you need it.
Thanks. I wasn't quite sure where to put it. So good morning, Chair and members. My name is Beth Maynard, and I am an architectural associate with the Building Standards Commission. And I'm here to present Agenda Item 6, which contains BSC's proposed adoption and amendments of the 2020 National Electrical Code into the 2022 California Electrical Code. BSC amendments today, which there are only few, and they are editorial in nature. So that concludes my overview, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Beth. Was that for the entirety of the electrical code?
Nope. I can go item by item and we can vote, or I can go through all of it, since item 1 is the only location where any amendments of any kind are taking place.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. So item number 1, the general provisions. Any comments from the committee? Okay, I do have a quick question, and that is on 89.102.1. And that is where the amendments were added in item 2, California State Universities and California Community Colleges. And just as the agency introduction, I'm assuming that this will be in all the codes, correct? It would be
That's
consistent.
true. And what happened here for this was somehow it was left out of the code. So I'm just bringing it back in. It was missed. I think it was an error.
Okay, and but my question is, it'll be added to all Title 24 parts, correct? It's not only Part 3?
Chapter 1.
I believe that's correct. Yes. Mhm.
Okay. All right, forgive me. I am going to suggest to the committee if Beth could continue on with items number 2, Article 90, item 3, Article 100, item 4, Chapter 2, Chapter 3, Chapter 4, and item 5, Chapter 5, and item 6, Chapter 6. Would that be friendly to the committee to move on as one presentation?
Mr. Chair, I would be in favor of that.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mike. All right, Beth, if you could continue with items 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And at that point, I suggest that we pause and then we'll take a vote on those items.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Beth.
Item 2, Article 90, introduction. BSC proposes to adopt Article 90 without any amendments. Item 3, Chapter 1, General. BSC proposes to adopt this chapter from the 2020 NEC and carry forward existing amendments in Article 100 and 110 from the 2019 California Electrical Code into the 2022 California Electrical Code without any modifications. Item 4, Chapters 2, Wiring Protection, Chapter 3, Wiring Methods and Materials, and Chapter 4, Equipment for General Use. BSC proposes to adopt these chapters from the 2020 NEC without any amendments. Item 5, Chapters 5, Special Occupancy. BSC proposes to adopt most of Chapter 5 except BSC does not adopt Articles 517, which is the healthcare facilities, and 550, mobile homes, manufactured home, and mobile home parks. Item 6, Chapter 6, Special Equipment. BSC proposes to adopt the entire Chapter 6 from the 2020 NEC and bring forward existing amendments from the 2019 CEC, Article 625.1.1, without any changes into the 2022 California Electrical Code.
Okay, thank you very much, Beth. So for items presented by the agency for Part 3, California Electrical Code, items 1 through 6, I bring it before the committee. Any comments or questions for the agency? Okay, seeing none, seeing no hands raised, I will ask, any hands raised on Zoom of the committee?
There are no hands up for the public.
Okay, thank you. So hearing no comments from the committee, we move to Zoom calls from the public on items 1 through 6. Are there any Zoom callers or hands raised?
There's no hands up in Zoom for the public either.
Okay, thank you. How about the phone?
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay, thank you very much. So at this time, I'd like to entertain.
I'm sorry, can we go back to the phone one more time? It looks like there is somebody in the queue.
Oh, yes, please.
Sorry.
Give it a try, see if they're.
You have 1 question remaining.
To the person on the phone, you can go ahead.
Sounds like something there.
Is there somebody there that wishes to speak? Okay.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay, thank you very much. So I now bring it back to the committee to entertain a motion to accept items 1 through 6 as presented by the agency. Do we have a motion, please?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to accept the Building Standards Commission report as given.
Okay.
This Gail Bate, I'll second.
Okay, motion by Mike Stone, second by Gail Bate. So to the agency, and Mike, I just want to make sure, since we're on a formal agency now, or Beth, is the voice vote appropriate on Zoom?
Let's go ahead and do roll calls, just so we have a good, accurate record of the motions taken for the proposing agencies.
Okay, very good. So if you may, Mike, call the roll.
Absolutely. Ron Takaguchi.
Yes.
Michael Stone.
Yes.
Harry Mose.
Yes.
Jay Hyde.
Yes.
Jake Tomlin.
Yes.
Gail Bate.
Yes.
Shane Peters.
Yes.
And Scott Whalen.
Yes.
Thank you, everyone. That's unanimous.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Beth. If you may continue with item number 7.
Okay, item number 7.
No, she's still going. They'd still
still
go.
Okay, item 7, chapter 7, special conditions, chapter 8, communication systems, and chapter 9, tables. BSC proposes to adopt these chapters from the 2020 NEC without amendments. However, BSC proposes not to adopt articles 708, critical operations power systems, article 728, fire resistive cable systems, article 750, energy management systems, and article 840, premises powered broadband communications. And item 8, annexes A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, and J. BSC proposes to continue to not adopt the annexes from the 2020 NEC. And that concludes mine.
Okay, thank you very much, Beth. So to the committee, any comments or questions for the agency?
Mr. Chair, I just have one question, actually 2 questions. Why did the commission decide not to adopt Article 728 and 750? It seems like those would apply to occupancies under your jurisdiction.
Thanks, Mike. I believe these are carried forward. We haven't adopted previously, so we're just carrying forward the non-adoption. And I believe this was a question that was raised at the last triennial for part 3, and I don't remember the answer. I can look into that and get back to you.
Okay, that'd be fine. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Any other questions from the committee? Do we have any committee questions by Zoom? Okay, seeing none, hearing none. We move on to questions, comments from the public by Zoom.
There are no hands up.
Okay, let's move to the phone, public comment by phone.
Sure.
You have 0 questions remaining.
One more time, I'm sorry, there should be somebody in the queue.
You have 1 question remaining.
To the caller on the phone, you can go ahead. Is there somebody there that wishes to speak?
Did you get which ones he?
Follow up with them.
Okay, I'll ask him.
Okay.
Yeah.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay, thank you. So that closes the public comment. So back to the committee. Do I hear a motion to accept items number 7, and 8 as presented by the agency. Motion, please.
Mr. Chair, so moved.
Second.
Gail Bates, second.
Motion by Mike Stone and is it Jay second?
Yeah.
Gail.
That'd be Gail.
Okay. Vote is before us. Mike, if you will, please.
Absolutely. Ron Takaguchi,
Yes.
Michael Stone,
Yes.
Harry Mose,
Yes.
Jay Hyde,
Yes.
Jake Tomlin,
Yes.
Gail Bate,
Yes.
Jane Peters,
Yes.
and Scott Whalen.
Yes.
Thank you, unanimous.
Okay, thank you very much. That takes care of part 3.
Can I ask a clarification? Mike, I'm sorry, I didn't catch the 2 sections that you inquired about that we're not adopting. Can you clarify
Yes.
those again for me?
Yeah, it was Article 728 for fire resistant cable and 750 for energy management systems.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to part 4 from the California Building Standards Commission. Your report, please. Good morning, Enrique.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning, committee chair and members. My name is Enrique M. Rodriguez. I'm an associate construction analyst with California Building Standards Commission. I'm here to present agenda item 7, which contains BSC's proposed amendments for the 2022 California Plumbing Code. The majority of BSC's amendments clarify existing language with no intended change in the regulatory effect. We do have one code section that has been proposed to be added. The actions taken are to repeal the 2018 edition of the Uniform Mechanical Code and adopt the 2021 Uniform Mechanical Code with some California amendments for inclusion into the 2022 Uniform California 2022 California Plumbing Code. I'm going to go through the items. Item 1, BSC proposes to bring forward existing California amendments in Chapter 1, Division 1 through Chapter 1, Division 2 from the 2019 California Mechanical Code for adoption into the 2022 edition of the California Mechanical Code with editorial amendments. Item number 2, BSC proposes to adopt only new added section 104.4.3.1 in Chapter 1 of the 2021 Uniform Mechanical Code for use in the 2022 California Mechanical Code as Administration Division 2. And these changes basically pertain to adding a 12-month period to commence work after the permit is issued, and also increases permit expiration from the current 180 days to 12 months. Item 3, BSC proposes to adopt the entire Chapter 2 of the 2021 Uniform Mechanical Code with amended section definition, which is galvanized piping, and it proposes to carry forward that definition with no additional modification. At this point, Mr. Chair, I would like to maybe take, if possible, take motions on those 3 items, because the following items are several that are where we're not adopting specific chapters, and those could be potentially taken as one motion in the essence of spirit of moving this committee forward.
Okay, thank you very much, Enrique. So that was items number 1, 2, and 3, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All right, to the committee, any questions or comments on items 1, 2, or 3 presented by the agency? Okay.
I just want to make a point of clarification. We are talking about the mechanical code under item 7, not the plumbing.
That is correct.
Okay. Yeah, you did mention, you used the word plumbing a couple times, Enrique, so.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But yeah, we know that's coming.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you, Scott. Any other committee comments? Any other committee comments by Zoom? Okay, see none. Let's move to public comment. Public comment on items 1, 2, or 3 by Zoom.
There are no hands up.
Okay, thank you. Public comment on the phone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay, thank you very much. So the public comment period is closed, and I would like to.
Sorry, this might be the same person we're having issues with on the phone, but there is somebody there, so we'll try them one more time.
Okay, thank you.
You have 1 question remaining.
Is there someone on the phone that wishes to speak? Okay.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay, I guess once again, I will close the public hearing. And this time, bring it before the committee to entertain the motions for items number 1, 2, and 3. From the Building Standards Commission for Part 4. Do I hear a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, by Mr. Gil Bate. Do I hear a second, please?
Harry Mose.
Okay, Harry Mose, second. Thank you very much, Harry. Before the committee, roll call vote, please.
Okay, real quick too, before I do that, I did notice that Crystal Expicio had her hand up. Did you want to say something before the vote happens there, Crystal?
Well, I just had a clarifying question on the expiration on item 2. When you put in the date on or after January 1, 2019, is that potentially a retroactive regulation? Because these won't become effective until January 1, 2023.
Yeah, so that's what it says. So.
But I believe, if I may, Enrique, I believe that law is in effect now, correct?
I'm sorry, what was that, Mr. Chair?
That law is into effect now, today.
Yes,
Yes, it does.
it's a law.
It's a lot. What
That's
happened
a
was,
repeat of what's in law.
yeah, what happened was Assembly Bill 2/1913, which became effective January 1, 2019, amended Health and Safety Code 18938.5. And so that's what happened. It was a bill that was passed.
Okay.
I
So
have a
it's
question.
just catching up.
I have a question regarding this then, because Chris, I had this on back of my mind also, but I didn't want to chime in because I'm reading how 104.4.3 lists right now, and it's very similar language. It just doesn't have that January 1st, 2019 date. So if that is codified by legislation from the state, does it belong in the UMC then, or does it belong in the administration section?
Yes. So normally, yes, normally what the intent is for the code user to be aware of it, and if it's placed somewhere in an administrative code, the designer or the mechanical engineer won't know necessarily this allowance. But I wonder, did we ever put it in the admin portion?
No, this is particular. This is Mike with Building Standards. This particular law affects, the permitting for projects in general. It's not specific to just BSC. Because it's added in law, it was added by legislation. We're adding it to the administrative portion of the codes. All those codes that have an administrative chapter, most of them that are based on model codes. And so this is being inserted in there in order for people to be aware of the allowance at local level. So that's why it's in the location it is.
Yeah, thank you, Mike, for that. We are also Mike is correct. We're putting it in, for example, specifically in the building code and other parts of Title 24 that have that admin chapter for consistency between the codes.
Before Jay goes, real quick, just to finish the thought too, the Building Standards Commission did issue a information bulletin related to this, and that's also on the website, was sent to all the building departments. So it was brought to the attention some time ago, and this is the follow-up or the completion of that process to get it into the code.
Thank you, Mike.
And then I think, Jay, you had a question?
Just, is there, since it takes effect well after January 1st, 2019, does it make any sense to have that date in there?
It could probably be removed. I don't think it's a problem. I think what we were doing is we didn't want to amend the law. So we were trying to reprint what that says in the law. So we could talk about that and see if that's something that, if it appears it may cause confusion, I don't know that it would be necessary to maintain that. So we can look at that.
Maybe if it said on or after January 1st, 2019 per the legislation reference.
Sure, something like that might work well.
Yeah, thank you, Scott. Appreciate that editorial amendment.
Okay.
Just to clarify why it's such a retroactive date, which throws people off.
Mm-hmm. Good point.
Crystal, I apologize. I didn't see your hand up. But it did bring up a good discussion. Any other comments before we have a motion and a second? Before we go through the vote, are there any more comments by the committee? Okay, seeing none and hearing none, I think we're ready for a vote. Mike.
I think we need to go to the phones.
We did go to the phones, but we do have one more public comment in Zoom if you want to take it.
Okay.
Bob Raymer.
Thank you. This is Bob Raymer with CBIA, and the Building Industry Association was the sponsor of Assembly Bill 2913, and Enrique had it right. It's already in the Health and Safety Code. I do think, as Michael indicated, that if you wanted to either reference the statute as per Health and Safety Code, blah, 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 starting January 1, 2019, that might be a great way to play it. But the fact here is a whole lot of building officials and others don't have the Health and Safety Code, all like 50 volumes of it in their back pocket. And so it's nice to have this information in the code. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bob. Any other callers on the phone?
No.
No? Okay. I think we can move on to the roll call vote. Mike, if you will, please.
Absolutely. Ron Takaguchi.
Yes.
Michael Stone.
Yes.
Harry Mose.
Yes.
Jay Hyde.
Yes.
Jake Tomlin.
Yes.
Gail Bate.
Yes.
Shane Peters.
Yes.
And Scott Whalen.
Yes.
Thank you. It's unanimous.
Okay. Thank you, Mike. Enrique, if you could continue, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. If I can suggest that we take items 4, 6, 8, and 10 as they are related.
Is that acceptable to the committee? Items 4, 6, 8, and 10, correct, Enrique?
That is correct.
Okay, if that's acceptable to the committee, please proceed.
BSC proposes to adopt the entire chapter. In this case, it would be chapter 3, chapters 5 through 14, chapters 6 and 17, and appendix chapters B and C of the 2021 Uniform Mechanical Code without amendments.
Okay, thank you very much. So before the committee are items number 4, 6, 8, and 10. as presented by the agency. Comments or questions, please, by the committee. Okay, Scott, please.
Thank you. I don't want to dwell on this too much, but when we read the 9-point criteria, I'm not talking about edits, but I'm just pointing out that something in chapter 5, the exhaust systems, 503.2.1 that says environmental air ducts shall not discharge onto a public walkway, which is just a statement from IAPMO, does not meet the 9-point criteria. It's too vague, it's ambiguous, and it creates a burden. So it's a different item that I think that we should address at some point.
Well, I think the important thing to remember for the Building Standards Commission is the actual amendment packages that BSC proposes are the proposed amendments from the agency as an agency with authority over certain occupancies. And then the administrative function that we carry, that the commission does for the approval of the model codes, is what adopts the model as a whole, or they eliminate some portions of the model if they're conflicting. So with that, we could certainly propose an amendment ourselves to that section, but it would only be applicable to the occupancies that BSC amends for. So it wouldn't have the applicability statewide that you would like. This would be something we would go to the model code and suggest that they perhaps amend that or modify that at the model level, so that when it does get adopted at the state level, then it becomes statewide applicable. Otherwise, each agency has to do change.
Yeah, we've tried at IAPMO. They don't want to give us any love and respect.
Scott, just for my reference, what specific section within chapter 5?
502.2.1, that's the reference in the CMC, and it's something that IAPMO put into the code a couple of cycles ago. And the simple statement, environmental exhaust ducts shall not discharge onto a public walkway, is something that's not really enforceable. And I appreciate what the director was just saying. We need to focus on the amendments, but when we make a adoption into chapter 5 wholesale, I take exception to under the directive of the 9-point criteria. That statement, although, and I appreciate what the director was just saying, we can't make wholesale changes that apply to all occupancies, but this definitely needs our attention.
Okay, thank you. Duly noted.
Okay, thank you, Scott. Any other committee questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, how about committee comments by Zoom? Do we have any hands up?
No Zoom comments.
Okay, then we shall move to public comment. Any public comment by Zoom?
There are no hands up.
No hands are raised.
Public comment by phone, please.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay. All right, so public comment is now closed. And items number 4, 6, 8, and 10, as presented by the committee, by the agency, is before the committee. Do I hear a motion, please?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we approve 4, 6, 8, and 10 as proposed.
Okay, thank you very much. Motion by Jake. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Harry Mose.
Hyde? Okay. So motion and second before us. Roll call vote, please.
Okay. Ron Takaguchi.
Yes.
Michael Stone.
Yes.
Harry Mose.
Yes.
Jay Hyde.
Yes.
Jake Tomlin.
Yes.
Gail Bate.
Yes.
Shane Peters.
Yes.
And Scott Whalen.
Yes.
Thank you. Unanimous.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Enrique, please continue.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to continue with item number 5. BSC proposes to adopt the entire chapter 4 of the 2021 Uniform Mechanical Code and carry forward existing amendments for filters, exceptions, and labeling, and proposes to repeal language from section 402.1 as this was a pointer to the California Energy Commission's Part 6, and the Energy Commission is in their rulemaking, they're taking care of this specific pointer. So yeah, we no longer need this amendment by BSC on behalf of the Energy Commission. I'm moving on now to, so Mr. Chair, if I could suggest maybe taking a motion on this specific item, because the following items are once again related, and maybe those can be taken as one action.
Okay, we shall do that. All right. So item number 5, Chapter 4, ventilation air, before the committee for questions or comments. And just want to make sure because we don't. Oh, Scott, you're there. Okay, I'm sorry. Seeing none, how about committee comments by Zoom? Any hands up?
No Zoom comment.
Okay, moving on to public comment for Zoom.
There are no hands raised.
No hands for that.
Okay, public comment by phone, please.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay, public comment is now closed. And I'd like to, before the committee, a motion to accept item number 5 as presented by the agency. Do I have a motion, please?
So moved, Scott.
Scott, a motion by Scott. Do I have a second?
Gail Bate will second.
Okay, Gail, thank you very much. Motion and second before the committee. Roll call vote, please.
Okay, Ron Takaguchi,
Yes.
Michael Stone,
Yes.
Harry Mose.
Yes.
Thank you. Jay Hyde,
Yes.
Jake Tomlin,
Yes.
Gail Bate,
Yes.
Shane Peters,
Yes.
Scott Whalen.
Yes.
Thank you. It's unanimous.
All right, thank you, Mike. Okay, Enrique.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Now I would like to proceed to items number 7, 9, and 11. And for these, BSC proposes to not adopt chapters 15, appendix chapter A, and appendix chapters D, E, F, G, and H of the 2021 Uniform Mechanical Code.
Okay, thank you very much, Enrique. So for items 7, 9, and 11, California Mechanical Code, discussion is before the committee. Any discussions, please? Okay, seeing none. Any hands up by the committee members? Okay, hearing none. Let's move on to public comment. Public comment by Zoom, please.
There are no hands raised.
No hands on Zoom.
Okay, public comment by phone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay, before the committee for a motion. Motion for items number 7, 9, and 11 as presented by the agency. Do I have a motion, please?
So moved, Scott Wayland.
Okay, moved by Scott and seconded. Do we have a second?
Jay Hyde, second.
Okay, thank you very much, Jay. Motion by Scott, second by Jay. And point of order, Mike, I believe after the motion and second, I'm supposed to ask for final committee comment, which I've been failing to do.
Okay, that's fine.
Is that correct? That's
Robert's Rules of Order.
Yes, it is. Okay, so I apologize to everyone. So I will incorporate that from here on. Any final committee comments based on the motion before us? Okay, hearing none, roll call vote, please.
Yes, sir. Ron Takaguchi,
Yes.
Michael Stone,
Yes.
Harry Mose. We'll come back. Jay Hyde.
Yes.
Jake Tomlin.
Yes.
Gail Bate.
Yes.
Shane Peters.
Yes.
Scott Whalen.
Yes.
Okay, Harry Mose, are you there?
Harry, you're muted.
Okay, well, we have a unanimous vote, so for those that voted.
Okay, thank you very much, Mike.
Yes.
Okay,
there
thank
you
you,
go.
Harry.
Thanks, Harry.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, this concludes my overview of today's BSC's proposals. And I would entertain any questions, final questions pertaining to these proposals.
Would you be also presenting part 5, Enrique?
No,
Beth will be doing
that's going to be, I believe Beth Maynard will be presenting that.
Okay, Mike, I believe we take an overall vote for the agency, correct?
You can do that, yes.
Okay, yeah, so we'll do that at the end, Enrique, for all items presented by the Building Standards Commission.
That's fine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members.
Thank you. Welcome back, Beth.
Thank you. Okay, well, good morning again, committee chair and members. My name is Beth Maynard, and I am an architectural associate with the Building Standards Commission. I'm here to present agenda item 8, which contains BSC's proposal adoption and amendments to the 2021 Uniform Plumbing Code and to the 2022 California Plumbing Code. The majority of today's BSC's amendments are editorial. BSC, HCD, and DWR have a few amendments in chapters 15 and 16, including co-adopted language in some parts. The 3 agencies have coordinated appropriate editorial amendments to respond to these sections. And so that concludes my overview, and I'd be happy to answer any questions before I start going into each of the items.
If the committee so accepts, I suggest you move on to your items.
Okay. So in item number 1, BSC proposes to carry forward existing amendments in Chapter 1, Division 1 in California Administration from the 2019 CPC into the 2022 CPC with a couple editorial amendments. So in section item 1.1, section 1.1.1, BSC is proposing a modification to update the 2018 edition to the 2021 edition of the UPC. In item 1-2, section 1.1.3.2, state regulated buildings, structures, and applications, BSC is proposing a modification to the note, which replaces a reference to an incorrect location and identifies the correct location where the code users can find the language, how to distinguish model code versus the California amendments. BSC has already edited this note in parts 2 and 10 in the 2015 triennial code. So this intends to edit the note in all parts which have not been updated. And that concludes chapter 1, division 1. Shall I continue?
I'm going to suggest with committee input that you continue with items number 3 and 4.
Okay.
Is that agreeable to the committee?
Sounds good.
Okay.
Agreed.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you want me to skip item 2 and go to 3 and 4?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. 2,
Okay.
3, and 4.
Okay. So item 2, chapter 1, division 2, administration. BSC is proposing only to adopt section 104.4.3.1, and this is the same as Enrique brought forward with the mechanical code to address the expiration of permits. Did you want me to?
No, I'd say, suggest continue at item 3.
Okay.
And, ask our comments on
Right.
all 4 items.
Okay, so in item 3, BSC proposes to adopt Chapter 2, definitions from the 2021 UPC and carry forward existing amendments from the 2019 CPC with a few modifications. Item 3.1, BSC is proposing to repeal the California amendment for the alternate water source and adopt the model code definition with a slight modification to identify on-site treated non-potable gray water as an alternate water source, which BSC has the authority for. And then in item 3-2, pardon me, definition for gray water diverter valve. So in response to comments received during the 2022 California Plumbing Code Workshop on December 11th, 2020, BSC proposes to continue to not adopt the definition, which this definition is also referenced in section 1503.2.2, diversion. This is in coordination with HCD. We strike out the word gray water. I just lost my place. We strike out the words gray water and add approved. Gray water diverter valve is too specific and would exclude other types of diverter valves. Item 3-3, definition of non-water urinal with drain cleansing action. BSC is proposing to adopt model code language here. This definition replaces the definition of urinal hybrid. And lastly, item 3-4, definition of treated gray water. BSC is proposing to bring forward the existing amendment with a modification to add BSC CG to the banner, which this clarifies BSC's authority.
Okay, and item number 4, please.
Okay, item 4, BSC proposes to adopt Chapter 3, general regulations from the 2021 UPC into the 2022 California Plumbing Code without any amendments.
Okay, thank you very much, Beth. So before the committee are items number 1, 2, 3, and 4. Discussion from committee, please. Questions or comments? Okay, seeing none. Any committee comments by Zoom? Any hands up?
No Zoom hands up.
Okay, then I shall move to a public comment by Zoom.
There are no hands up.
No hands there.
Okay, public comment by phone, please.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay, thank you very much. Actually, I do have a quick comment, and that is I was going to comment on the definition of gray water diverter valve and the word gray water being struck, but I will say that to item number 12 for chapter 15 on alternate water sources. So I will bring that up at that time, Beth.
Okay.
Right. So, all right. So before the committee are items number 1, 2, 3, and 4, as presented by the agency. Do we have a motion, please? And I'm sorry. Do we have a motion? And please state if your motion is to, Mike, do we still say approve as submitted?
Yes.
We do say that. Okay, so again, something else I failed to say all along, but do we have a motion to to accept items 1, 2, 3, and 4 as accepted?
So moved.
Harry Mose makes that.
Okay, how about Scott as
Second.
Motion? Harry, I did hear you second, so is that fine for you as a seconder?
Yes. if you're asking me.
Okay, thank you. So motion by Scott, second by Harry. Further discussion by the committee. Okay, hearing none. Roll call vote, please.
Okay, Ron Takaguchi,
Yes.
Michael Stone,
Yes.
Harry Mose,
Yes.
Jay Hyde,
Yes.
Jake Tomlin,
Yes.
Gail Bate,
Yes.
Shane Peters,
Yes.
Scott Whalen.
Yes.
Thank you. It's unanimous.
Okay, thank you very much, Mike. Beth, I would like to ask you, for the next items coming up, do you have any preference as far as presenting them? And then I will ask the committee if they would like to pause on any item. So I'm thinking if we can, and if you'd like to, Beth, take the next several items in order, or present the next few items. Is that okay by you?
That's fine by me. Actually, I was going to ask to go 6 through 11, but I can take 4 through 11. If that's
I think we
okay.
did 4, so it'd be 5 through 11.
Oh, 5 through 11. Okay, items 5 through 11.
Is that okay with the committee? Is there any of the items coming up, items number 5 through 11, which you prefer to pause on, and we'll might have a discussion on that? Of course, you could have a discussion on anything, but just want to see if it's pretty straightforward. Okay, hearing no committee comments. Okay, please proceed, Beth.
Okay, so item 5, BSC proposes to adopt Chapter 4 plumbing fixtures and fixture fittings of the 2021 UPC and carry forward existing amendments from the 2019 CPC into the 2022 CPC with a few modifications. So in item 5.1, BSC proposes to adopt sections 412.1.3, 412.1.4, and 412.1.4.1. And due to model code reformatting, these numbers have been, they were renumbered from a different number. So that's what's going on with those. And then item 5.2, BSC proposes to adopt section 412.1.4.1, which was titled originally urinal hybrids and is now being repealed and replaced with a new model code term, non-water urinals with drain cleansing action. BSC proposes to adopt this section and bring forward the existing amendment, which refers to Chapter 5, Division A53 of the California Green Building Standards Code. Item 5.3, Table 422.1, minimum plumbing facilities. BSC proposes to adopt this table and update the language noted below the title but above the table, which now refers to the California Building Code, or Table 4.1. This information was missed during the 2019 triennial code cycle when the occupant load factor Table A was modified and renumbered. So BS is proposing these changes in coordination with DSA. Item 6, BSC proposes to adopt Chapter 5 water heaters from the 2021 UPC into the 2022 CPC without any amendments. Item 7, BSC proposes to adopt Chapter 6 water supply and distribution from the 2021 UPC, carry forward existing amendments from the 2019 CPC with a minor editorial amendment in section 601.2, water supply and flushing, to renumber the code references in the exception to align with the corresponding exceptions added to the 2021 UPC. Item 8, BSC proposes to adopt Chapter 7, sanitary drainage, Chapter 8, indirect waste, Chapter 9, vents, and Chapter 10, traps and interceptors from the 2021 UPC without any amendments. Item 11, nope. Item 10, nope. Item 9, pardon me. BSE proposes to adopt Chapter 11, storm drainage, from the 2021 UPC and bring forward existing amendments from the 2019 CBC without any modifications. Item 10, BSE proposes to adopt Chapter 12, fuel gas piping, from the 2021 UPC without any amendments. And item 11, BSE proposes to continue to not adopt Chapter 13, healthcare facilities and medical gas and vacuum systems, and Chapter 14, fire stop protection, from the 2021 UPC. And I'll stop there before we get into Chapter 15.
Okay, thank you very much, Beth. Okay, before the committee, as presented by the state agency, items 5 through 11. Discussion, please. Okay, seeing none.
No, this is
Crystal.
Crystal.
Supposed to vote first.
I'm sorry?
Robert's Rules of Orders, aren't we supposed to vote before we have discussion?
Oh, I said it wrong. Questions or comments for the committee? Okay.
So
thanks,
this
Bob.
is Crystal. I have a clarifying question. So in item, I think it's item 5, in section 412.14, okay? So you're proposing to adopt the model code language. And then right underneath, you have a section 412.1.4.1, and you're using the exact same title for a subsection of the section. Is that correct? Or am I missing something?
Yeah, that's correct, because we were repealing urinal hybrid, and this is all a California amendment where we bring in Chapter 5, in reference to the California Green Code.
What I would say, Crystal, to that is that the first section is a general section related to the flush effectiveness. And the second section is a subsection that adds in the drain cleaning action provisions and the reference to the Green Code for BSC's authority. So I'm not sure if that helps or not.
Well, it's just the title is exactly the same.
Well, it's because I see this one says floor mounted urinals.
Non-water, and right here is where she's talking about non-water.
Non-water urinals with drain cleansing
And
action.
this one says non-water urinals with drain
Oh, I
cleansing
see those
action,
two.
which is a BSC amendment.
Yeah, well, we can look at that. We don't want to cause confusion with duplicative language, so we'll take a look at that for sure.
Thank you.
Good catch.
Actually, yeah, excellent point, Crystal. Questions, comments from the committee? Okay, seeing none. Any hands up on Zoom for committee members? Okay, no hands up. Public comment by Zoom.
There are no hands up in Zoom.
No hands up in Zoom.
Okay, public comment by phone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay, very good, thank you. So for the committee, do we have a motion to accept as submitted items number 5 through 11 by the agency? Do we have a motion, please?
Jay Hyde, so moved.
Hyde, a second, please.
Jake Tomlin, second.
Jake Tomlin, second. Okay, discussion by the committee. Okay, seeing none. Any Zoom discussion?
No.
Hands up. No. Okay. Roll call vote, please.
Okay. Ron Takaguchi,
Yes.
Michael Stone,
Yes.
Harry Mose,
Yes.
Jay Hyde,
Yes.
Jake Tomlin,
Yes.
Gail Bate. Okay. Shane Peters
Yes.
and Scott Whalen.
Yes.
Okay, unanimous.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Beth, if I may suggest, you take on number 12, chapter 15, all by itself.
Will do. Okay, item 12, BSC proposes to adopt chapter 15, alternate water sources for non-potable applications from the 2021 UPC with new amendments, carry forward existing amendments from the 2019 CPC with several minor and editorial modifications. Starting with item 12.1, BSC proposes to adopt section 1501.2, system design. So in response to comments received during the 2022 California Plumbing Code Workshop on December 11th, 2020, and in coordination with HCD and DWR, BSC proposes to carry forward existing language from the 2019 California Plumbing Code to continue to allow a licensed person who demonstrates the competency to design alternate water source systems to be carried into the 2022 CPC. The new language of the 2021 UPC added licensed plumbing contractor, which is more restrictive than the current requirements in Chapter 15 of the 2019 Plumbing Code. So stakeholders from the Plumbing Code Workshop indicated that there are other licenses that have the ability to design systems, such as a licensed landscape architect. So for this reason, BSC is proposing to repeal licensed plumbing contractor from this section and carry forward the existing amendment without change regarding the irrigation design plans. Item 12.2. Section 1501 maintenance responsibility. BSC proposes to adopt this section and renumber due to deletion of some model code sections. Item 12.3, section 1501.7, minimum water quality requirements. BSC proposes to adopt this section and bring forward existing amendment with a modification to delete the reference to the EPA and restore the UPC model code language referencing the NSF 350 as the water quality treatment for the on-site treated non-potable water systems, consistent with section 1506.9.2 minimum water quality. And lastly, BSC is making an editorial amendment to add an S on exceptions to accommodate DWR's added exception. These amendments are in coordination with HCD and DWR. Item 12.4, 1503.1, general. BSC proposes to adopt this section and add CG to the banner to identify BSC CG's authority for the gray water systems that apply to all non-residential occupancies with no other state agency, which no other state agency has the authority. So, and this is pursuant to Health and Safety Code section 18941.8. Item 12.5, section 1503.2.2, diversion. BSC proposes to adopt this section with a modification in response to comments again received during the 2022 California Plumbing Code Workshop on December 11th in 2020. And in coordination with HCD, BSC proposes to remove the term gray water from diverter valves. Stakeholders indicated in this meeting the term gray water diverter valve is too specific and would exclude other types of diverter valves from the supply of the compliant products. Stakeholders expressed concern with the new UPC reference to IAPMO PS 59 and recommended HCD and BSC propose to modify and align with existing language previously adopted, which does not define the type of diverter valve other than approved. And lastly, BSC is carrying forward the existing amendment indicating a readily accessible location within minor change to from an and to an A. Just an editorial amendment right there. Item 12.6, section 1503.2.4, rainwater diverter valves. This is a new section BSC is proposing to adopt from the 2021 UPC. And again, in response to comments received from industry, BSC is proposing to amend this section. For industry, there is only one available valve on the market listed to the IATMO ICG 352. BSC is proposing to remove the reference to allow for a more markedly available valves. The type of valve used should be up to the designer. Rainwater valve is not very different from other types of water like well water or surface water, and there are many potential valves on the market that could work. Moving on, 12.7, 1503.3, connections to potable and reclaimed recycled water. First off, there's an error in the CAM if you were going by the CAM, and it lists the section as number 1503.3.3, which it should be just 1503.3. So my apologies for the mistake. BSC is proposing to bring forward existing amendment from the 2019 CPC with a modification to add the word gray into the 2022 CPC.
Sorry, you're fine.
Okay. Item 12.8, 1503.8.2.1, laboratories. BSC is proposing to bring forward an existing amendment with the modification to correct the reference to Table A. In the 2019 edition of the CPC, Section 422.1 was amended during the 2019 intervening code cycle to permit an alternate Table 4.1, which replaced Table A, as an exception, which can be used if the jurisdiction has adopted it. BSC is also proposing to renumber the code reference within the section to align with corresponding sections renumbered in the current Cal Green Code. Item 12.9, Table 1504.5, surface irrigation design criteria for 6 typical soils. BSC proposes to adopt model code table and renumber this table from 1504.5.5 to 1504.5, consistent with the 2019 CPC. Item 12.10, 1504.5.2, irrigation field. BSC proposes to bring forward existing amendments from the 2019 CPC with a modification to repeal the reference to the informational publication irrigation performance report, drip emitters, and micro sprinklers, since the publication has not been updated for years, according to the Center for Irrigation Technology at the California State University, and this is consistent with HCD. Item 12.11, Table 1504.5.3, subsoil irrigation field construction. BSC proposes to adopt and renumber table to accurately align with the corresponding renumbered sections that come across from the 2019 California Plumbing Code. Item 12.12, 1506.95, required filters. BSC proposes to adopt this section from the 2021 UPC and modify for a grammatical correction to make the word system plural. Item 13, BSC proposes to adopt that's conclusion of chapter 15, and I'll entertain any questions you, I'm sure, will have.
Okay, thank you very much, Beth. Okay, chapter 15. Before the committee for questions or comments.
Ooh. I don't know where to start, but that's a lot going on there. Hey, so you have the you guys want to remove licensed plumbing contractor, and you want to put a licensed person who demonstrates competency in the design of the alternate water system, right? What would be, in your opinion, like would be an acceptable competent person in, coming from the Building Standards Commission?
We had listed like a landscape architect might be able to design a system like that.
Would they be familiar with cross connection and backflow conditions? That's just the concern because, I don't know, I just thought I'd ask.
Agreed, yeah.
Shane, this is Mike with Building Standards. I believe in the workshop, Beth had mentioned that there were comments about the concern of limiting it to only a licensed plumbing contractor because there were other, like she mentioned, like as an example, the landscape architect who would be potentially competent if they had this, their background for that would be able to design a system like that. So it really limits who can do it. And I think that was the concern.
It's kind of like what Jay pointed out earlier, the more detail you get, sometimes it causes more issues. So I get it. That's it for right now.
Okay.
Thank you, Shane.
Thank you. Thank you.
How about if we, let me follow up with that one. How about instead of removing licensed plumbing contractor, how about just removing the word plumbing? Because then it would refer to a landscape contractor or a GC or somebody else.
Certainly possible for consideration. I think if that's a desire the committee would want to make, they would have to propose that as an approved amend and suggest that we work with the other proposing agencies. In this case, it would be DWR and HCD to coordinate that language prior to going out to 45 days.
Of course, we're only talking about non-potable applications, so.
Understood.
To use the word contractor, does that exclude landscape architects then?
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
It might, and therein lies the reason that we don't like to try to write code on the floor because it sounds good right now, but then after we think about it, there may be another issue. So we take the recommendation and then we go back and research it further and work with our sister agencies to be sure that the action taken is consistent with what the intent. So.
All right, further comments or questions by the committee?
This is Crystal. I would recommend maybe asking or getting some feedback from the licensing board, California licensing, on who can do these.
Okay, thank you, Crystal. Anyone else? Okay, I'd like to have a question for Beth, and this goes to item 12.5 and 12.6. Backwater valve, no, I'm sorry, diversion valves.
Rainwater diversion valves.
Yeah, so both in the definition and section 1503.2.2, the word gray water was struck, and you gave good reasons why, as did the initial statement of reasons. But for rainwater diversion valves in the initial statement of reasons, and as you mentioned, it says that only one is available on the market as listed by IAPMO. So on one hand, with gray water diverter valves, I heard the rationale as being you don't want to limit gray water systems to only one type of valve. But on the other hand, rainwater valve diverter valves only seem to have one valve available. So if the goal, perhaps the goal, is to allow flexibility on the type of diverter valves, if you're going to strike the word gray water, would it make sense to strike the word rainwater from the term rainwater diversion valves for the same reason?
Okay, yeah, we can take a look at that.
But my question really goes to more of a technical one, because you have two different standards for gray water diverter valves and rainwater diverter valves. And can anyone use any type of diverter valves for either system? Seeing what, especially what gray water is there a concern to have a certain complying diverter valve for that type of system. And I appreciate input from the agency as well as any committee members.
We reached out to the Greywater people as well as some of the jurisdictions, and they've had no problems with some of the other commercially available diverter valves. They've seen no clogging and no problems with them.
So I guess a follow-up question is, can a rainwater diverter valve be used for gray water systems?
Good question.
Ron.
Oh, Shane, yes, please.
Yeah, I was just gonna, like your point saying about the gray water, they're striking it, but in the rainwater, they're keeping it. But they had put approved diverter valve, and who knows what's going to come on the market? And there's a lot of things coming out, and there's things coming in, there's things getting written up. But like you're saying, if it's just approved for that use, because they might write a listing, somebody might come out and have a listing and get it listed for specifically rainwater, specifically gray water. So if we kept it my feeling is if we kept it kind of open where it's just an approved valve on either one of those, that way it would be up to the installer and the inspection or whoever to make sure and confirm that the device or whatever they're using is an approved, fitting for that use. Because you're right, the gray water and the rainwater are going to be two different uses. They're going to be, and they may factor in depending on the source water and also what it's going to be used for. So, there's kind of, I don't know. I just think if it was it's just an approved diverter valve or an approved rainwater, or not even just use that, just approved valves. I'm not sure, but like Mike had said earlier, it's kind of hard to just jump on the floor and start moving words around, but it is a concern because there isn't much. We have a lot of people that are working on those systems that may not have that background, like a plumber or somebody who's familiar with our codes, and they may think a valve is a valve, and in fact, there is complications with using diverter valves for waste. There can be. So, but you don't want to stop somebody from designing something either.
Right. No, those are excellent points, Shane, and we've taken notes down on this. And what we'll probably do is, following this Code Advisory Committee meeting, we'll pull together Department of Water Resources and Water Resources Control Board and ourselves and discuss, the potential from those changes and see if we can come to an agreement on that.
Or piping industry guys as well, because
right.
We're the plumbers are the ones that end up putting it in or correcting it.
All right.
We get a lot of orphan systems out there.
Understood.
And thank you for that, Shane. And together with the installers, I'm also thinking about the designers, the installers, and then finally the inspection agency, cities and counties, and other agencies. When we see the word approved, that can mean a lot. If it has, IAPL stamp on there, or other listing agencies, might a building inspector take the word approved as just having the IAPL stamp on it, or some other agency, in the case of gray water, say. So I appreciate the comments, and I appreciate Building Standards Commission, further discussing this. Other than that, for me, that's all I had for item 15. So I will still.
Chair, this is Gail Bate. Could I make a comment, Chair?
Yes, sir.
Maybe just some thought of language would be a diverter valve approved for intended use.
Yeah, something like that. I agree.
Okay, thanks, Gail.
Yeah, thank you, Gail. Any other committee comments on item number 12, chapter 15?
I just want to note that I appreciate the potential for a sole sourced commercialized product, which was noted problem with IATMO listing. We can't have that, a monopoly on the product.
Right.
Oh, absolutely agreed, Scott. Okay. Any other committee comment or questions? Committee comment by Zoom?
No comments from Zoom.
Okay, we move to public comment by Zoom.
There are no hands up.
No hands there.
Phone comment.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay, back to the committee. For item number 12, chapter 15, do I hear a motion to accept as submitted?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to approve the proposed building standards as submitted.
Okay, thank you, Jake. A motion by Jake. Do I hear a second?
Jay Hyde, second.
Okay, thank you, Jay. Any committee discussion? Okay, seeing none, I think we're ready for a roll call vote.
Yes, sir. Ron Takaguchi,
Yes.
Michael Stone,
Yes.
Harry Mose,
Yes.
Jay Hyde,
Yes.
Jake Tomlin,
Yes.
Gail Bate,
Yes.
Shane Peters,
Yes.
Scott Whalen.
Yes.
Thank you. That's unanimous.
Okay, thank you very much, Mike. I want to pause for a second and give a time check here. It is 11:52. We have four more items to complete. I would suggest that we move on, let Beth finish the 4 items. And perhaps if it does not, there may not be too much comment, perhaps maybe take items 14, 15, and 16 prior to taking item number 13.
Okay.
Is that friendly to the committee? Okay, seems like it's yes. So Beth, if you will, please, items 14, 15, and 16.
Okay. Before I do 13?
Yes, please.
Okay. Okay, so item 14, chapter 17, BSC proposes to adopt chapter 17, the reference standards table in 1701.1 and 1701.2 with some modifications. So item 14.1, table 1701.1, BSC proposes to delete the existing reference section number to ASTM D 1235-2014. And then we're adding the new reference section number consistent with the renumbering in chapter 16. Item 14.2, that's IATMO PS 59-2016, and item 14.3, item IATMO IGC 352-2018. BSC is proposing to delete these references consistent with the deletion of the reference sections in item 12.5 and 12.6. And we're moving them to table 1701.2 to allow the use of the standard in the regulated community. I did 14, 15, there, 6. So item 15, the appendices A, B, D, H, and J. BSC is proposing to adopt these appendices from the 2021 UPC without any amendments. And item 16, Appendix I. Again, my apologies, in the commission action matrix, they should be numbered as 16.1, 16.2, 16.3, and 16.4, and I will correct those. BSC is proposing to continue adoption of Appendix Chapter I IAPMO IS 31-2014. We're only adopting that one from the 2021 UPC without any amendments. And we're not adopting the newly added appendix sections in the 2021 from the 2021 UPC, which are available for the local jurisdictions to adopt by ordinance. And that concludes that part.
Okay, thank you very much, Beth. So before the committee for questions or comment are items number 14, 15, and 16. Committee, questions, comments, please. Okay, seeing none. Committee comments by Zoom.
No comments.
Okay, we move to public comment. Public comment by Zoom.
There are no hands up.
No hands raised.
Okay, thank you. Public comment by phone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay, thank you very much. So before the committee, do I have a motion to accept as submitted items number 14, 15, and 16 as presented by the agency?
So moved, Scott Wayland.
Okay, Scott, thank you very much. Do we have a second?
I'll second, Gail Bate.
Okay, thank you, Gail. Motion and a second. Further discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote, please.
Sure. Ron Takaguchi,
Yes.
Michael Stone,
Yes.
Harry Mose,
Yes.
Jay Hyde,
Yes.
Jake Tomlin,
Yes.
Gail Bate,
Yes.
Jane Peters,
Yes.
and Scott Whalen.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mike. So Beth, take us home with item number 13, chapter 16, non-potable rainwater catchment systems.
So BSC is proposing to adopt Chapter 16 from the 2021 UPC with new amendments, carry forward existing amendments from the 2019 CPC with several modifications. So item 13.1, the same as in Chapter 15, BSC is proposing to adopt Section 1601.2, system design. So again, in response to the comments received during the 2022 California Plumbing Code workshop, and in coordination with HCD and DWR, BSC is proposing to carry forward existing language from the 2019 CPC to allow a licensed person who demonstrates the competency to design. So this is the same as in Chapter 15. Item 13.2, Section 1601.5.1, maintenance responsibility. BSC proposes to adopt model code and carry forward renumbering of the model code section from 1601.5.3 to 1601.5.1. Item 13-3, Section 1601.7, minimum water quality requirements. BSC proposes to renumber the code reference to this section to align with corresponding sections renumbered in the 2021 UPC. And this is also in alignment with HCD. Item 13-4, Section 1601.8, material compatibility. Okay, so let's go through this. 1601.8, material compatibility, 1601.9, systems controls, 1601.10, separation requirements, 1601.11, abandonment, 1601.11.1, general, 1601.11.2, underground tank, 1601.12, sizing. So BSC previously hadn't adopted these sections because of potential conflict with state requirements like the Title 23 Model Water Efficient Landscape and or the 2012 Rainwater Capture Act. However, upon further analysis, these sections do not appear to be in conflict with any existing state requirements. And stakeholders voiced no concerns when we brought this up to the workshop. So in item 13-5, section 1602.4, connection to potable or reclaimed recycled water systems. BSC proposes to adopt this section with a modification. The proposed amendment to this section is aligning with HCD and DWR. We propose to add a subtitle exception to clarify there are two exceptions. Exception 2 is added to parallel language in 1503.3, which allows a temporary connection to potable line for testing purposes prior to the connection of the rainwater catchment system. So item 13-6, section 1602.9.3, rainwater catchment system surfaces. BSC is proposing to repeal the existing California amendment from the 2019 CPC and adopt the model code section 1603.4 and 1603.41, in which the model code captured this language of the repealed amendment. So, and item 13.7, 1602.96, minimum water quality. BSC is proposing to repeal this existing California amendment. This model code adequately captured the portion of this language as well. 13.8 and item 13.9 I'll do together here. It's section 1603.4, rainwater catchment collection surfaces, and 1603.4.1, other surfaces. BSC proposes to adopt these model code sections with modification. These sections of the model code adequately matches the language that's being repealed from item 13.6, section 1602.9.3, rainwater catchment system surfaces, which was originally adopted to expand rainwater collection surfaces to include parking and pedestrian surfaces and other man-made impervious surfaces to clarify that water collected from parking surfaces or below grade surfaces shall meet the water quality requirements for the on-site treated non-potable gray water. Model code adequately covers this language, so only a minor amendment was needed to add impervious to in 1603.4 and replace stormwater with water quality and add gray and to the section 1603.4.1. Item 13-10, section 1603.5, minimum water quality. BSC proposes to continue to adopt this section of the model code with a modification to the exception. This exception, formerly in 1603.9.6, again, model code adequately captured a portion of the language in the exception. BSC is forwarding the balance of the exception language that was not captured, which the portion not captured in the exception is to allow systems with storage tanks less than 5,000 gallons to be installed when the tank is supported on grade and the height to diameter ratio does not exceed 2:1. Item 13.11, section 1603.5.1, treatment. BSC is adopting this new model code section without any amendments. In section 13.12, section 1603.5.2, disinfection. BSC is proposing to carry forward this amendment from the 2019 CPC with some non-substantive changes to remove the capital E and A and use lowercase here. 13-13, section 1603.8, above grade. BSC proposes to adopt this section and carry forward existing amendment from the 2019 CPC with a minor editorial amendment to add the word section prior to reference number. Item 13-14, section 1603.13, storage tank venting. BSC proposes to adopt this section and renumber the code references to align with corresponding sections renumbered in the 2021 UPC and bring forward existing amendment which provides a non-substantive change to replace the 2.4 millimeters with the 1.6 that was missed previously. And that concludes chapter 16.
Okay, thank you very much, Beth. All right, before the committee, any questions or comments for the agency on chapter 16?
This is Crystal. Just a friendly reminder on 16.1 for further study on the licensing abilities.
Okay.
And this is Jay. I've got a quick question on 1603.5. What does the height to diameter have to do with the treatment or non-treatment?
1603.5. Look that up and get back to you.
Okay.
I can search into, because this is just being pretty much carried forward. It's a new amendment to this section, but not a new amendment to chapter 16. So I'll have to look back on it.
Thank you.
Jay, if I may, I believe you are referring to the building code exception where a tank has a 2-to-1 ratio. It would not need a permit.
Right.
Yeah, and I'm sure you were thinking of that. So I think maybe consistent with rainwater catchment systems, idea was to make it as maybe as straightforward as possible. I also had a question on that same section because I know it's a carry or the item just moved from a existing BSC amendment. Water treatment for the 5,000 gallon tank above ground would imply that if the tank of any size up to 5,000 gallons grade would imply that that would need treatment, correct?
Yeah, anything up to 5,000 gallons would not need treatment.
Oh, but if the tank is installed below grade, as the code allows.
Or above grade for that matter.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying. Supported directly upon, it says supported directly upon grade.
I mean, the 2-to-1 ratio thing leads me to believe in, seismic and support, although we're not addressing seismic and support in chapter 16, which.
Anyway, is that something for the agency to perhaps look into? About subsurface tanks and water treatment? Okay.
Actually, your point about elevated tanks is I think well taken as well. I mean, what if it's on the roof of a mid-rise? I mean, what does that have to do with the treatment? That's the question.
Well, this indicates that it's for subsurface or non-sprinkled surface.
Well, and what we're also seeing is some rainwater catchment systems in parking, subterranean parking garages, which would not be grade. So I think that's the committee's point.
Okay.
The tie in between grade and water treatment.
So the section for the minimum water quality.
Okay, so any further comment from the committee? If not, we move to public comment. Any public comment by Zoom?
There are no hands up.
No hands up for Zoom.
Okay, public comment by phone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay, and back to the committee for a motion. Well, maybe we might have to do, I guess, to the agency. What is your action for 1603.5 given committee comment? Will that be a further study item, perhaps?
Yeah.
Okay, so if I could say this, can we do this in one motion, Mike, or should it be two?
Well, I would say if you're going to split and take an action on a particular item within that, then you would want to have a separate motion for that, just so we can keep it clear. And
Okay.
then take the remaining items within that that item and take those in a separate motion.
Okay, so let me start with this. Do we have a motion from the committee to take item 13-10, which is section 1603.5 of the California Plumbing Code, for further study? Okay, motion by Jay. Do we hear a second, please?
Second, Scott.
Scott, thank you for your second. Further discussion. Okay, so that item for further study, roll call vote, please.
Okay. Ron Takaguchi.
Yes.
Michael Stone.
Yes.
Harry Mose. Jay
Yes.
Hyde.
Yes.
Yes. Jay Hyde. Jake Tomlin.
Yes.
Gail Bate.
Yes.
Shane Peters. And Scott Whalen.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, and we have the balance of the items from chapter 16, item number 13. Do we have a motion to accept as submitted by the agency?
So moved.
Motion by Scott. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Jay. Okay, further discussion on the balance of items number 13. Okay, hearing none, roll call vote, please.
Okay. Do you, before we go further, are you aware of where we are?
Before we go further, Crystal had suggested a further study for item 13-1.
Is that accurate, Crystal? I thought that was more commentary to make it consistent.
Yeah, that was just commentary. The other one was approved as submitted, but I'm sure you're gonna do something in the 45-day.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so are we ready for roll call vote?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Newman?
Yes. Ron Takaguchi.
Yes.
Michael Stone.
Yes.
Harry Mose.
Yes.
Jay Hyde.
Yes.
Jake Tomlin.
Yes.
Gail Bate.
Yes.
Shane Peters.
Yes.
And Scott Whalen.
Yes.
Thank you.
And we have one more action, and that is to accept the amendments. Help me out here, Mike, to accept the amendments and.
Yeah. Well, what we usually say is we want a global motion to accept the committee's actions, the recommendations for parts 3, 4, and 5, or if you want to use them by item numbers, we can do it that way as well. For BSC.
Okay, so it is a overall motion for Building Standards Commission for parts 3, 4, and 5. Do we have a motion, please, for the overall overall amendments by Building Standards Commission?
Scale Bait, I make the motion. Approve.
Gail, by. Sorry, was that you, Jay?
Sure, I'll second.
Okay, all right, thank you. Motion by Gail, second by Jay. And this is again to accept amendments as presented for parts 3, 4, and 5. Roll call vote, please.
Yes, sir. Ron Takaguchi.
Yes.
Michael Stone.
Yes.
Harry Mose.
Yes.
Jay Hyde.
Yes.
Jake Tomlin,
Yes.
Gail Bate,
Yes.
Shane Peters,
Yes.
Scott Whalen.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mike. So thank you very much, Beth, Enrique, Mike, for the presentation from the Building Standards Commission. That concludes the presentation from that state agency. Before we break from lunch, just a look at the agenda and where we are. We have 5 state agencies remaining for presentation. I would offer this, that we will go through it as far as we can today, possibly having our meeting until 5 o'clock. As it gets closer to 5 o'clock, we'll gauge where we are and decide if we will continue, if it's very quick items, or schedule a meeting in continuation for tomorrow. But with that, I suggest we adjourn for lunch and make it a more or less a 30-minute lunch. It is 12:17. So I will say, how about we reconvene at 12:50? Okay, 12:50 reconvening. I move that we, well, don't move, but say we break for lunch at this time.
Sounds good. Thanks, Ron.
Thank you.
Yep.
1250.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good job.
It's on.
Yeah,
All right, committee members, can we do a check-in, please, if you're back from lunch? Or turn your cameras on when you're ready. Hi, Crystal. Let's see. Gail, are you there?
Yes, I'm on.
Okay, thank you, sir. Harry, are you there? And Fred, are you there?
We're just fighting, trying to get off the call, Ron.
Oh, yeah.
You know how that goes.
We can certainly pull you in, yes. Fred, are you there? Harry, are you here? Okay, Mike, I think we have all but two present, but still allows a quorum, correct?
Yes, we should be fine with that. And
Okay.
honestly, I think by the time everybody gets set up and starts presenting, we'll probably be fine.
Okay, well, I'd like to reconvene, so if I could please call this meeting back to order. And we're going to begin this afternoon session with the Department of Housing and Community Development. And before we begin, I'd like to just state for this agency, we received several comment letters from the public, and we will address those comments accordingly with the item that they that they wrote in for. And I think at this time, Mike, I think I'd like to go over the letter that you submitted. Mike Stone, that is.
Oh, yes, sure. Go ahead, Ron.
So point of order for Mike Neerman. Michael Stone, of course, is one of our committee members, and in his official capacity or public capacity, he submitted a letter to HCD's proposal for Part 3 of the Electrical Code to California Electrical Code, or I should say NEC Section 230.67, which is a new section. The point of order here, Mike Neerman, is for this item, does Mike Stone have to recuse himself, or what is the procedure?
I would say that would make sense that because they're the one asking for whatever the particular item is in the motion itself, that would probably be good to abstain. I also know that this is a recommendation body. So it would appear to me that Mike is involved in this as a committee member, but he also has opinions about these. So I'd leave it to Mike to say, if this is an industry representative letter from NEMA, then perhaps you recuse yourself in the vote, and you can certainly discuss and work it through. If it's your comment specifically, then you just discuss it as a committee member when the topic comes up for discussion. So I'll get at that, and you can kind of decide how you're going to approach that.
I did submit it on NEMA's behalf. So okay. Just maybe I can make my comments during the public comment period rather than the committee comment period.
Makes perfect sense.
Okay.
Okay, and if the committee has questions of a technical nature that Mike Stone obviously has knowledge of, in the neutral sense, could we address the technical questions to Mike?
I certainly think he is available to answer those questions if they come up. Sure.
Okay, and is that okay with you, Mike Stone?
Sure, that'd be fine.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so getting that clarification straight, and it's certainly all within the public transparency process, I think we could begin and ask the state agency to present. So hello, Emily, welcome.
There a minute ago.
Okay, I think I'm okay now.
We hear you, but we don't see you.
Oh, you want me to? Okay.
Either way, whatever you're comfortable with.
If she
How's
pictures
that?
it, Ron, it helps for people on YouTube to know who's speaking.
Gotcha. So if you didn't hear that, Emily, it helps with this to have the camera on for the people on YouTube who are watching. It's easier for them to see who's speaking.
Okay. Good afternoon to the chair and members of the Code Advisory Committee. My name is Emily Withers, Codes and Standards Administrator 2, representing the Department of Housing and Community Development. I also have with me Tom Martin, who is a District Representative 2 with the State Housing Law Program, to assist me through some of these sections. Thank you for the opportunity to present HCD's proposed changes for the 2022 California Electrical Code and to respond to any questions you may have related to our proposals. HCD's proposal is adoption of the 2020 National Electrical Code as directed by Health and Safety Code Section 17922. New amendments for the California Electrical Code were minimal. Therefore, we transmitted the proposed changes to stakeholders on our email list with the request that comments be submitted to HCD by January 5th, 2021. So this was in lieu of a focus group meeting. And 3 comments were received by HCD, as Ron mentioned earlier. The express terms text with any changes resulting from internal analysis or other comments from stakeholders is currently before you, along with HCD's rationale for the changes. We would also like to note that some changes, especially in Article 89, are included in HCD's proposed changes for Chapter 1, Division 1, and other parts of Title 24 for consistency. We will be providing more details on the proposed changes as we progress through the package. To conclude this general introduction, HCD will commence with the discussion of proposed changes and request that the Code Advisory Committee's recommendations, or we request the Code Advisory Committee's recommendation at the conclusion of each section or sections as you prefer to group them. And we also thank the committee for your time and sharing of expertise and are available to answer any questions or provide further information. So with that, I can actually go into the express terms document. I think the matrix for HCD seems to be really long, but I think we can group a lot of these items. Chapter 1, we can Chapter 1, Item 1, 101.1 title, very similar to what Beth is doing for the BSC changes. We're just making the reference model code that's adopted or incorporated by reference, changing it from 2017 to 2020. So it's a change, but it's not a change that we would be discussing. So all the other sections, which include items 1, 2, through 124 are editorial changes. They're updating HCD's authority and references for the purposes of HCD1, the permanent dwellings, HCD2, permanent structures and mobile home parks and special occupancy parks. And then also for HCD1AC, which is the housing accessibility. So it's just updating authority and references. And then other changes are bolding section titles, making language consistent with other chapter 1s in Title 24. So you could probably group 1-2 through 1-24 together.
Okay. And Emily, thank you for that. And let me say in advance, thank you for the work that HCD has done because it's not only important at the state level, but also the local level, because housing is such an important aspect in all aspects of the state. And with RENA numbers, very important to local jurisdictions as well. But I'd like to ask the committee, would it be okay if Emily continues on with items 2 and 3 for Article 90 and Chapter 1? Okay, I see thumbs up. I don't see any opposition. So Emily, how about presenting item number 2 and 3?
Okay, item number 2 is the adoption of Article 90. The only change we're making in Article 90, and this is your item 2.2, we're including an HCD1, HCD2 amendment, which correlates with section or article section 89.101.33, just so there's consistency. And our original thought was not to adopt the 89.101.33 and just adopt the model code, but since this 90 is shared with other state agencies, we couldn't just delete the 89.101.33. So we carried the California amendment into this section.
Okay, and if you would, item 3, chapter 1.
Okay, item 3, chapter 1, this is the general chapter for the electrical code. And these changes are very simple for item 3.1 and 3.2. And all we're doing is reformatting our banner. In one, we've always tried to be consistent in the HCD ampersand HCD2, and that's all that's doing.
Okay, thank you very much. And at this time, I'd like to turn it over to the committee for any questions or comments on HCD's items 1, 2, and 3. Okay, seeing none, hearing none. Emily, I have a question for you, just as a clarification. In Article 90, which is scope, what's not covered, and one of the clarifications you add is what's not covered are mobile homes. And, you know, forgive me because I think you and I had a conversation about this. Mobile homes are not under HCD authority.
They actually are constructed under a federal standard.
So the state of California would have no authority whatsoever as far as the construction and, in this case, wiring within the mobile home?
I don't think so. When the state of California comes into play, and I don't really work with the permitting section of HCD, but when there's alterations to the mobile homes or manufactured homes, then they're required to apply for a permit through HCD. Tom, if you have anything to add to that, I'd appreciate that. It's Tom Martin, if he's online.
Yeah, they are regulated by the federal regulations. And the problem with that is they are back on the 2005 NEC, and federal regulations don't update nearly as regularly as we do. So we can't use the 2020 NEC because the federal reg says they are built to the 2005 NEC.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Tom. Any further comment or question from the committee? Scott, please.
How about prefab structures when they're manufactured in another state and they are transported into California?
Factory built housing actually is required to comply with Title 24, not the local amendments to Title 24, but Title 24, the statewide code.
Yeah. I saw that get sticky in the real world once.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of changes now. I know shipping containers are coming into the code too. So, you know, it's a lot of different changes. Okay. Commercial modulars are held to the Title 24.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Any other committee comment questions? Committee comment by Zoom. Any hands up?
No hands up in Zoom.
Okay, we shall move to public comment. Public comment by Zoom.
And there are no hands raised in Zoom.
No hands for Zoom.
Okay, let's go to public comment by phone, please.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay, thank you very much. So back to the committee. May I have, is there a motion to accept as submitted the agency's items 1, 2, and 3 of Part 3 of the California Electrical Code?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Okay, motion by Mike Stone, thank you. Do we have a second, please?
This is Gail Bain, I'll second.
Okay, second by Gail Bate. Thank you, Gail. Further discussions on these items? Okay, seeing none, hearing none. I now bring this to a roll call vote.
Yes, sir. Let me grab that. Okay, Ron Takaguchi,
Yes.
Michael Stone,
Yes.
Harry Mose,
Yes.
Jay Hyde,
Yes.
Jake Tomlin,
Yes.
Gail Bate,
Yes.
Shane Peters,
Yes.
and Scott Whalen.
Yes.
Thank you. Unanimous.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Emily, I suggest that for item number 4, chapter 2, we take that singularly by itself. Oh, you're still muted, Emily. Could you start over, please?
I think we can group items 4.1 through 4.5, which covers adoption of Articles 200, 210, 215, 220, and 225.
Okay. And if you could proceed with the rest of the items for chapter 2.
Okay, item 4.6 is the section on surge protection. This is section 230.67. And this is the section where we received the comments on our exception that we're proposing. Without going through a lot of detail in our ISAR, which explains why we're adopting this exception, we have some health and safety code sections in the state housing law that actually keeps us from requiring new provisions for existing housing. And those are actually in section 17.922, parenthetical D section, and then also in 17.958.1. And I thought I had those sections with me. Let me see. So the main section in 17.922D, what it states is that regulations other than building standards which are adopted, amended, or repealed by the department, etc. And it basically says that shall permit the replacement, retention, and extension of original materials and continued use of original materials of construction as long as the hotel, lodging house, motel, etc., or portions thereof, or the building and structural accessory thereto complies with the provisions published in the code at the time of permitting, is basically what it says, and doesn't become a substandard building. So that's what keeps us from adopting retroactive standards. Now, I know there were some comments that talked about some retroactive standards that we have adopted. For example, related to garage door openers, carbon monoxide devices, but those, the authority for that actually was in the statutory language itself. So with the surge protective devices, we don't have an actual statute that says that existing buildings shall be required to install the surge protective devices. So that's why we have the exception. When we worded the exception, we wanted to make sure that it didn't prohibit the installation of the surge protective devices if the owner wanted it, or if PG&E, SMUD, other utilities required it as part of their service agreement. So that's why we put the exception in, and that's why it's worded the way it's worded.
Hey, Emily, I just wanted to add that coming from an electrical background, I absolutely think it's a great idea to do it, but I absolutely think 17.922 of the Health and Safety Code restricts us from requiring it. I do believe that electrical contractors in general are going to come to the point where they're saying, this is what we're installing Yeah, it's not required, but this is what we install everywhere because it is a safety issue.
All right, thank you, Tom. And Emily, please continue completion of this item. And when you're done, let me just suggest that you finish items 4.7, 4.8, 4.9, and then we'll discuss item 4 in its total.
Okay, 4.7, 4.8, 4.9 is just adoption of Articles 240, 242, and 250.
Okay, does that conclude your report for item number 4, Emily?
Yes.
Okay, it's now before the committee, and if the committee wouldn't mind, I would like to start with this. And I'll start with a clarification for you, Emily and Tom. Because as the exception is written, I know that you made reference to the 2022 California codes. And what you're presenting, as I take it, is that anything that has a, anything that is, I'll use this word, anything that is built after the next 2022 code cycle, this section would apply. So if they built a house in sometime in 2023 and they change their electrical service 5 years later, the replacement of the electrical service with the surge protection would apply. Is that correct?
If the home was built January 2nd, 2023, and 5 years later, it would already have the surge protective devices installed because of the effectiveness of the effective date of this code. So when anything, the service equipment is replaced, it would have to be replaced. It would be the same replacement.
Okay.
Because it would be after January 1st, 2023.
Okay. And if a house is submitted to the local building department with an application prior to January 1st, 2023, obviously the 2020 National Electrical Code would not apply this, and therefore this replacement section would not apply. You're saying that if they replace their electrical service 5 years later or 20 years later, they would not have to have surge protection. Is that correct?
With this exception in place, yes, unless the locals adopted it. But I believe because of the statutory requirement in 17.922, and actually there is a sort of a related amendment in 17.958, which prohibits the locals from retroactive requirements also.
Okay, and that's the next thing I'd like to go to. But before I go into that, I'd just like to make a commentary. And my role, not only as chair, but having the representation of an electrical engineer, I believe that this section, not only for the new electrical services, but anything replacement, does have a lot of life safety value in it, as Mike Stone presented from NEMA, also as Tom Martin, as electrical expert, opined also. Surge protection by any means does provide life safety, not only at the front level for the electrical service, but also, as Mike Stone mentioned in his letter, for the life safety devices that it protects within the electrical system. So saying that, I do see the merit of this section being new to the 2020 code and also applicable to replacements. What I would like to say about Health and Safety Code section 17.922, I'm pausing because that is a very, very broad and very maybe complex application. Because depending on how it's read, I could opine, and this is just an opinion, that it doesn't mean retroactivity application of the codes. It just means that there are certain instances where somebody, a homeowner, say, can enjoy using previous codes and standards. If California or all state agencies or the Building Standards Commission or even the Attorney General opine that 17922 does not apply to anything existing with any new code updates, it would invalidate many, many things in the codes that are not in statute. You mentioned, Emily, some things in statute like smoke detectors, carbon monoxide alarms. But for example, the National Electrical Code has requirements for replacement of ground fault circuit interrupter receptacles. If somebody is replacing a non-GFCI in a bathroom with a new receptacle, it must be GFCI according to the national, now California Electrical Code. But by the presentation of 17922, you would then imply that you can't apply that model code section. So, and I might want to turn it over to CBSC staff for suggestions or direction on this, because I think it's a larger issue than this one item alone.
Well, I'm not sure what additional direction we can provide other than to say if you see it as an issue or concern, then in the motion you should state that so that it can be further investigated between now and 45 days. I also wanted to just mention that Harry had his hand up for a long time, so I wasn't sure if he had any responsive comments to what we're discussing as well.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. And that wasn't meant to close commentary by the commission. So Harry, if you could please. Oh, and you're muted, Harry. Could you turn on your mic, please? We still can't hear you, Harry.
Harry, you're still muted. You turned off your video.
While Harry's attempting to do that, can I ask, are there any other committee comments or questions? And I will say either on this item on 230.67 or anything on chapter 4 or item 4.
This is Scott Whalen. I mean, I share your concern. We don't want to, the retroactive code mandates are very unprecedented. You know, I can think of the air quality management districts where we talk about low NOx, the CO2 sensors in classrooms that we're going to get from AB 841. And so I appreciate that. And also not being an electrical engineering practitioner, but understanding that life safety is not always in the codes and it's a little bit self-regulating. But, and to your point, Ron, there's many things in the code, including the part 6, when you touch it, then it triggers. So it would be appropriate for the exception here to clarify that if you touch it, it triggers, if what is what you were saying.
Okay. And you summed it up, Scott. Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. You touch it, yeah, it applies. Harry, do we have you back on microphone, sir?
Yeah, I think I'm on now.
Yeah.
No, I didn't have any questions.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Any other committee comment or questions?
This is Crystal from California State Fire Marshal's Office. I think health and section 13143, which is referenced in the 17.922, says that if there is a building standard such that will be a life safety hazard, it shall comply with the new codes. So I think that this exception may be in conflict with some other health and safety laws that promote fire and life safety.
Important point, Crystal. Thank you. Okay. Does the agency wish to comment on that, or?
Yeah, this is Emily Withers with HCD. I don't have that 13-143 section in front of me right now, but we can take it under advisement, take a look at it, and discuss it.
Okay, thank you. Further committee comment or questions? Okay, committee comment by Zoom. Any hands up on committee? No. Okay, let's move to public comment. Public comment by Zoom.
Mr. Chairman, should I comment at this time?
Yeah, public member, that is allowed, correct, Mike?
Yes, now we're in the public phase, so.
We were just heading to that, but he had his hand up a split second before that, so.
Okay, that's fine.
Oh, okay, proceed, Mike.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, some of you have already pretty much expressed, what I had in my public comments, so I won't repeat all of it. But the main point is that it wasn't being questioned on the technical merit. It was a conflict with the existing state law. And when I read the health and safety code sections, I didn't see where, this is just me, I didn't see where it really conflicted. And another item I pointed out in the public comment was that smoke alarms and carbon monoxide alarms and AFCI and GFCI receptacle replacement, those are all retrofits that are required by the code. And these surge suppressors, they're actually directly related to that. They protect those particular devices against damage from surge that you wouldn't know about until it had to operate and it didn't. So I really think it's right along the same lines as those life safety devices that are already required for retrofit, if you want to put it that way. And this really is directly related to life safety. And I hope we can figure out a way to not have this exception. And I don't know what that'll entail. Maybe we need to send it back for further study as far as it does conflict with the health and safety code. So thanks. And if anybody has any questions on all the technical stuff I put in there, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay, thanks, Mike. Further public comment by Zoom.
There are no hands up in Zoom.
No hands in Zoom now.
Okay, public comment by phone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to propose that the committee entertain a motion to accept as submitted items 4-1 through 4-5 and items 4-7, 4-8, 4-9 as submitted. And we'll separately take this discussion on surge protectors. So could I have a motion, please, for accept as submitted for items 4-1, 4-5, 4-7, 4-8, 4-9.
Mr. Chair, I'll make that motion.
Is that allowed, Mike, if he's recused himself?
I prefer if someone else made the motion.
Okay, that's fine. I'll withdraw that. Thanks.
Thank you.
No, you only recused on that one item, though, Mike.
Right. Good point. Good point.
Yeah, so, okay, so motion by Mike Stone.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's fine. I forgot about that.
And second, we have a second.
I'll second it, Scott.
Okay, Scott, thank you very much. So further discussion on these items, 4-1 through 4-5, 4-7 through 4-9 by the committee. Okay, seeing none, hearing none, roll call vote, please, Mike?
Yes, sir. Ron Takaguchi,
Yes.
Mike Stone,
Yes.
Harry Mose,
Yes.
Jay Hyde,
Yes.
Jake Tomlin,
Yes.
Gail Bate,
Yes.
Shane Peters,
Yes.
Scott Whalen.
Yes.
Thank you. It's unanimous.
Mike, point of order, please.
Yes.
For this next item that we have to vote on, item 4-6 for the surge protector, is it acceptable to make a motion that committee members would individually submit their action vote?
Huh, I've never heard that before.
So some of us may approve, some of us may disapprove, some of us may further study, and so on. I think we may be in consensus on this. We didn't really discuss it, and maybe we should discuss it further.
Or you can. I think the normal process would be somebody would make a motion for that particular item, and then the committee would vote on that motion. And if it carries, if you get enough positive votes, that carries. If you don't, like somebody else wants a disapproval, maybe somebody wants further study, and a couple people, don't have an issue, then it needs to, that motion would fail, and then it needs to be restated, a new motion, perhaps with a different action, to see if that one would go through.
Okay.
So you dispose of it that way until you get a quorum to vote.
Okay, so thank you for that, Mike. So I will leave it to the committee to propose a motion, however you see fit for this item. And again, the actions we could take are approve, disapprove, approve as amended, or further study.
This is Gail Bate. I'd like to make a motion to further study.
Okay, thank you, Gail. Do we have a second?
This is Jay Hyde, yes.
Okay, motion by Gail, second by Jay for further study, further discussion.
Ron, I'd like to ask a question. Are you suggesting that we take it on as an advisory body, or are we asking HCD to reflect on the public comments and see if they can rectify the exception?
It's actually the latter, Scott. It's if the motion for further study is approved by the committee, HCD will take it back based on committee and public comment.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? And I just might state for the record that in my case, the motion is before us, and I suggest that we move forward with voting on the motion. But for the record, I would disapprove this, but that's not before us. So I will vote according to the motion before us. Okay. So I think we're ready for a roll call vote, Mike?
Yes. So, okay, Ron Takaguchi.
No.
Well, can I ask for a point of order? I thought that we were just going to put a motion on the floor to reconsider, and that's what you're. That's what.
Yeah, let me explain a little bit about. So one of the options, obviously, is further study, and typically a committee decides to request further studies because they just don't feel like the proposal has been completed. There may be other issues or concerns, and that sounds like what's happening with this item. So the further study asks the agency to go back and reinvestigate it, perhaps further amend if needed to cover the concerns that were raised during the meeting. Now, related to that is there's a short period of time between the Code Advisory Committee and when we go out to 45 day. Doesn't give the agency a lot of time to do that kind of research. If it's something they can do, they have the option and the requirement to do that. If they can't, then they may or may not accept the committee's recommendation and then move forward in that manner. So That's kind of how it is. It's up to HCD if they want to actually accept it. But the committee has to decide whether you want to approve further study or some other motion.
Okay, so the vote on the PEME floor right now is to ask HCD to further study.
For item 4.4-6 only.
Thank
Yes. Correct. And I think we're in the middle, so I'll continue on with the roll call. Next on the line is Michael Stone.
Abstain.
Oh, that's right. Sorry, recusing. Harry Moose, excuse me. Harry Mose.
No. No.
Thank you. Jay Hyde.
No. Yep.
Yes,
Oh.
Jay.
I seconded, but no.
No. Okay. Jake Tomlin.
Yes.
Gail Bate.
No.
Shane Peters.
No.
And Scott Whalen.
Yes.
Okay, so we have 1, 2 approving, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 disapproving. So motion fails.
And actually, Mike, this goes with Scott's question. What does it mean that the motion failed to not further study?
Well, I think the motion is if you're going to ask them to further study and you approve it, then they take it back and further study it. If the motion doesn't pass, then the committee has to come up with another motion.
Yeah. Ron, I guess if we're in discussion right now, why do you disapprove of it, kicking this back to HCD with our input, asking them to fix it?
As opposed to what, Scott?
As to making a motion to reject it right now completely.
Well, as I said, as comment, that was my desire to disapprove it, but that wasn't the motion. So I was just voting on the motion. Since the motion to further study failed, as Mike said, is before us to further discuss or make another motion. And I'll leave it up to the committee to bring it up to, we could bring a motion to further study and revote, or any of the other actions, approve, disapprove, or approve as amended.
Okay, so the director indicated that we shouldn't attempt in this body right now to wordsmith, but Ron and Mike, let me ask you guys a question. If this exemption provided a path for inclusion into the safety standard that the NEC is trying to build into here, and it had a path for an existing system to be replaced without a restriction, would that exception be? I mean, I guess what we're trying to put in here is not a trigger that every single system out there needs to be fixed tomorrow, right? That's what we're trying to avoid. Emily, is that correct? So can we have our cake and eat it? Can we?
Well, the actual language talks about replacement. So when the service equipment is replaced, that the surge protective device has to be there. And I think some of the comments were is that it could be incorporated in the service equipment. And Tom, you can talk anytime in here if you'd like. So yeah. It's not a retroactive standard that everything has to be sort of like the water conserving fixtures. By a certain date, everything has to meet a certain water flow rate. It's not like that. It's upon replacement is the way the model code is reading.
Yeah, so what it's saying is if you do replace your panel, then you need to add in the surge protection. It's not saying you have to replace your panel and add in surge protection.
Okay, well,
which
then
is very much akin to ground fault circuit interrupter, arc fault circuit interrupter circuits or devices. Once you touch it, you have to upgrade it to today's code. And it's presented in the express terms in the statement of reasons, but I would say this, that it's not known if 17922 applies or not. Crystal brought up a great point that other parts of the health and safety code that may override that or may not have that apply.
If you're talking, we couldn't hear you.
Well, no, I wasn't talking. I was thinking. I'm so sorry.
Sorry, I said to Tom, I saw Tom Martin's light up, but I didn't hear anything, so I thought he might have been trying to talk.
No, I wasn't. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, I'd like to bring it back to the committee for our action or direction. In other words, what do we want the agency to do, or what is our what is our desire for this item?
I think I heard the committee basically say we do not like that exception and don't think it's appropriate.
Okay. With that, Jay, would you like to make a motion, or would you?
I would like to move that the proposal be disapproved.
Okay. A motion for disapproval of the amendment. Do we have a second?
I'll second it, Gail Bay.
Okay, thank you, Gail. Further discussion on to disapprove this exception amendment.
Just a point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Do we need to cite what of the 9 criteria we believe it doesn't meet? Are we saying it conflicts with other health and safety code sections?
Yes, we do, right, Mike?
That is what you should do, yeah.
Okay, and thanks for that reminder, Jake. That is part of our duty. So I bring it to the maker of the motion and the seconder. Do you have 9-point criteria which to base your disapproval?
Trying to get that in front of me.
Okay, as we all are, I think, at this moment.
Just to help out the group, I think it's item number 1. The proposed building standard does not conflict, overlap, duplicate, or other standards. So we're saying it conflicts potentially.
Okay, is that friendly to the maker of the motion?
Yes.
Any others that anyone could suggest? It doesn't only have to be one, it could be more than one criteria.
Number 5 could apply the benefit based on the cost.
It could also be 9, state fire marshal.
And Jake, as our fire official, would you agree, number 9 as well?
I don't know. I mean, Crystal would probably know better than I whether that section would be applicable to the state fire marshal regulation.
This is Gail. I think it is a fire life safety issue. I think it would be a very applicable one myself.
Crystal, any input on 9?
I would put 9.
We'd have to work with HCD and coordinate. So 9 could potentially be applicable.
Okay, so we have proposed criteria 1, 5, and 9. If I give a few seconds for everyone to review that and comments.
I'm acceptance as the second.
Say that again, Gil.
I says as the second, I'm acceptance of those criteria.
1, 5, and 9?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
As the maker of the motion.
And the maker of the motion, okay, thank you. So would you like to restate your motion with those criteria?
Yes. 1, 5, 9. I move that the committee reject the proposed amendment to the California Building Code or the electrical code based on criteria 1, 5, and 9.
Okay, thank you, Jay. And is that friendly to the seconder, Gil?
Yes,
Okay.
I will second that.
Okay, thank you, sir. We have a motion and a second to disapprove this item based on criteria 1, 5, and 9. Further discussion, please. Okay, seeing none, hearing none, I will ask for a roll call vote.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, I was trying to unmute.
Okay, yes, Fred.
I just wanted to be clear, this is the Article 230 Services, Section 230.67, Surge Protection, proposed change by HCD. Is that correct?
Yes, the exception to subsection D.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Fred. So again, the motion is to disapprove with the yes or no vote. Okay, Mike, if you will, please.
Yes, sir. Ron Takaguchi,
Yes.
Michael Stone.
Abstain.
Sorry, yeah, I keep forgetting. Sorry.
That's the last time I'll say it.
Yeah, sorry. Harry Mose. Harry?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, Jay Hyde,
Yes.
Jake Tomlin,
No.
Gail Bate,
Yes.
Shane Peters. Shane?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. And Scott Whalen.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Okay, thank you, Mike. And thank you, Emily and Tom, for your input on that one. Emily, if we could continue, and I would suggest that if you take items 5 and 6 together, if that is okay with the committee. Item 5, Chapter 3, Wiring Methods. Item 6, Chapter 4, Equipment for General Use. Is that okay with the committee to hear those together? Okay, got thumbs up? Don't see any opposition. So Emily, please, items 5 and 6.
Okay, item 5 is adoption of Chapter 3, Wiring Methods and Materials. A lot of the sections, I'm not going to read the section number and titles, such as Beth did. Our existing amendments are in Article 334 for non-metallic sheath cable, and we're not making any changes. The only real existing amendments are the references to types of construction, and then we're just making a change in our banner on that one. So it's a non-substantive editorial change. The other change that we're making is, let's see, I think that's probably the only one. Yeah. In item 5, it's existing amendment, just changed to a banner. On item 6, once again, adoption of many articles in Chapter 4, which I'm not going to read off all of them. It's adopt without amendment on items 6.1 through 6.15. And then in part 450.23, less flammable liquid insulated transformers, which is item 6.16. Once again, it's a change in the banner. And then adoption of articles addressed by items 6.18 through 6.21. Articles 455 through 490, we're adopting without amendment. So that is item 6.
Okay, thank you very much, Emily. Before the committee are items number 3 and no, scratch that, item number 5 and item number 6. Question, comments from the committee? Okay, I do have something myself, Emily, and this is, as you mentioned, the banners. So the chapter on non-metallic sheathing cable, or ROMEX, makes reference to construction types. And the banner is reference to the California Building Code, and I'm glad that that banner is made, as does the liquid-filled transformers, making reference to construction type with the same banner of the California Building Code. I just would like the opinion of the committee and the state agency that rather than a banner or a note, I'm just wondering if this should be codified. I mean, we went through many code cycles with just a banner, The reason now, after all these years, I say that if we should codify it to actually state the California Building Code, it wouldn't conflict with what the National Fire Protection Association has as Appendix E when they define construction types based on NFPA 5000. So it's been one of those things I think was, just maybe instinctively understood in California because we use the International Building Code construction types. But I somewhat think that it should be formalized by codifying an actual reference to the California Building Code. So thoughts by the committee? Am I overdoing it here? Or even to you, Emily, it was kind of a question to state agency if felt that it should be codified or the banner sufficient.
Yeah, this is Emily. This was in the prior code. What changed between the prior code and the current code is the tall wood provisions in the type 4. And I don't know how that correlates with the NFPA 5000. I don't know if Crystal has any information on that or not, or Greg.
Go ahead, Greg.
Thank you. A little bit of information on this. Because of the new type of construction, we actually expect the NEC to update their regulations. They had some proposal, but none of them moved forward at this time. So we actually expect this to be a temporary amendment. As soon as they address this issue, then we will be withdrawing that, and hopefully that's for the next cycle. I had hoped they'd get it done in this time, but since it has not been addressed, it still needs to be addressed.
Actually, thanks for that clarification, Greg, but I'm a little worried that, not that I have faith in them. I highly commend the organization of NFPA, but the fact that they have their own building standard and their own definition of construction types, which don't necessarily match what we have with the International California Building Code. And especially, you raise a good point, Emily, now that we have further defined type 4 construction, that's why I suggest a codification and not just a banner pointer. So I could leave that up to the agency, and I could certainly approve this item, but it's something of commentary I'd like to throw out there that we went many code cycles kind of accepting it, but I think it's getting more detailed that we have to look at it further. But it's more commentary than anything.
This is Crystal, and I think when we use part 3 as the whole of Title 24, we definitely refer back to the other parts for definitions. And it was not the intent when we did a change for type 4A to refer to types 1 and 2 construction in NFPA 5000. It was always, the intent was to refer back to the building code.
Yeah, and as a local building official, do I see it as an issue? No, I really don't. But it's more format and consistency. So again, I only submit this as comment, and I would approve the item on its merit. So any further comment from the committee on this?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I just want to make a couple of brief comments. I would agree that it's probably a good idea to codify the California Building Code in there. I was just trying to look up on NFPA's website what the types of construction in NFPA 5000, but I couldn't get there in time. But I don't think that's a bad idea. And the 2023 NEC is under development right now. They've had their first draft hearings, and the code making panel that covers Article 334 for NM cable, it's not resolved yet. I'll put it that way. It still has to go to the second draft hearings, and then to the the final technical committee meeting, which is not going to be till next year. So it won't be in the NEC until for about another year and a half.
Yeah, and on that, Mike, the NEC has an Appendix E, construction types as defined by NFPA 5000.
Yeah.
We know that some jurisdictions adopt the National Electrical Code, the California Electrical Code, and all the amendments just because, and maybe innocently not knowing what's in the appendices. And I'm just saying that, are we setting these jurisdictions up for conflict? You know, we didn't codify what is in our codes as the California Building Code. So again, thoughts, commentary, but that's all I have on that. Are we ready to move to public comment? Comment from the committee? Okay, seeing none. Public comment by Zoom.
There are no hands.
No hands up.
Okay, public comment by phone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay, thank you. So I'd like to entertain a motion to accept as submitted items number 5 and 6 as presented by the agency. Do we have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion, Mr. Chairman. I would like to make a motion to approve as submitted.
Okay, thank you, Jake. Motion by Jake. Do we have a second, please?
Second.
Second by Mike Stone. Further discussion on these two items? Okay, seeing none, hearing none, roll call vote, please.
Okay. Ron Takaguchi,
Yes.
Michael Stone,
Yes.
Harry Mose, Jay Hyde,
Yes.
Jake Tomlin,
Yes.
Gail Bate,
Yes.
Shane Peters,
Yes.
Scott Whalen,
Yes.
and I'll try Harry again. Harry Mose?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Unanimous.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to propose to the committee, if we take the next items 7, 8, and 9 all together, is that okay by the committee? A thumbs up will do, or, okay. I'm not seeing any opposition, so Emily, if you would please, items 7, 8, and 9 together.
Okay, item 7 is our proposal to not adopt Article 425. This is the industrial processes article in Chapter 4. Item number 8 is adoption of 3 specific articles from the Chapter 5 special occupancy. So those are items 8.1 through 8.3. And then item 9 is proposal to not adopt specified sections from Chapter 5. There's a lot of them. They're all grouped together, but it's very similar to our continued non-adoption of the prior code.
Okay. Is that complete those items, Emily?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Before the committee, items 7, 8, and 9, any questions, comments? Okay, seeing none, hearing none. Move to public comment by Zoom.
There's no hands up.
No hands.
Public comment by phone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay, back to the committee. Have a motion to entertain a motion to accept as submitted items number 7, 8, and 9. Do I have a motion, please?
Motion to accept as submitted.
Okay, motion by Mike Stone. Do I have a second, please?
Jake Tomlin, I'll second.
Okay, thank you, Jake. Further discussion, these items? Okay, seeing none, hearing none, I think we're ready for a roll call vote.
All righty. Ron Takaguchi,
Yes.
Michael Stone,
Yes.
Harry Mose,
Yes.
Jay Hyde,
Yes.
Jake Tomlin,
Yes.
Gail Bate,
Yes.
Shane Peters,
Yes.
Scott Whalen.
Yes.
Thank you, unanimous.
Okay, thank you, Mike. And moving on, proposing items number 10, 11, 12 all together. Maybe show of hands, thumbs up, if the committee is okay with that, taking those three items together. Okay, doesn't look like any opposition, so Emily, if you could please, items 10, 11, 12.
Okay, item 10 is proposed adoption of Chapter 6, Special Equipment and specified sections in our express terms. There is an HCD amendment in section 625.11 related to electric vehicle charging, and we have no change to that existing amendment. And then on item 11, it's continued non-adoption of specified articles in Chapter 6 for special equipment. And then 12 is adoption of items 12.1 through 12.13 without amendment and with the specified articles, and that's for Chapter 7 special conditions.
Okay, thank you very much, Emily. To the committee, any questions or comments on these items? Harry, did you have a question? Saw your light light up. Harry, any questions?
No.
Okay, all right, thank you, sir. Anyone else? Emily, just a quick question. And that's on the amendment for the electrical vehicle charging. That's in coordination with the Cal Green Code. And just maybe for the record, since the Cal Green Code Code Advisory Committee hasn't met yet, they meet at the end of next month. Should they have any change, HCD will change with them for this section, correct? Oh, you muted, Emily.
We do have some proposed renumbering in the electric vehicle charging sections in Cal Green, but we're not planning on deleting it. So our proposal is to combine the hotels and motels with the multifamily. So that would mean, you know, a section would be repealed, I guess. We do that combination, but we can check that amendment and make sure that, you know, it's still applicable.
Okay, just wanted to, and I knew that I've been hearing this the entire meeting that the pointers and the coordination is there, and that's really appreciated. Okay, any further comment from the committee? If not, let's go to public comment. Public comment by Zoom.
There are no hands up in Zoom.
Okay, thank you. Public comment by phone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay, thank you. So back to the committee to approve as submitted items number 10, 11, 12. Do we have a motion, please?
This is Gail Bate. I'll make a motion to approve as submitted.
Okay, thank you, Gail. Do we have a second?
Harry Mose, second it.
Okay, thank you, Harry. Any discussion, these items? Okay, seeing none, hearing none, I think we're ready for a vote.
All right. Ron Takaguchi,
Yes.
Michael Stone,
Yes.
thank you. Harry Mose,
Yes.
Jay Hyde,
Yes.
Jake Tomlin,
Yes.
Gail Bate,
Yes.
Shane Peters,
Yes.
Scott Whalen.
Yes.
Thank you. That's unanimous.
Okay, let's round it out. If there's no objections for the last 4 remaining items for the electrical code, item number 13, 14, 15, and 16. Okay with everyone? Okay. It's affirmative. So Emily, please, 14, 15, 16. 13, 14, 15, 16.
Okay, item number 13 is non-adoption of specified articles 701 and 760 from the 2020 Electrical Code. Item 14 is we're adopting the specified sections. Some have been reorganized and reformatted in the NEC, but we're saying what sections they're incorporating from the prior code. So we're adopting items 14.1 through 14.6 without amendment. And then item 15 is chapter 9 and the tables as they're listed in the ET. So items 15.1 through 15.12 without amendment. And the last item, item 16, we propose not to adopt the specified annexes from the NEC.
Okay, thank you very much, Emily. So to the committee, any questions, comments? Okay, I actually have one that's similar to what Mike Stone actually asked earlier. And for item 13, for Article 760, fire alarm systems, by the California Fire Code, R3 does not require fire alarm systems, but I believe, committee members, correct me if I'm incorrect, R1 and R2 may. And I might ask Jay Crystal, Greg, if that is correct, that R1, R2 may require fire alarms and therefore fire alarm system. So the question is to the agency, why not consider Article 760?
In the codes, in the matrix adoption table, there is, I believe it's a black diamond that specifies that the state fire marshal may adopt sections of the code that are specifically related to fire safety and panic. And then that would also apply to, for example, residential occupancies. The HCD doesn't go ahead and adopt specific sections that seem to be wholly within the jurisdiction of fire marshal.
This is Tom Martin. It would kind of be the same as a fire sprinkler, where we don't adopt, but the fire marshal does, and he has authority over what we have authority over, so they still apply.
Greg, do you have comment on any of that?
I'm just gonna basically second what they said. Yeah, because when we adopted it is in force. So I don't think there's a conflict here.
Okay. Well, thank you, Greg. Anyone else? Can the committee comment? If not, we can move to public comment by Zoom.
There are no hands raised.
No hands.
Thank you. Public comment by phone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay, thank you very much. So back to the committee. Before us is our items number 13, 14, 15, 16. Is there a motion to accept as submitted?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Do we have a second?
Gail Bate will second.
Gail Bate, second. Thank you. Further discussion? If not, roll call vote, please.
Okay. Ron Takaguchi,
Yes.
Michael Stone,
Yes.
Harry Mose.
Yes.
Thank you. Jay Hyde,
Yes.
Jake Tomlin,
Yes.
Gail Bate,
Yes.
Shane Peters,
Yes.
Scott Whalen.
Yes.
Thank you. It's unanimous.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you very much, Emily. That takes care of point 3. And I'll ask you to move on, please, to part 4.
Okay, I will read the same introduction as I did for the other code. So good afternoon, Chair and members of the Code Advisory Committee. My name is Emily Withers, Codes and Standards Administrator 2, representing Department of Housing and Community Development. And I also have with me Tom Martin, who is a District Representative 2 with the department. Thank you for the opportunity to present HCD's proposed changes for the 2022 California Mechanical Code and to respond to any questions you may have related to our proposals. HCD's proposal is adoption of the 2021 Uniform Mechanical Code as directed by Health and Safety Code Section 17922. New amendments for the California Mechanical Code were minimal. Therefore, we transmitted the proposed changes to stakeholders on our email list with the request that comments be submitted to HCD by January 5th, 2021, and no comments were received by HCD. The express terms text with any changes resulting from internal analysis or other comments from stakeholders is currently before you, along with HCD's rationale for the changes. We would also like to note that these sections, especially for Chapter 1, Division 1, are included in HCD's proposed changes in Chapter 1 for other parts of Title 24. We will be providing more details on the proposed changes as we progress through the package. We also submitted an addendum. It's related to section 1104.6, and it's related to the A2L refrigerants. And this is in coordination with an amendment that's proposed by the state fire marshal. But since the expertise is actually within the office of the state fire marshal, we'd like to defer discussion of the addendum until it's time for the state fire marshal, unless the committee wants to discuss it now. I know both Crystal and Greg are present, so however the committee wants to address that. So to conclude the general introduction, I can commence with the discussion of proposed changes and request the Code Advisory Committee's recommendations at the conclusion of each section or sections. And then we also thank you for your time and sharing of expertise and are available to answer any questions or provide further information. So with that, we can head into the express terms for the CMC.
Actually, Emily, could you hold a minute? I want to address the request to hold item or defer item 1104 till State Fire Marshal's input. I'm just wondering, and I'll ask Mike as staff, seeing that we have State Fire Marshal agency here, both with Greg and Crystal and our committee, could they provide comment and our committee then decide what to do?
Yeah, I mean, that was, if we had known that this was coming up ahead of time, we could have arranged the order of the committee so that the fire marshal went ahead of the rest of the agencies for this topic. But because of the later nature of the addendum being submitted, we already have the order established in the agenda. So yeah, it's not a problem to take things out of order, and Greg and Crystal are both here and can discuss that particular topic. So if you want to go through the package like you've been doing, and when you get to that particular item, then you can have a bigger discussion. I think Greg and Crystal can chime in at that time, and it'll help you guys in the determination of their item once we get to that one as well.
Okay, Emily, why don't we do this? Let's run through the Part 4 package, but leave Chapter 11 till after we completed everything else. Is that okay with you? Okay, is that okay with the committee if we take item number 12 out of order until everything else? Okay, I'm getting affirmatives. Okay, thank you. Okay, Emily, I'll let you begin. And you might want to unmute, please.
I'm sorry. I think I can discuss Chapter 1 fairly concisely. Of course, we're changing the title of the edition of the quote model code that's incorporated by reference from the 2018 to the 2021. And the balance of our changes are very similar to the other packages. It has to do with correcting our addresses, changing some hyphenation, changing our authority and reference to be updated. And then we also have a change in item number 1.4. Currently, the regulations for the factory built housing are being amended, and we're trying to pick up the new section number. Section 3048 should be amended by amended to 3037 once the regulations are approved. So that's sort of preparing for the future. And if that doesn't happen, we can easily make an editorial change on that through the proofing process.
And if okay with the committee, I suggest keep going.
Okay, so when we get into Division 2 administration exempt work, we're adopting the model code section 104.2 items 1 through 5 without amendment. And that's Division 2 of Chapter 1.
Okay, and how about items number 3 and 4?
Okay, item 3, I'm trying to go with your matrix at the same time. Item 2 is just the definitions as they are in the model code. We're adopting those. And then also any existing California amendments. That is item 3.1. When we get into item number 4, we are basically carrying forward existing amendments and then also repealing some amendments. So I can go through this a little bit slower. For item 4.2, HCD had an amendment with references to the energy code. So what CEC did this morning was they proposed section 311.5, which is a replacement for this particular HCD amendment. And their title was the Energy Code Requirements for Residential Air Filtration. So for item 4.3, we have no change in the amendment. Item 4.4, no change in the amendment, and 4.5, no change in the amendment. So do you want me to go on to item 5?
Let's hold off on that one. I don't want to get too far ahead.
Okay.
All right, so before the committee, items number 1, 2, 3, and 4, comments, questions? Okay, seeing none, hearing none. Public comment by Zoom.
There are no hands raised.
No hands.
Okay, public comment by phone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay, thank you. So back to the committee. I'd like to entertain a motion to accept as submitted items number 1, 2, 3, and 4 as presented by the agency. Do we have a motion, please?
I'll make the motions. So moved.
Okay, thank you, Scott. Do we have a second?
Harry Mose. I'll second it.
All right, thank you very much, Harry. Further discussion? Okay, seeing none, hearing none. Roll call vote, please.
Okay, Ron Takaguchi,
Yes.
Michael Stone,
Yes.
Harry Mose,
Yes.
Jay Hyde,
Yes.
Jake Tomlin,
Yes.
Gail Bate,
Yes.
Jane Peters,
Yes.
Yes, man.
Scott Whalen.
Yes.
Okay, unanimous, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Emily, could you present, please, item number 5?
Okay, item number 5 is adoption of Chapter 4 ventilation air. And it's with new and existing amendments, but it's basically an existing amendment, which was relocated from where item 5.2 is, and we put it into item the 403.3, excuse me, on the bathroom exhaust. So it's just a relocation.
Okay, and if okay with the committee, I suggest going through all the way to item number 11. Is that friendly to the committee? Okay, no objection, so please continue, Emily.
Okay, item 6 is adoption of Chapter 5 exhaust systems without amendment. Item number 7 is adoption of Chapter 6 with the exception of 60392. So in item number 7.2, the sizing requirement, 601.2, HCD had an exception about the duct sizing, and Energy Commission is amending this section with 601.2.1, Energy Code residential return duct sizing. So that was something that was approved by the committee this morning. In 603.31, which is item 7.3, that's just no change to existing California amendment. And then this duct leakage testing, HCD is repealing our amendments referencing the Energy Code requirements, and then the Energy Commission is adding their 603.9.2.1 and then also 603. I think they had a duplication of this number 603.921 for residential buildings that meet air distribution system, duct leakage sealing criteria. So basically, HCD is repealing the reference just to the Energy Code, and Energy Commission is coming in. And I'm very thankful that they're doing that. So that is item number 7. Item number 8 is adoption of Chapter 7, combustion air without amendment. Item number 9 is adoption of Chapter 8, chimneys and vents without amendment. Item number 10 is actually part of adoption of Chapter 9, except specified sections, 911.22, 912.1, 930.0, and 930.1 from the Uniform Mechanical Code. So I think the items are clear on the express terms. Section 911.22, section 912.1 talks about installations in manufactured homes. So we're just deleting that and keeping that section as reserved. And that's the same California amendment that we had for the prior code. So let's see what else is there. Other sections we're not adopting, 930.0, installation and manufactured housing. General 930.1, that's still related to the manufactured housing, so we're not adopting that. And item number 11 is the adoption of Chapter 10 with bringing forward existing California amendments. And we just had a California amendment in 1001.2, and there's no change in that. And that's item 11.
Okay, thank you very much, Emily. All right, so before the committee, for your discussion, questions, comments, items 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. Comments or questions, please. Okay, seeing none, hearing none, let's move to public comment. Public comment by Zoom, please.
There are no hands raised.
Okay, thank you. Public comment by phone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay, thank you. So do we have a motion, please, by the committee to accept as submitted items number 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11 as presented by the agency? Scott Whalen?
Yes.
Okay, so moved by Scott Whalen. A second, please.
Gail Bate, I'll second.
Okay, thank you, Gail. Discussion. Okay, seeing none, hearing none. Roll call vote, please.
Ron Takaguchi,
Yes.
Michael Stone,
Yes.
Harry Mose,
Yes.
Jay Hyde,
Yes.
Jake Tomlin,
Yes.
Gail Bate,
Yes.
Shane Peters,
Yes.
Scott Whalen.
Yes.
Thank you. Unanimous.
Okay, thank you very much. To the committee, and also the agency, next item 12, on refrigeration, that will be moved to the end of our discussion on part 4. But for items 13, all the way to the last item, 26, does anyone have any objection if we take those all together? Okay, I don't see or hear any objections. Is that okay with you, Emily?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I think for the most part they're straightforward. So if it's okay with the committee, we'll present these all together. Item 13 on. We're going to skip over item 12. We'll come back to that. Okay, when you're ready, Emily, item 13.
Okay, thank you. Item 13 is adoption of Chapter 12 hydronics with existing and repealed amendments. And I don't know if I have to read all those CEC amendment sections that were approved this morning. So section 1312, we are repealing our amendment. Energy Commission is adding their section to replace that. Item 13.3, we're repealing our amendment, references to the Energy Code. Energy Commission is adopting a section to take place of that amendment. Item 13.4, similarly, we're repealing our amendment referencing the Energy Code, and Energy Commission is adopting their own amendment in that section. So item 14 is adoption of Chapter 13, fuel gas piping without amendments.
It to a T.
Okay.
Sorry, Emily, go ahead.
Okay, item 15 is our proposal to not adopt Chapter 14, and that's process piping, and that's similar to the prior code. Item 16 is adoption of Chapter 15, solar energy systems. We had an existing California amendment that we're bringing forward as is. Item 17 is Chapter 16, stationary power plants, and we do adopt that one. Item 18 is the reference standards, and of course we adopt that without amendments. And then item 19 is, this actually starts the adoption of the amendments. The appendices. So HCD doesn't adopt appendices A through H. So that covers items 19 through 26.
Okay, thank you very much, Emily. So before the committee are items 13 all the way to 26. And that starts from Chapter 12 of the Mechanical Code. Discussions. No, scratch that. Questions, comments on those items. Crystal, was that a hand raise? No? Okay. Oh, thank you. Any other committee members? Okay, hearing none. Public comment on Zoom.
There are no hands raised in Zoom.
Okay, phone comment.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay. Thank you. So back to the committee. If you will, a motion to accept as submitted items number 13 through 26.
Harry Mose, I'll make a motion.
Okay, thank you. Motion by Jay. Do we have a second?
Jake Tomlin, second.
Okay, thank you very much, Jake. Further discussion? Okay, seeing none, hearing none, let's vote. Items 13 through 26, please.
Ron Takaguchi,
Yes.
Michael Stone,
Yes.
Harry Mose,
Yes.
Jay Hyde,
Yes.
Jake Tomlin,
Yes.
Gail Bate,
Yes.
Shane Peters,
Yes.
Scott Whalen.
Yes.
Thank you. It's unanimous.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Okay, now we move back to item number 12 on chapter 11, refrigeration. Just for clarification, Emily, the amendment, well, I guess the original submission was adopt the chapter without amendment. But
Right.
now there is an addendum. So I just want to clarify that we should only be looking at the addendum, correct?
Right. I don't remember if you mentioned that there was a letter that was submitted to the Building Standards Commission and specifically to this Code Advisory Committee meeting regarding this item. I don't remember if it specifically addressed HCD. I think it did.
Actually, it didn't, and that was a clarification at when we started we opened the meeting this morning. The letter specifically addressed the refrigerant, A2L in particular, and knowing that the letter corresponded with HCD for this item and State Fire Marshal, I think we could take this together. We, of course, would have to vote separately on State Fire Marshal when they have their item, but I think we could discuss it relative to the letter this morning. So yes, the letter does apply since HCD has the amendment. So whenever you're ready.
Okay. This is HCD is proposing co-adoption of amendments that are proposed by the State Fire Marshal, and this is specific to section 1104.6 in the Uniform Mechanical Code. And this section is entitled Applications for Human Comfort and for Non-Industrial Occupancies. And what happened with the 2021 Uniform Mechanical Code was that the A2L refrigerants were specifically added to this list of refrigerants that shall not be used. And the Office of State Fire Marshal is proposing deletion of the reference to the A2L refrigerant. And they also have a rationale which we basically plagiarized. But anyway, so HCD, because some of the occupancies, residential occupancies would be affected by the State Fire Marshal Amendment, we were proposing co-adopting. But of course, depending on the committee's recommendations for the State Fire Marshal, if the committee decides that a further study recommendation is better, or maybe a disapproval or an approval, HCD would be going along with that recommendation.
And if I can add some more to that.
Of course.
All right. What's happened with this is we've had a very active work group on A2Ls, and it's being discussed at the national level. It is definitely a key factor for CARB, the Air Resources Board, as they are trying to meet the mandates from SB 1383. Moving forward, the work group decided not to incorporate A2Ls, and that's what the other letter from HRI is about, but we'll talk about that with the State Fire Marshal regulations. And currently, and in the next edition, in the Mechanical Code section 1104.2, exception number 1 has an exception that if you're under 6.6 pounds, regardless of the hazard classification, it is allowed. So as I understand it, and it may be corrected, that this would be allowed in the small units. And as we're not moving forward into where the focus of our work group was basically on the residential standard central air for HVAC, and it would go into commercial also, not to move forward at this time. We're waiting to see what IAPMO, and then we're also watching what the ICC does in their mechanical code, though we don't adopt it. Last week, we came up with where it prohibits A2Ls for human comfort. And the question is, the small manufactured units that you can buy and put in your window, or the portable ones that we, as I understand it, currently can use A2Ls because they have a very small amount quantities. We could be going backwards, and this is part of CARB's plan. So we put in this addendum to at least address this issue. But that being said, I am asking for further study on this. I want to get the work group back together to see if there are any other issues by bringing this in here, because currently A2L is not allowed per the tables in Chapter 11. So I'm open for any comments or recommendations from the work group. But that is the background behind this. So, and of course, this has now become HCD's proposal. I think they would correspond with the proposal for ours also. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Greg. Did you want to chime in also as officially from SFM? And I want to ask, before you do, Mike, can she provide comment? Based on
a little clarification. What are you asking now? I'm not sure I understand.
Crystal, as SFM, provide comment outside of her role, or maybe with.
Well, she's ex officio. She can provide comment. Sure.
Okay, I just want to give you opportunity, Crystal.
I think that the national process, what Chief Anderson explained, will help with the work group, and a further study recommendation is definitely applicable. So.
Okay, thank you. So we heard from the two agencies, HCD and SFM. Greg, I'd like to ask you, so when we go over SFM items, is there going to be more input on this?
Yes.
Okay. And I'd like to present this as an approach in fairness to both the committee members and the public. And that is, we could hear testimony now, but I'd like to take both this item and whatever is in SFM proposal that's related till after the SFM provides their report. And I think that's what Emily asked originally, but I'd like to still keep this mechanical. So I'd like to propose that we take committee comment, public comment, and delay the vote until after OSFM has given their full presentation. If that's okay with the committee. Okay, not seeing any objections.
Sounds fine.
Okay, so why don't we have committee comment, then public comment, and then following, we will delay this item to take it with State Fire Marshal. And Emily and Tom, sorry if that means you have to stick around, but yeah, that's what that means. Okay, so I open it up to the committee. Any comment on this item?
Is HCD and Ms. Withers recommending, like the State Fire Marshal's office, that this item needs further study?
This is Emily. I believe the expertise is actually with the State Fire Marshal, since they convened the work group, and they have the best knowledge on what type of testing measures are being taken for this. I believe they were waiting for some testing results too. So we are basically deferring to SFM.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Okay, any other comments by the committee? I have a question for Greg. It's also clarified in the letter from AHRI. You mentioned, Greg, that Chapter 11 in the tables currently today, and also in the 2021 Uniform Mechanical Code, it does not contain A2L?
It has A2L for some situations, and even in the 2016 intervening code cycle, the State Fire Marshal brought it in early for refrigeration rooms for commercial applications. But that what HRI is looking at is basically in residential and small commercial with a different type of systems, and the safety standards are still being debated over that because we have the UL 60335-2-40 standard, and that the newer edition has not been adopted yet. So that's where a lot of discussion over that and whether it's appropriate. We've also been working with UL on the testing for firefighter safety for a structure that is already in a structure fire, and we have refrigeration units in there that use A2Ls. That report was just published, by the way.
Okay, thank you. Does that table, do you know what table that is offhand? Is it 1104?
1106.2.5.2. Required airflow for group A2L refrigerants.
Oh, okay, got it. Okay, thank you. Any further committee comment? If not, let's move to the public comment by Zoom.
Yes, we have a handful of public comment there. Bob Raymer, go ahead.
Thank you, members. This is Bob Raymer with the California Building Industry Association. And I'd like to raise 3 issues. And since the fire marshal is proposing further study, I'll try to keep this as brief as possible. But as Emily said at the beginning, there weren't any letters coming into the committee on the mechanical code. And I assure you that regardless of which camp you fall into this issue, and I've identified 3, there would have been an enormous number of comments coming in. Both Chris Ochoa and I have been a member of the Fire Marshal's working group on this issue for, gosh, 1.5 to 2 years. And what I'm seeing here are 3 somewhat separate camps. The one that really likes the idea of using A2L in mass application very quickly, as recently as yesterday. Another one to the far right that would rather this not happen for any time soon. And then there's the camp in the middle that would love to see IAPMO deal with this issue thoroughly in the national code. And once that gets put into the National Uniform Mechanical Code, that California then take quick action. And that's where CBIA falls into. Once IAPMO adequately deals with this, and they are working on it, I'm told, just like balconies, the emergency regs that we did for balconies, and the expedited adoption of tall wood building standards, we too would be just fine doing an expedited adoption on whatever IAPMO comes up with on the A2L issue. But the fact is they haven't. And that gets into the next issue, sort of an administrative issue. And this will be a big one that the fire marshal and legal counsels are going to have to consider going forward. And that is, regardless of what the 2018 UMC said, the 2021 UMC specifically prohibits the use of the A2L gas. It is mildly flammable. And so IAPMO took specific action to do that. You'll probably hear more from that from Jay later on, but the bottom line is what the fire marshal is proposing at this point would actually create a California adoption of a national code and taking a specific amendment that would make it less restrictive than that national code. And that's a concern. That's a very big concern. And I don't want to get hung up on technicalities here, but California, through its statute, leans heavily on ICC, IAPMO, and NFPA for the basis of their state codes. We do all sorts of things to make it far more stringent. I think we add well over 1,000 pages of amendments to the national codes. And we basically have a state process that's set up to do that. But unfortunately, what the fire marshal is proposing here is going to require a rather extensive amount of technical and economic justification in relatively short order. And so that is an issue for us. That is a huge issue for us. I think this is somewhat of a horrible precedent that, irregardless of where the 2018 UMC was, that we're potentially considering amending a national code to make it less stringent. And whether or not, the seventh criteria allows for that is up for grabs, but there's also other statute that kind of puts that into question. And I realize the fire marshal has conflicting direction. You've got statute out there, asking ARB to kind of go in one direction, but it doesn't specifically state how ARB is to get to that. And so once again, we're dealing with this issue down in the weeds. I like the fact that the fire marshal is going to get the working group back together in short order. But I can tell you that had that happened before now, you would have received a mountain of, I got to tell you, conflicting testimony. And what I find difficult is that I can find two incredibly smart people on this issue who have opinions that are 180 degrees apart. And that's troubling. And so anyway, the last issue, and this comes from someone who has served on code advisory committees for the past 26 years, dating back to 95. I've always been on at least one of them and usually two. It is such a pain to show up at a code advisory committee and have last minute issues kind of put in front of you. And, I'm hoping that after we get past health facilities in August, that maybe a small group of, the codies out there, we can get together and discuss maybe some part one amendments that can better define how things are submitted by the state agencies, when and when not they can be submitted, because it puts the code advisory committees and especially the public in a situation where they're trying to deal with something at the last minute that they haven't had time to research. And the public, in many cases, like this case right now, there's probably 100 groups out there on the fire marshal's working group, most of whom are probably, unless they read Crystal's email at 3:30 yesterday, are probably unaware that we're even discussing this issue right now. So that concludes my comments. I support further study.
Thank you, Bob. Next caller, please.
Tom Enslow, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thanks. Tom Enslow on behalf of the California State Pipe Trades Council and the Western States Council of Sheet Metal Workers. We support further study on this issue. I think there's generally kind of two issues here. One, which is the A2L approval generally, and the second is the exception for the small air conditioning units. As Bob Raymer expressed, there's this whole process that has been going on and is going on to allow A2Ls in air conditioning generally to expand beyond industrial uses to commercial and residential. And that process is moving forward. It's made a lot of progress. I also represent IAPMO, and IAPMO is going through the code approval process, and everyone expects that it will be in the next cycle for the UMC that there will be A2L approval in there on a broader basis. But there are safety issues, public safety issues. There's all these different standards that have come out that have to be reconciled. They need to make sure that when it goes into the code, that everything is reconciled and there's no gaps. And that's the process where we're moving forward. And these are flammable refrigerants. And so we want to make sure that if we're moving them into the residential or office settings, that it's going to be safe. And I think everyone recognizes that this is going to happen and why it needs to happen, but we're not quite there yet. So that's why, no one wants to rush it. The second issue is the exception for small air conditioning units, which is in there, and I think everyone's fine with that. It's, in-window unit, less than 6.6 pounds. And so I think, and I guess this is a question directed to Greg, when we read the proposed amendment, it's removing the A2L refrigerant from the list of refrigerants banned in non-industrial occupancies. But when we read your rationale, it's because there you want to resolve an inconsistency with the exception for these small air conditioning units. And it's, but the proposal goes way beyond that. So, our suggestion, if that is the intent, that it should be that the language as is should stay the same, but there should be an exception put in there that clarifies that that prohibition for A2Ls does not apply to those refrigerant units with less than 6.6 pounds. Just repeat the language that's elsewhere in the code, and that way you don't have that inconsistency. I mean, we don't really think there's an inconsistency anyways, because what's more specific in the code controls over what's more general. And so we think if you read the code correctly, it's not really an inconsistency. But if that's the concern, I think the way to do it is just to put it in as an exception, but not to take A2L out of the general rule that is prohibited in these uses until we're ready, next cycle to have that happen after all the other concerns have been addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Next caller, please.
David, go ahead, David.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Dave Mann, and I sit on IAPMO's Uniform Mechanical Technical Committee. And this was actually brought up at the committee meeting by another member. 1104.0 only deals with concentration limits. And people were taking this to believe when the exception said no matter what the classification was, that this meant you could use A2Ls. That is not what it means. 1104 is only your concentration limits. And they're saying that the exception to the limit, no matter what the classification, you have an exception to that concentration limit. 1106 prohibits it. And A2Ls are prohibited. And what happened was one committee member put in the B2Ls as an exception. And in the 2018 code cycle, the Mechanical Technical Committee added A2Ls because they felt that that should not be used in high probability areas. So people are taking this one section, I believe, out of context because it has nothing to do, it only has to do with concentration limits. And as the other caller just said, Tom Anslow, we are working on this, and hopefully at our meeting in May, the third week of May, the technical committee meeting with IAPMO, is this will move forward. I think that Greg and other people know that my only concern has always been for the public and for the firefighters so that they didn't rush into a building with A2L and have another obstacle to overcome with this flammable refrigerant. So thank you for your time. Just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Next caller, please.
Go ahead, Jay.
Thank you, Jay Peters, Codes and Standards International. I'm representing myself today. None of my clients, I haven't cleared what I'm going to say with them. So it's, but I'm also not going to speak to the validity of the proposal or the technical component of this. What I'm really going to look at is the rationale that was provided to begin with, and it basically says that the 2021 prohibits the use of A2Ls, and I think we all know it does not. We were able to get those in the machinery rooms and places like that. But the code, as Dave said, specifically excluded them for high probability systems for human comfort. That's why that was added, for human comfort. So as Dave said, the previous section that talked about the limits is a general section, and it talks about high probability systems, but it doesn't address for human comfort. This section specifically prohibits those for human comfort. The other one is specifically about high probability systems and doesn't address that. I was going to iterate what David said on the process. I mean, I wrote it all out as to how many comments, what number it was, when it happened, but just to show the intention of the committee, but he's gone through that already. But it was litigated, relitigated over and over again. I think the most important piece, again, is this section 102.1 that says the specific provision shall apply, not the general. And if this group really wants to move forward with it, I would suggest that they go to IAPMO for a formal interpretation, which goes to the committee to get their intent, or a possible tentative interim amendment, or as Dave said, wait till May and see what the committee addresses. I believe that most proposals that are coming from the manufacturers and others are coming directly out of the standards, and that everyone will agree that if they're coming from the specific standards, they'll be allowed in the upcoming code process. I don't think there's anyone that's trying to shortcut the process, make it weaker or make the provisions weaker. So again, I think if we just let it run its due process, we'll see that this will resolve itself. That being said, I agree with Bob Raymer. We don't want to, set some sort of precedent that we've all been fighting for myself for about 2 decades, whether I was working at IAPMO or ICC or on my own, to keep codes from not being accepted that have gone through this process, just changing them because we think it's okay or it's what's always been done isn't right. Again, the technical merit, I don't want to argue that point. I don't doubt that the technical merit's correct. I just think it's the process issue that's the concern. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Jay. Next caller, please.
And Helen, go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Helen Mulchi-Terranoni, and I'm the Vice President of Regulatory Affairs for the Air Conditioning, Heating, and Refrigeration Institute. We represent more than 90% of the heating, ventilation, and air conditioning and refrigeration HVAC equipment manufacturers, and we host the Safe Refrigerant Transition Task Force. With more than 200 members from more than 75 organizations working to ensure a safe transition to low global warming potential refrigerants. I appreciate you allowing me to speak with you today regarding these building code changes needed to prepare for the safe compliance with the statutory requirements of SB 1383, which mandates this reduction of emissions of HFCs, including refrigerants, by 40% by 2030. During our meetings held by CAL FIRE, testimony was provided asking to better understand the impact of low GWP refrigerants on a firefighter should the refrigerant leak. AHRI worked with members of the fire service and agreed to complete a project at Underwriters Laboratory to show the differences between current refrigerants and next generation refrigerants. That project has been completed at UL, and the test reports indicates that there is no significant difference for a firefighter between the different refrigerant types.
Helen, you muted yourself.
Similar hazards exist in both cases from a technical perspective. This project and other projects completed this spring are the final research in the well over $7 million spent in research to provide data for the safety standards and to prepare for this transition. These safety standards are the most conservative in the world. If there is additional testing to be completed, we do not know what it is. Unfortunately, the CAL FIRE committee has ruled that the final report for the fire service project completed earlier this month was too late to consider for modifications to the 2021-1 UMC. However, since the code has yet to be adopted, I would encourage the California Plumbing, Electrical, Mechanical, and Energy Code Advisory Committee to make the necessary changes to the adoption of the codes to properly regulate next generation refrigerants. As noted earlier, the IAPMO Standards Council created a task force on A2L refrigerants to review all requirements in the 2019 edition of ASHRAE 15 for inclusion in the UMC. The task group was formed and developed 4 proposed code changes. The amended language included in AHRI's comments is consistent with that code change proposals developed by the IAPMO task group and the consensus product and application standards, which are a comprehensive set of standards that includes installation as well as listing requirements, providing all needed guidance for all installations. We ask that the committee consider adopting the changes provided by AHRI as outlined in our comment, and thanks the committee for its work and consideration of the issue to find a safe and practical way forward to comply with California's statutory requirements. I would add that although we're making this request, we also do support the change proposed by the state fire marshal as a small step forward toward compliance, especially given the technical information that has been provided to the state fire marshal.
Helen, you're muted again.
And I just want to thank you for hearing me out. And I do think that the state fire marshal has done due diligence and did not intend to continue with the prohibition included for these very small systems. Their goal was to move forward in a way that would allow compliance. And I think that they probably had detailed conversations with California Air Resources Board around what would be allowed in their 2023 transition requirements. And I believe that was probably the supposition, but of course you would want to talk with Greg about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. Next caller, please.
There are no more hands up in Zoom.
Okay, thank you. Are there any public comment on the phone?
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay, thank you very much. And as mentioned, I'd like to delay the official action of this item together with the state fire marshal after the state fire marshal's presentation. So with that, I thank all the commenters. Greg, thank you for coming on and joining us. And we'll move on. So Emily, if you could please present part 5.
Hey, Ron.
Yes.
I might suggest, it's been 2 hours since we came back, that maybe we take a 10-minute to people a chance to run to the restroom, including me.
Yes, 10 minutes is fine.
That'd be
Welcome to meet at 3:10.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And
Okay,
on this end.
good. Okay, looks like we're back. Some of us.
Okay, committee members, could you bring your camera aboard, please? Okay, we reconvened and I believe we still have a quorum. So back live. So Emily, if you may present, please. Part 5. And if I may suggest, or let me ask if it's friendly to the committee that Emily could take chapters 1 through 6, which is items 1 through 7 on your matrix table. Is that friendly to the committee? Okay, getting acknowledgements, thumbs ups, looks like yes. So Emily, please, 1 through 7.
Okay, thank you. So good afternoon, Chair and members of the Code Advisory Committee. My name is Emily Withers, Codes and Standards Administrator 2, representing the Department of Housing and Community Development. Thank you for the opportunity to present HCD's proposed changes for the 2022 California Plumbing Code and to respond to any questions you may have related to our proposals. HCD's proposal is adoption of the 2021 Uniform Plumbing Code as directed by Health and Safety Code Section 17-922. New amendments for the California Plumbing Code were discussed at a combined HCD, BSC, and Department of Water Resources focus group meeting held on December 11, 2020. Many comments were received at the focus group meeting. The express terms text with any changes resulting from internal analysis or comments from stakeholders is currently before you, along with HCD's rationale for the changes. We would also like to note that some sections, especially in Chapter 15, alternate water sources for non-potable applications, are co-adopted with other state agencies, and some HCD proposed changes are duplicated within the codes. Changes in Chapter 1, Division 1 are similar to changes made in Chapter 1 in other parts of the code. We will be providing more details on the proposed changes as we progress through the package. To conclude the general introduction, HCD will commence with the discussion of proposed changes and request the Code Advisory Committee's recommendation at the conclusion of each section or group of sections. We also thank the committee for your time and sharing of expertise and are available to answer any questions or provide further information. So I could say at the onset that Beth went into a pretty good detailed explanation of some of the changes, especially in Chapter 15 and 16. So I won't be repeating her rationale on some of those changes, but I can indicate which items they were on the BSC package that you approved. So I'll go ahead and start with Chapter 1 through 6. So Chapter 1, HCD is proposing to bring forward existing California amendments in Chapter 1, Administration. So once again, as with the other codes, your item number 1.1 is changing the reference code that's incorporated by reference from the 2018 Uniform Plumbing Code to the 2021. The other changes that are included in Chapter 1 are mostly editorial changes. They're hyphens, clarifications to the complete reference to our mailing address and location address. There's a section in item 1.4, which is actually 1.1.9, that changes the reference section in the factory built housing regulations. And as soon as that regulation is approved, we'll verify that section 3037 is the appropriate and correct section for that reference. We're also updating our authority and references for the HCD1, HCD2, and HCD 1AC. Let's see, how can you call those? Applications, I guess, similar to the other codes. And that's basically covers the changes that we're making to Chapter 1, California Administration. So item number 2 is adoption of Chapter 1. This is the model code. So we're adopting Section 104.2, items 1 and 2 from the Uniform Plumbing Code, and that is the exempt work section. Going on. Am I still on? I think. I lost Ron, I guess, the chair. Going on to item number 3, this is chapter 2, adoption of the definitions. Item 3.1, this is the alternate water source definition. It's the same change that BSC is making in their item number 3.1. So it's deletion of or repeal of the California amendment definition and then adopting the model code definition with some changes to make it similar to the California amendment. So item 3.2 is an editorial hyphen for definition for closed washer system. I think item 3.3 is probably the gray water diverter valve definition that we also don't adopt. It's the same as for Building Standards Commission, item 3.2. I'm not sure if Ron is still on with us.
Yes.
Can you hear me, Emily? I'm here.
Oh, okay. I guess you just got into a real small square, so I wasn't sure if you were there or not. Item 3.4 is definition for submeter. A very small change is specifying that it applies to HCD1. So we're including that banner in there. And that's basically it for chapter 2. So going into chapter 3, we're adopting chapter 3 with the exception of sections 301.3.1, 301.3.11, and 301.3.12. And then these are testing standards that we're not adopting. And then we have an existing amendment in some sections, and we're going ahead with the continued adoption of the existing amendments. So going into item 5, this is chapter 4, plumbing fixtures and fixture fittings. I think we have a renumbering that occurs related to the non-water urinals with drain cleansing action. So that's item 5.1, but it's still the same existing amendment. And then we have some items that aren't adopted. And those are items 5.2, 5.3, and 5.4 related to separate facilities for each sex. And then also a section that addresses toilet facilities serving employees and customers. It's sort of out of HCD's jurisdiction, so we're not adopting those. In chapter 5, this is the water heater section. We have some existing amendments referring to the Health and Safety Code under the seismic provisions. So that's an existing amendment we're carrying forward. And Energy Commission is adopting some amendments into this section too, referencing water heater requirements. And then chapter 6 is water supply and distribution. And HCD is proposing to adopt this section with the exception of 609.11. And we had some in item number 7.1, we had some renumbering of some exceptions due to the model code. That was BSC item number 7.1. And then we proposing some renumbering in our submeter section. So it makes a little bit more sense. So it's just renumbering. We're not really changing the existing California amendment. And that was item 7.2 and 7.3. And item 7.4, under the notes in table 604.1, we're just adding our banner, HCD1 and HCD2. And I think that's it for chapter 6. I mean, 1 through 6.
Okay, thank you very much, Emily.
Mm-hmm.
So before the committee are items number 1 through 7 for comment and questions for the agency. Committee members, any comments or questions? Okay, not seeing any. We move to public comment. Public comment by Zoom.
There are no hands raised in Zoom.
Okay, thank you. Public comment by phone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay, thank you. So back to the committee for a motion to, and I am proposing a motion to accept as submitted items number 1 through 7. Do we have a motion, please?
So moved.
Okay, thank you very much, Scott.
Jake Tomlin, second.
Okay, thank you very much. So I have a motion and a second to accept items 1 through 7 as submitted by the agency. Any further discussion? All right, so I think we're ready for a roll call vote.
Okay. Ron Takaguchi,
Yes.
Michael Stone,
Yes.
Harry Mose,
Yes.
Jay Hyde,
Yes.
Jake Tomlin,
Yes.
Gail Bate,
Yes.
Shane Peters. I think that was a yes.
Yes. Yes.
Scott Whalen,
Yes.
thank you. That's unanimous.
Okay, thank you very much, Mike. Okay, if we get, Emily, if I could ask you to take item number 8, which is Chapter 7, sanitary drainage.
You want that by itself? Okay. We're proposing to adopt Chapter 7 from the 2021 UPC with new and existing amendments. So this is sanitary drainage. So we have, I won't discuss the existing amendments. So going to your item number 8.1, this is a new table in the Uniform Plumbing Code, this table 707.2, which addresses materials for cleanouts. So HCD has a no-turn exception in chapter 7, 9, and 11, I believe, that talks about ABS and PVC installations and the limitations of these types of installations to structures that are not more than 2 stories. Let's see, let me think about this for a minute. HCD has a provision that prohibits the use of ABS and PVC installations in buildings that are more than 2 stories that include residential occupancies. So this is just a reiteration of that particular in the clean out material section. So that's a new amendment. And that's it for item 8. So item 9 is chapter 8, and we're adopting chapter 8 without any amendments. Or did you want to vote on, did you want me to stop at 8 or keep going?
Let me ask the committee, is it okay if Emily keeps moving forward? Okay, getting any acknowledgements? Okay, please do.
Okay, so as I mentioned, item 9 is chapter 8, indirect waste, and we're adopting that chapter without amendment. Item number 10 is adoption of chapter 9, vents. And we have existing amendments going forward in that, and that's covered by your items 10.1, 10.1. And item number 11 is adoption of chapter 10, traps and interceptors with existing amendments, and that's your item 11.1. Item number 12 is adoption of chapter 11, storm drainage with existing amendments, and that's your item number 12.1. Item 13 is adoption of chapter 12, fuel gas piping without amendments. That's your item 13.1. And item 14 is chapter 13, healthcare facilities and medical gas and medical vacuum systems. And HCD proposes not to adopt this chapter. That's your item 14.1. Item 15 is chapter 14, fire stop protection. HCD proposes to not adopt this chapter, and it's item 15.1.
Emily, let's stop there and leave the alternate water systems for a separate group. Okay, so thank you very much, Emily. Before the committee is items number 8 through 15. Do we have any committee comment questions?
This is Crystal. I have a question. On item 8, in the new table amendment for HCD, Is it the intention to have the words new California amendment in the code?
No, that actually is a note. That shouldn't be underscored. It should just be a notation to the reader. So that should not be underscored.
Okay.
We try to indicate no change to model code text, no change to existing California amendment, just so the reader knows, what's going on. So that actually should not be underscored. Thank you for catching that.
Sure. And then is there more than one footnote? Or is it just the only one footnote? Like the model code doesn't have any footnotes, correct?
Yeah, let me look real quick on that. I don't want to say something that's not true, so.
Model code does not.
Oh, that's quick. Yeah, it doesn't. It just ends at stainless steel. That's the last row. We didn't put all the rows in there.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Crystal. Any other questions comments from the committee? Okay, hearing none, we shall move to public comment by Zoom.
There are no hands raised in Zoom.
Okay, phone comment, please.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay, thank you. So back to the committee. Can I have a motion to entertain acceptance as submitted by the agency, items number 8 through 15?
This is Jay Hyde, so move.
Okay, thank you very much, Jay. Do we have a second on that?
Harry Mose, I'll second it.
Okay, Harry, second. Thank you very much. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none. Roll call vote, please.
Okay. Ron Takaguchi.
Yes.
Thank you. Michael Stone.
Yes.
Harry Mose.
Yes.
Jay Hyde.
Yes.
Kate Thompson.
Yes.
Gail Bate.
Yes.
Shane Peters.
Yes.
Scott Whalen.
Yes.
Thank you. Unanimous.
Okay, thank you. Emily, moving on, if you could now take items 16, 17, 18 all together. Okay, if you would, please.
Okay, item number 16 is adoption of chapter 15, alternate water sources for non-potable applications. The committee actually received a lot of information on rationale for some of these changes when Beth was describing the Building Standards Commission changes. So I'll go through these changes, but I won't go into a lot of detail on the rationale if that's okay. So item number 16.1 is the system design, 1501.2. And this is Building Standards Commission item 12.1. And this is where we took the model code language and changed it to reflect what was in the 2019 California Plumbing Code. And then we also made some changes in the exceptions so that it actually refers to a licensed person who demonstrates competency also. So that's not, there's no question about what the exceptions apply to. So I can't remember if this one was a further study for the Building Standards Commission or not. I kind of thought it was. It's item 12.1 in Building Standards Commission.
I don't believe it was. This is Beth. I don't believe it was.
So it was accepted, approved?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, item number 16.3 is similar to BSC's 12.2, and it's The sections that are not adopted by HCD, it's 1501.51 and 1501.52. And then we also have renumbering on the maintenance responsibility, section 1501.51. I don't know what that sound is, but okay, so
That's me, sorry.
oh, okay, item 16 4 is section 1501.7, the minimum water quality requirements, and this is the same as Building Standards Commission, item number 12.3, where they delete the reference to the EPA and keep the NSF 350 requirements. Item number 16.5 is section 1502.3.4, annual inspection, and we don't adopt that particular section. That's a continued non-adoption. Let's see, that. Item number 16.6 is diversion. It's section 1503.2.2, and this is Building Standards Commission, item number 12.5. And we're making the same changes as Building Standards Commission did. An approved diverter valve, making that diverter valve that could be used more of a generic diverter valve instead of a specific gray water diverter valve. The item 1503.24 is the rainwater diversion valve section, which is new in the Uniform Plumbing Code. Building Standards Commission doesn't adopt the IAPMO 352 standard, whereas actually HCD does. It doesn't show up on the express terms because it's incorporated as part of our adoption of this chapter. So that's just something I wanted to make sure the committee was aware of. So item 6.7, section 1503.3, we're just putting the word gray in there as it references non-potable gray water supply. So this is some areas that we don't adopt the model code 1503.93 through 1503.94. So we don't adopt that. I don't think it's got an item number on the matrix. Item 16.9 is non-adoption of sections 1504.5 and its subsections. And also 1504.6, 1504.7. Going to item 16.10, this is the irrigation field section, and then Building Standards Commission, item number 12.10. And this is the reference to a reference document related to emitter ratings. And I did call down to Fresno, the Center for Irrigation Technology, and I asked them if there was an updated version of this document, and they said there wasn't. And also I asked if there was an equivalent, reference document I could cite in there, and they couldn't give me another document. So that's why we're deleting reference to that particular document. And that's the same as for BSC item 12.10. So table 1504.73, which was renumbered to 15.3, that's the same as Building Standards Commission item 12.11. Now I think, this might be my fault. Building Standards Commission had an item for table 1504.55. It was their item 12.9. I think I'm missing that on this particular express terms. I know I had like 100 pages, and I think I missed this one. So is there a way that the committee could add table 1504.55 to the spreadsheet?
Well, I think we're just saying, Emily, you would like us to consider it as part of this item, right?
Yeah, because I think it was just a renumbering or something like that, but I need to make sure it's consistent with Building Standards Commission submittal.
Can I interject here? I have on the document I'm looking at, the table 150455, it's been changed to 1504.5. Is that what you were referring to, Emily?
Yeah, yeah.
It's shown in the ET here.
And I think we could make that as part of the motion, right, Mike, to.
Yeah.
Okay. So we could do that, Emily.
Okay, thank you. I just don't want HGD to say, have something that's missing, you know, when this all comes together. So item 1612, this is just non-adoption of the model code section 1504.91 higher requirements. 1613 is a very editorial change. It's the same as Building Standards Commission item 1212, and it's adding the S to that last word, systems. And that's it for chapter 15. So I can move on to chapter 16.
Yeah, why not?
Okay, item 17 is chapter 16, non-potable rainwater catchment systems. So item 17.1 is once again the system design, 1601.2. And this is the same change proposal as for Building Standards Commission, item 13.1. So perhaps this was the one that had the further study. I guess Beth can confirm on that.
Nope, that one went forward as well.
Oh, okay. Well, you
This
paved the
point of order, though.
then. You paved the way for
Chair?
you.
Yes, Crystal.
The proposal in 1601.2 is slightly different than Building Standards Commission, I think. Did you intend to remove licensed person? Or it says person registered or licensed to perform?
It should be identical. It should be identical unless, you know, we picked up a prior version or something like that. Let me look at BSCs real quick.
So
the second sentence just says a person registered.
Contractor or person registered or licensed to perform. I think it's the same. I think.
Because I thought Building Standards left in the word licensed.
no, I'm looking at it now and it's not. It's exactly the same.
Okay.
So that proposal is the same as Building Standards Commission 13.1 then?
Yes.
I think we might be missing an item number for 1601.5, which is maintenance and inspection. All we added was the word with, so it's a grammatically correct sentence with the manufacturer's recommendations, but I don't think it's on the matrix.
I see it as item 17.2.
17.2.
1601.5.
It's the section number, not the table.
Right. This says section number 1601.5, maintenance and inspection, right?
Yeah.
Oh, but the annotation is different. Not to adopt this table from 2021. So that's where, yeah, you're right. There is one that needs to be plugged in there. So annotation is addressing the next item, 1601.5 minimum alternate water source table. The 17.2 is addressing 1601.5 maintenance and inspection. So we are missing one in there. We'll add a 0.1.
Okay. So item 17.2, that's the model code table 1601.5 that continues to be not adopted by HCD. And then going into item 17.3, this is section 1601.7 minimum water quality requirements. This is the same as the Building Standards Commission's item number 13.3. And then item number 17.4, connections, section 1602.4, connections to potable or reclaimed recycled water systems. And there's some exceptions that are noted in there and some new language. And this is the same as Building Standards Commission item 13.5. Item 17.5, section 1603.4, the adding of the word impervious to clarify the above ground collection surfaces. Item number 13.9, adding that exception for collected rainwater. These are the same as items 13.8 and 13.9 for the Building Standards Commission. And then we have item 17.7, 1603.52, disinfection. And this is just renumbering and capitalization, same as for Building Standards Commission, item 13.12. Item 17.8 is section 1603.8 and above grade and an exception that's added in there. And all it is an editorial where we added the term section prior to the section number itself. Same as Building Standards Commission's item 13.13. Item 17.9 is section 1603.13, the storage tank venting. This was Building Standards Commission item number 13.14, where we corrected the millimeter equivalent to the inches. And then lastly, item 17.10 is the annual inspection, which we continue to not adopt.
Okay, Emily, take us through item 18.
Item 18 is the reference standards. This is a little bit different from Building Standards Commission. So I think the main things are Building Standards Commission removed the IATMO standard that talked about the diverter valves for diversion of rainwater or stormwater for use and put it from the mandatory reference sections of the reference standards into sort of the voluntary reference standards. Whereas since HCD actually adopted that section that recognized that larger size rainwater diverter valve back in chapter 15, we actually kept that reference in there. You don't see it on here because we adopted, the table as is. So that's a difference between HCD and Building Standards Commission. Yeah, and the reason we adopted that rainwater diverter valve was because it's a larger size valve. It was 6 to 12 inches. So it was fairly large. And then also it was the model code. So HCD decided to adopt that section of chapter 15. And I can kind of see if I can find what section that was. 1503.2.4.
Okay.
Building Standards Commission item 12.6, I think is what it is.
Okay, the final item?
What?
Oh, 18.3.
Oh, okay. Item 18.3 is adding, similar to Building Standards Commission, since we're recognizing the generic diverter valve for gray water systems, we're moving that IATMO standard from the mandatory reference tables to the voluntary references.
Okay, so that does it for items 16, 17, and 18. And let me make sure that I heard this correctly. So the item that, or the text that was missing from item 16 was table 1504.3. No, sorry. The item that was missing was table 1504.5.3. Is that correct, Emily and Mike?
I thought Mike said it was 1504.5 as it was renumbered by BSC, I think is what he said.
Are we talking about item 17 here?
We're talking about your item on the BSC 12.9, the subsurface irrigation design criteria for 6 top typical soils.
All right, I'm trouble finding it.
Yeah, it's your 12.9 that we don't have.
It's, we renumbered the table. It was 1504.5.5 in the code, and we're renumbering it to table 1504.5, I believe.
Right, that's right.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think that just the comment being made is that there was a missing line on HCD's item where we need to plug in an additional line to include the section 16015 change that they're making, because the annotation that's in HCD's current matrix table has 1601.5, but it's referring to the table that's being modified, not the section.
Okay.
So we'll get that picked up.
Table 1504.5, correct? That should be the correct reference.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and was there anything else, Emily, that needed to be corrected as part of the motion?
We were going to adopt item 17.1-.1, I guess, if you will, and that pick up that item as well was 1601.5. There was a table 1601.5 and section 1601.5 was not added. So we need to add that in as well.
The section that is, right, Beth?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. So it's to the committee. And any questions or comments from the committee on item 16, 17, 18?
Ron, I have a question that's Gail Bay.
Yes, Gail.
In section 1503.2.2, I know we had quite a bit of discussion on the Building Standards Commission's item that that's related to. If building standards changes that wording, will it also change then in the PEME and the HCD's adoption? It was all over that diverter valve.
Right, and that's interstate coordination, right, Mike?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so state agencies will take care of that.
Okay, good. Okay.
Well, I'm confirming with Mike that is correct.
I'm just looking back to see the motion, but yes, we'll take care of that.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Committee members? Okay, seeing none, hearing none. Let's go to public comment by Zoom.
And there are no hands up in Zoom.
Okay, thank you. How about public comment by phone?
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay, thank you. So back to the committee, and may I entertain a motion to accept items number 16, 17, 18, the modification to include or change the numbering in the matrix from table 1504.3.5.3 to simply table 1504.5, and also adding to item number 17, a new item, perhaps number 17-1.1 for section 1601.5.
Harry Mose, I'll propose that.
Okay, thank you, Harry. Do we have a second?
Jay Hyde.
Okay, thank you very much, Jay. Any discussions on those items? Okay, hearing none. Mike, did you capture the motion with all the changes?
To be honest with you, I didn't. Can you say who made the motion and the second, please?
Motion by Harry Moose and second by Jay Hyde.
Thank you.
As far as the changes, did you get those?
Yes, I got that.
Okay, thank you. So I think we're ready for a roll call vote, please.
All right. Ron Takaguchi,
Yes.
Michael Stone,
Yes.
Harry Mose,
Yes.
Jay Hyde,
Yes.
Jake Tomlin,
Yes.
Gail Bate,
Yes.
Jane Peters,
Yes.
Scott Whalen,
Yes.
and that's unanimous.
Okay, thank you very much. Emily, for the appendices, may I suggest that you present these all except Appendix M, which is item 31, because we have quite a few comments on that. And if you just want to simply present it all as one, it's up to you. You could, because I believe your proposals are very much the same.
Yeah, I think I could read them off real quickly. Unfortunately, they're not in order of what's not adopted versus adopted. It kind of goes back and forth. So I'll just go ahead and read it. Item 19, HCD proposes adoption of Appendix A. For item 20, HCD proposes not adopting Appendix B. For item 21, HCD proposes to not adopt Appendix C. Item 22, HCD proposes to adopt Appendix D. Item 23, HCD proposes to not adopt Appendix E. Item 24, HCD proposes to not adopt Appendix F. Item 25, HCD proposes to not adopt Appendix G. Item number 26, HCD proposes to adopt Appendix H. And item 27, similar to Building Standards Commission, HCD proposes to adopt Appendix I, but only the IATMO IS 31-2014 standard, which is the PEX installation standards. For item number 28, HCD proposes to not adopt Appendix J. Item number 29, HCD proposes to not adopt Appendix K. Item 30, HCD proposes to not adopt Appendix L. So do you want me to skip M and hit the other ones?
There's only one more, right? I believe so, yes.
Yeah, M and N, well, N's the new one.
Yeah, go ahead and go over item 32.
Okay, item 32, HCD proposes to not adopt Appendix N, which is the new appendix in the UPC.
Okay, thank you very much. So back to the committee, we have before us the agency's recommendations for the appendices, which are before us items 19 through 30, and item number 32. So questions and comments by the committee.
I have a
yes, Scott.
question, and please forgive me for being a novice, but with the exception of number 32, the new appendix, are all of these inclusions versus not adoptions carryovers from the previous triennial?
Yes, they are.
Yeah. And I mean, and the premise is that, you know, Appendix B, as an example, combination waste and vent, it's not applicable because we've addressed something, or the standard of care is erroneous, or
Well, typically the way the appendices work is, and Mike Neerman can chime in on this too, is when you look at the very beginning of the code in chapter 1, it talks about the appendices. And when they're adopted by a state agency, they become mandatory standards. For example, in the building code, we have a section for patio covers, which is an appendix. But when we adopt it, it actually, those standards become mandatory.
even when the appendix itself has the word recommended in the title?
I don't know if that's, I don't know quite about that. The only other one that we have that we adopted, but it's voluntary, is the emergency housing standards. And we very clearly state in that phrase that's right before the appendix title that this particular appendix for emergency housing is adopted by, HCD. However, it's available for voluntary adoption at the local agencies. But I think as far as all the other appendices, once they're adopted, they're actually become mandatory. And Mike Neerman, he can help me out on this a little bit.
Yeah, you're right, Emily. The appendices are just that, as you know, they're an appendix to the code, so they're not part of the body and aren't automatically applicable unless an agency adopts them for their application or the local jurisdiction adopts them for the local use. So that's kind of how it works. If it has recommendation in the title, it's a good question. I'm not sure what happens if you adopt an appendix as an agency and require it when the title is recommendation, but I would guess that as soon as you make that adoption a requirement, it no longer is a recommendation and becomes a requirement for that particular application.
Yeah, I realize I might be jumping the gun on Appendix M, but the global logic, I guess, applies to all of them. I guess the point is where the lack of adoption of appendix as it applies to how a practitioner needs to navigate his or her design process. If there is something that is left in between the cracks, which I believe the public parties are objecting to on one of them, M, what do we do when we have these holes in where a design professional should go? So, Appendix B as an example, we're not hearing a lot of fretting about it because it's easy to size vents. But in M, we're hearing from industry that we need some guidance that they're not getting from the code or an HPAC guideline or something.
Okay, thank you, Scott, for sharing. Any other comments, questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none, we'll move to public comment by Zoom.
Gary, go ahead, Gary.
Thank you. This is Gary Klein. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I have a small recommendation on Appendix I, which I just lost my list for the item number. It's the first one in Appendix I.
IS 31?
Yes, that one. Thank you.
Okay.
It turns out that there's an error in converting from KPA to PSI on two of the figures that, since you're going to the trouble of correcting things like that, I thought I should mention it. The two figures 3 and 4 have PSI in parentheses, and if you look carefully at the table, you'll see two that say 10 PSI, and that just can't be true for 68.9 and 689.5 KPA. One of them has to be 100. And so,
Gary, are you talking about the the standard itself in the appendix, right?
that's correct.
Okay, which is a model code item, which
Yes.
I suspect that Atmel will come out with their revisions.
I haven't seen it. I'm just observing. I don't think they caught it either. Not in the most up-to-date version. I don't believe it's been caught yet either. I'm looking at the 2021 chapter online and it's not there. So I just thought you all might want to look at it. If you need me to send in a comment more specifically, I'll happily do that, but I thought you should know.
Thank you, Gary. I appreciate that, bringing that to our attention. One of the things we do in a normal triennial is between the time the code is approved as far as the state agency's adoptions by the commission and when it becomes published and available to the public, before it becomes effective, we work with the publishers, all the publishers, to create an errata that becomes effective on the day that the code becomes effective. And what that does is it allows the publishers to incorporate the errors and corrections that were needed in their first publication. Because in law for BSC, within a year of publication, we have to adopt the model code. That's the process we have to follow. And so what that requires is we have to adopt the first publication that's available from the publisher as soon as it's available. Well, as you may know, many of them have subsequent publication versions or editions that they do corrections in and then submit. But we have to stay on the first one because that's the one that we adopted. So to correct that or to help with that, we work with the publishers during the July publication period and the January effective date of January 23 to create an errata document that simultaneously goes into the code when it becomes effective, that picks up the model code errors, and then as well, any of the agency errors that are editorial and errata items that we can pick up to try to make it as clean as possible, starting on the effective date of the new code. So we will take that information and Gary, if you could send a note either to myself or this is for Appendix 5, so either to myself or for Kevin Gay in our agency, and mention that section, we will work with the publisher to get that corrected for the effective date of the code.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And Gary, thank you for catching that in your observations. Appreciate it.
Yes.
Any other comments by phone?
We have one more in Zoom. So
Oh, Zoom, I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Bob.
I'm sorry, I thought Gary was going to speak to Appendix M. And I wanted to follow Gary.
Okay. We're talking about Appendix I, so.
Sorry.
Okay.
Well, do you want me to read the item into the record? Since I don't think I did that.
Which item, Emily?
31.
Appendix M.
Oh, no, we're going to separate that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's next.
Okay.
Okay, any other callers on Zoom?
Gary, did you have another comment or is your hand just still up? I'm sorry.
I thought I had lowered my hand. I apologize. I will wait to speak on Appendix M. I'm done with this part. Thank you.
No. All right, I will check the phone.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay, thank you very much. So back to the committee. We have before us the agency's recommendation for the appendices, items 19 through 30, and skipping 31 for now, and also including in those items, item number 32. So do we have a motion to accept as submitted?
I make the motion, Harry Mose.
Okay, thank you, Harry. Motion by Harry. Do we have a second, please?
Second.
Second by Mike Stone. Any discussion on these items? Okay, seeing none, hearing none, I think we're ready for a roll call vote.
Okay. Ron Takaguchi,
Yes.
Michael Stone,
Yes.
Harry Mose,
Yes.
Jay Hyde,
Yes.
Jake Tomlin,
Yes.
Gail Bate,
Yes.
Shane Peters,
Yes.
Scott Whalen.
Yes.
Thank you. It's unanimous.
Okay, thank you very much. So the last item is item number 31, Appendix M. Emily, please.
Okay, item 31, HCD proposes to not adopt Appendix M from the 2021 UPC. And Appendix M is the peak water demand calculator. And as with other appendices, the language that's proposed or will be proposed by Building Standards Commission under this title will be the provisions contained in this appendix are not mandatory unless specifically adopted by a state agency or referenced in the adopting ordinance.
Okay, thank you very much, Emily. Well, back to the committee. Questions, comments for now? Okay, yes, Scott, please.
Is there a basis to the decision-making for not adopting? I mean, I know there's a history here, but is there something that the agency is objecting to that?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, once we adopt it, it becomes mandatory. It's not optional anymore. So that's why typically we don't adopt. For example, you know, the Appendix N has merit too, but we don't adopt it because, you know, it would become mandatory at that point. And another reason is we didn't really discuss the Appendix M in that much detail in our focus group meeting. I have some questions about Appendix N. I mean, it says it provides a method for estimating demand load. It provides a method, but once we adopt it, it becomes required at the statewide level. And I don't know if that's appropriate for all the local agencies or not. I don't know that. I have some questions on the design flow rates. There's some fixtures in there where the design flow rates don't quite match what we have as minimum flow rates or maximum flow rates. But I don't know if the once you get into the software and put your information into the software, it works around these design flow rates that don't match our California plumbing code or CalGreen rates.
Yep. Okay, thanks for sharing.
Okay, thank you, Scott. Any other questions, comments from the committee?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Mike Stone. I've had several conversations with a few different folks that are smarter than I am in the plumbing code. And I think Appendix M has a lot of support in the design community, and it was actually developed by IAPMO with a lot of research going into it. So I'm in favor of making Appendix M available, to local jurisdictions. I'm not sure, it sounds like it's too late in this particular process to adopt it, but the proponent did ask that it be considered for adoption in the intervening code cycle. And I guess a question that I have is there any action that this committee needs to take, along those lines for the intervening code cycle at this time?
Well, from an administrative perspective, no. I can't think of anything other than support for perhaps writing comments in to support the concept of adopting it. But because it's an appendix, it's really voluntary up to the agencies to either adopt it or not. I think Emily brings up a good point. One thing that sometimes is forgotten in California is that it's an enormous state, and we have over 540 jurisdictions, and some of them are pretty tiny. And sometimes the regulatory side from the state can be a little overwhelming for less sophisticated, let's say, jurisdictions that don't do as much volume as the LA, San Francisco, Sacramento, major metropolitan areas. So I think that's part of the reason. And it is, in fact, available for all jurisdictions if they decide to do it through the ordinance process. And that's kind of the idea behind the appendix that allows the flexibility within the state for certain jurisdictions to incorporate that, while others may feel it's too much for them to handle and wouldn't want to incorporate it. So it leaves it up to them.
So if I could ask one follow-up question, maybe to Michael or Emily. I was under the impression that if the state adopted it, it would still be voluntary on the part of the local jurisdiction, but it would just like skip one step in whether if they did want to adopt it, they would be able to skip a step, you know, in adopting it. It would be easier for them to use it. But that doesn't jive with what Emily said. So maybe I'm wrong on that.
Did you want to address that, Emily?
If the particular, how can I say this, conditions apply, for example, the straw bale. If that applies and we adopt it, then when you go ahead and build with the straw bale, those are the standards you have to use. But of course, if you're not using straw bale, then of course the standards wouldn't apply. But the way I read it is, if we adopt Appendix M, it becomes mandatory statewide.
Okay.
And this particular one is scoped for single and multifamily, so it would affect the, you know, the residential.
Okay. Chair recognizes Shane Peters.
Sorry. Yeah. Thank you, Ron. Emily, I had a question. When you know, from my understanding, when you like say Appendix A, so a guy could he could design a building, or the plumber or the engineer, whoever, he could design the building and using the water supply fixture units. Or, you know, if he wants to tighten things up and reduce that piping, because, you know, some of these big projects, it can make a huge difference. He might use Appendix A, so it gives him an option. And from what I understand, that's what they're trying to say about this. It's another option for smaller, you know, they're going with GPM versus a fixture count, you know. So, but I see that you put to adopt A, but then not to adopt M. So I was just curious, the difference.
Well, I think A has been around for a while, and we've continued the adoption of A. M is relatively new. I think it came in the last code cycle. So I think Gary had some comments on some local jurisdictions which have adopted Appendix M, but I don't know how many have adopted Appendix M. I think that would be a clue, you know, are the locals really, you know, liking it and adopting it and it's working? But I don't know if we need to mandate it. That's the question. Should we mandate it? And adopting it would mandate it. Whereas if we just don't adopt it, it's printed in the California or will be printed in the California Plumbing Code. So it's available for local agencies to adopt.
Okay, before I move on to Jay, Shane, did you have anything else?
No, no, I'm fine. Yeah, I just see them kind of similar. A and M is pretty much, it's just M's another version. It's like a mini A is the way I see it. I mean, I don't know how you guys feel, but that's how I kind of see it.
Okay. Thank you very much, Shane. Jay, please.
Just the Jay or Jake?
Jay.
Okay, thanks. Just quickly, we could certainly consider looking at it for adoption and retitle it as alternate voluntary standards or something. It doesn't necessarily have to be mandated that that's the only way you can size it.
Right. Okay. Right. All right. Anything else, Jay?
No, that's it.
Scott, before I get to you, Jake, did you have your hand up?
I did, but Shane kind of answered expanded on my idea. I just wanted to note that, I mean, the appendix is still open to a designer to propose to any local jurisdiction as a sound engineering method, which would most likely be accepted. But I'm in concurrence with Emily that mandating it is probably not appropriate at this time, at least, given the questions around the design criteria.
Okay, thank you, Jake. Scott?
Again, I'm sorry, guys, if I'm speaking as a novice, but I appreciate that when we talk about how these appendices are construed as mandatory language, that's the crux, and that if we can get around that and work with IAPMO or edit the appendices as we see fit to codify them as standards of care that can be used as guidelines, it would be very important. But the other comment that I want to make is that, from my professional experience, and Ron, please forgive me because you work in a jurisdiction that has, capital and wherewithal, but there are AHJs out there that don't have the understanding that, adopting something on their own reconnaissance is something that they're prepared for. They either feel like it's risk adverse or they don't have the authority. So, I could be wrong, but, the concept that they understand that that's something that they can and should do, I think is, they might see the risk associated with that. So.
Yeah, and just a side comment, Scott, and that is the Building Standards Commission does a great job of guiding building departments and adopting standards or and their own amendments or other parts of the code that other state agencies wouldn't otherwise adopt. So the guidelines are there. If it is a city that would like to adopt this, and if it works for them, it's certainly their option. So this is high level at the state. The next level will be at the local jurisdictions, which certainly they have the option to adopt any of the appendices. And I have done so even in my city, independently for my city itself. All right, any other questions, comments from the committee?
Chairman, Ms. Marvelli's been waiting for quite a while.
I was going to say that too, but you want to finish the committee first. So.
Yes. Any other committee member comment, questions? If not, I'll go to Executive Director Mia Marvelli.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to add on a couple things. All of the comments presented today are excellent, and part of what is the vetting process during the pre-cycle workshops, and the concept of adopting Appendix M, I believe, was raised a little bit after that time frame had concluded, and so there wasn't an opportunity for HCD to have a workshop on this to discuss many of the things that you're all discussing right now. And the other part of that as well is it could possibly require an economic and fiscal impact statement to adopt Appendix M. I'm not saying it has to be, but that's part of the process as well. And that wasn't done yet. And so for those reasons, the offer by the stakeholder to consider this at the intervening cycle is a real reasonable approach at this point in time. And so I just wanted to throw those other, that information in there for the committee to understand why HCD may be considering waiting to adopt this during the intervening, or at least look at adopting it during the intervening. That's my comment. Thank you.
Yes, and you mentioned very important 9-point criteria. So that's well appreciated, Mia. Thank you. Okay, are we ready for public comment? I believe so. And for the Zoom callers, could I ask staff how many Zoom callers there are?
We currently have two public comments in Zoom.
Okay, thank you. If you please proceed.
Okay. Bob Raymer, go ahead.
Thank you. This is Bob Raymer with the California Building Industry Association, and I agree with everything that both Mia and Emily have said. CBI is very interested in Appendix M, but we need some time to review it. I think the intervening cycle is a great solution. At a minimum, we could take a look And one of the things that we would want to be doing is there anything in there that's somehow going to constrain certain systems or whatever? We need to troubleshoot it. And that hasn't been done yet. And so that's important work we need to do. But the fact that the Energy Commission allows for compliance credit for this type of thing definitely makes it worth a look. My concern, though, for HCD is right now they're buried up to their teeth in EV charging proposals for the Green Building Committee at the end of the month of April. And I mean, Emily can speak for HCD, but I doubt seriously they're going to have any time at all to look at any of this. So we support the intervening cycle, taking a look at it at a minimum. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Next Zoom caller, please.
Go ahead, Gary.
Thank you very much. This is Gary Klein. Thank you for having received the comment. That's exciting it got through and that some of you have read it, which I appreciate is even more. So Appendix M is an alternate method of pipe sizing that if Roy Hunter were alive today, he would say it makes sense to use it because we have new data. Mr. Hunter is the person who developed the pipe sizing method that's been embodied in our code since just after World War II. It was based on steel pipe and threaded and flange fittings and flow rates and use patterns, none of which really exist today in modern indoor plumbing systems. And so it's time that somebody came out with a new method of pipe sizing based on modern flow rates and modern plumbing materials and modern use patterns. And this method, Appendix M, went through a great deal of study, almost 7 years of research and analysis by a large team to make that happen. So I'm not saying it's perfect, don't get me wrong, but it's a heck of a lot closer to reality than the current versions of the code in the code are. What does it do for us? Well, basically Appendix M in functional terms allows you to calculate the peak flow rate based on real flow rates for fixtures and appliances. And in California, we can and should use the maximum flow rates required by Title 20 and Cal Green. And then it assigns, and you put in how many of those devices you have in your dwelling, either an individual single family dwelling or an apartment in a building, and then the total of the whole apartment building. You calculate that peak flow rate and then go back to Appendix A and finish designing the sizing of the plumbing. It's an alternate methods of getting at peak flow rate compared to the water supply fixture unit method, which is in Appendix A. That's all it is fundamentally. In section 610.5 of the plumbing code, it says sizing per appendices A and C, and it notes that except as provided in section 610, the size of each water piping system shall be determined in accordance with the procedure set forth in Appendix A. For alternate methods of sizing water supply systems, see Appendix C. And I would recommend if we're going to adopt this appendix for use in California, we add see Appendix C and Appendix M to that second sentence, because it is an alternate method of sizing. It's not a requirement, it's an alternate method. And we'd like it to remain an alternate voluntary method of use. For those that understand it and want to use it, we'd like them to have that available to them without having to go through the separate step of adoption at the local jurisdiction level. I am aware of one jurisdiction in the state of California, Foster City, which adopted this in 2019, shortly after it first became available for use in California. That was the first year IATMO approved its use as part of their code. My statement goes into lots of reasons and lots of benefits. It costs less to build buildings using Appendix M. We have documentation for that. IATMO has documentation for that. I've been using this method in upstate New York, which, by the way, uses the International Plumbing Code as its basis of plumbing, not the UPC. But their engineers there and their code officials accepted it as a viable means of doing work. And that building those buildings have been built, and we've been measuring them, and the flow rates are consistently less than those recommended by Appendix M. which are significantly lower than those already recommended by Appendix A in California. So it still provides a safety margin. I'll stand by my comments. I believe that we should go forward. I'd like to recommend we go forward in an intervening cycle. I would also like to say that in order not to waste the committee's time, my intention is to let my comments on Appendix M ride for all of the agencies, not just for HCD. We're presenting them here because they're the first ones up on the hit parade. But Appendix M has been proposed to be not adopted by DSA and OSHPD as well. And there will be the same comments if I had to make them again. With that, I'll stop. Thank you.
Are there any more callers on Zoom?
No more comments on Zoom.
Okay. Actually, Gary, thank you for your comments. Don't go away because I have some questions for you, but I'd like to get the callers on the phone first. Do we have any callers on the phone?
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay. Gary, are you available?
Let me get Gary back. Sorry. There you
go. I didn't leave, but apparently I did.
Okay. Well, thank you, and thank you for being available. I just had a quick question. I hope using Appendix M, are there certain buildings based on, I guess, occupants, fixture count, where Appendix M would not be recommended, the recommended method? Is there a threshold or a line where a design would not make the recommendation to use it?
So Appendix M, as currently worded, is for residential applications only. So it applies to single-family dwellings, it applies to individual apartments, and it applies to apartment buildings. It wouldn't apply for mixed use to the mixed part of the use. It would only apply to the residential portion of the use. That's because the data they gathered, Ron, it was developed is based on real data from residential applications. They don't want to overextend the use of the model.
And I was using the facts in your letter that you mentioned that you assisted in distribution, water distribution system for 35 unit apartment buildings.
Yes.
And that's what I was trying to get at when I said, is there a threshold where there's too many units where you wouldn't use Appendix M?
I don't think so. Appendix M is just an alternate method of getting to the water supply fixture unit. Sorry, the water supply fixture unit method in Appendix A ultimately gives you a gallons per minute of peak flow for each part of your plumbing system that you then put into the nomographs to pick pipe sizes. Appendix M gives you a different way of getting to the gallons per minute that you would then go into the nomographs with. And I've looked at 150 unit buildings and 200 unit buildings, and the math still works, right? It just scales in accordance with the size of the building.
Okay. Thank you very much for that, Gary. Do any of the committee members have questions for Gary or Bob Raymer?
I have a quick question. I mean, Gary, as a practicality, we're talking about, it's not the enlarged size where you end up with a 8-inch, line. It's that this ends up letting you install smaller pipes on the individual legs, right? That's where the application kind of changes.
Not exactly, Scott. I apologize if I confused you, but the current plumbing code rules say the minimum pipe size shall be a 1/2-inch pipe, nominal. That's what the California Plumbing Code says, and I think that's it. What Appendix M is doing is looking at the likelihood of simultaneous use among multiple fixtures within a dwelling or within a building that's full of dwellings, like an apartment building. And so if you have one fixture, it's either on or off, right? You can't be simultaneous with yourself. You can only be on or off. When you have 2 fixtures on a branch line, what's the probability that those 2 fixtures will be used at the same time? And The math that supports Appendix M is based on a study of, for the single family piece, over 1,000 dwelling units over the course of a year's worth of data, where they've looked at the probabilities of simultaneous use among different fixtures, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, whatever the number is. And they've calculated the probabilities of simultaneous use with that specific fixture compared to all other fixtures. You then take the real flow rate, it does the math behind the scenes in the calculator, and it gives you a probability of peak flow for that segment of the plumbing, either the whole building or the branch that serves those fixtures. It does not change the individual pipe sizes.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate the diversity explanation. I think another practitioner tried to explain to me that it results in smaller sizes.
Okay. I'd like to recognize Fred and Shane, but if gentlemen, if you could allow me to kind of chime on to Scott's and Gary's explanation. Very quick, Gary, is there how does Appendix M work in a worst case scenario? And I'm talking about, say, Super Bowl Sunday, which is an exception, of course, but you have everyone using, their fixtures.
So it's a really good question. I'm going to raise it slightly differently than the Super Bowl Sunday, because that is a very clear exception. In the plumbing code's mathematics, water supply fixture units are designed for the 99th percentile. Super Bowl Sunday might be the 99.9th percentile. There's too much happening at one time. And so there might be some perturbations in the system. We've noticed that in municipalities as well, right? And so the question is, what will happen in your apartment building? But let's take a somewhat more normal case. You've got a 100-unit apartment building, and everybody's got to get up to go to work and school, unlike what we've been doing for a while this past year. But they're going to all go to work and school, and they all have to be there by 8 o'clock in the morning. They will not all shower at the same time, even though all 100 people, 100 apartments have to get out of the building at that same and be at work at the same time. Some have a longer commute, some get up earlier, and so there's still an enormous amount of diversity, and Appendix M takes that into account. We've been measuring buildings that are using Appendix M because we are as curious as everybody else to make sure we don't fail, right? We don't want a problem in a plumbing system, heaven forbid. And so far, Appendix M is still predicting peak flows roughly 2 to 3 times bigger than what we're actually measuring.
Okay.
So I still think it's safe, right? Do you follow me? I don't think we'll run into a problem on that peakiest of days.
Okay. Thank you very much, Gary. Fred.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This whole idea is very interesting to me based on my observations. Plumbing fixtures, counting and line sizing has been greatly oversized for decades. And I think that anything that allows us to get to a better and more rational sizing should be allowed. Mr. Hunter's curves were a great idea, and the whole concept is a great idea of trying to get to peak load. But have you, whoever was talking, Gary, I believe, have you looked at the AWWA water supply manual? I think it's M22. The water district where I'm on the board of directors participated in that some years ago using a similar thing with a meter master and figuring out what the real demand was. And it allows for considerably smaller water sizes, pipe sizes than you might see otherwise.
You are the second person to refer that AWWA document to me this week. Heck, it's only Wednesday. It is my impression that it's been updated very recently. So even it may be different even than the one you're thinking about. And I will look into it, and I'm happy to chat with you offline to see what it says. But I would agree that meter sizing turns out to be one of the big benefits of right sizing the plumbing. The building that we worked on in upstate New York, as an example, the engineer of record in New York State got a call from the water district one day and says, "How come your building doesn't need a 3-inch meter?" because that was the size that the water supply fixture unit method said it needed. And the engineer and the person from the water utility spent an hour working through the math, and the engineer from the water utility finally said, go for it. You get a 1.25 inch meter, which saves an enormous amount in first cost based on the way most utilities price the meters. I mean, ultimately, they have to make it back in cost somewhere, but nonetheless, it's a big win at the beginning of the construction process. And I would assume that it also affects the monthly running costs.
It definitely does. The life cycle cost is enormous for that, because typically the meter size, and what most water agencies do is they'll charge a fixed charge based on the size of the capacity of the meter to flow water, not whether you do or don't, just its capacity. So if a 3-inch meter, which modern 3-inch turbine meter is about 500 gallons a minute, that puts a huge demand on the water system. So they're going to charge you a proportional cost. Well, you're never going to do that in a building. There's never going to be an apartment building unless it's enormous. That's 500 gallons a minute.
I could interject.
Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sorry, Fred. I think that I got this conversation going. Interesting as it is, I think we're getting a little out of scope within our purview. I just want to respect Shane, and if you had something more of a question, and again, we still have this item to take action on. So I think some of this discussion could be saved for any further action by the Building Standards Commission. Shane, your question or comment?
No, it was just, I had quite a few, but like you said, I think it could go on and on. So, there's, I would like to see more evidence, actual physical evidence and not just paperwork, like one of the individuals that mentioned the 3-inch turbine. Turbine meter doesn't pick up, the flow rates are very minor. So if you get it, they have a high and a low flow that they have their accuracy. So they average it out so that it can, that's how you get your water bill. So not too many people, but when you have the big apartment buildings, you're gonna have a compound meter. So you're gonna have a low flow and a high flow, and you can be able to pick up a better read. But regardless on this, it's like I get concerns about screaming, pipe screaming, pipe damage. Like you said, they did a lot of work to do the the variables and what they are, and I'm on board with that. But I'm curious why it's being brought up and being pushed. But there's I don't see enough evidence on either side to say yes or no.
Okay, thank you very much, Shane. What I'd like to do now is, if there's no more callers on Zoom or the phone, I'd like to close the public comment. Could staff verify if there's any more public callers?
Let me check your phone line one more time.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay, I'd like to close public comment at this time. Thank you, Gary. Thank you, Bob, for your comments, as well as that of Marty Cooper and the letter that we've received from Beyond Efficiency. So back to the committee. What's before us is HCD's recommendation to proposing not to adopt Appendix M from the 2021 Uniform Plumbing Code. So I will ask, does anyone wish to propose a motion for the committee?
Harry Mose will propose.
You'd like to propose what, Harry?
To basically accept HCD's proposal that they don't accept Appendix M, and that we look at it at the intervening code, or they look at it at the intervening code period.
Okay. Thank you, Harry. Before I ask for a second, Mike, can we take a motion with a compound like that?
Well, I think one of the issues is that it's the agency's prerogative to either propose or not propose a change. And the committee can suggest that they consider it, and that's fine, but I don't think that would be necessarily part of the motion. It would just be a sidebar discussion that, hey, consider this next time. Having said that, if you really want them to consider it, the appropriate way is between now and the intervening cycle is you petition the agency to consider the adoption of that. So it's not so late in the process that they don't have time to look into the background and, like Mia said, do the fiscal and the financial research and development that's required by state law in order for something like this to be adopted statewide. So that's the best way to handle it. I would say the motion on the table is that HCD, or the proposal on the table is that HCD does not want to adopt this. So if you further study or disapprove, they'll have to determine if they want to make a change and continue to not adopt or go with the recommendation. But I don't think you can do anything more than that at this time.
Okay, for the record, with respect to what Harry recommended, can the committee make just a general recommendation for intervening cycle aside from the official motion?
Yes.
Okay, then Harry, is that friendly to you that we would
Yes.
motion?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
we'll do it separately then. Okay, so we have a motion by Harry Moose to accept HCD's proposal to not adopt Appendix M. Do we have a second?
I will second that. Again, with the same comment that Mr. Most made about looking at it in the intervening code cycle. Okay.
And let's take that as a separate recommendation. Let's vote on the motion itself, just by itself. Okay, further discussion. Again, we have before us a motion and a second to not adopt Appendix M. Discussion. Okay, seeing none, hearing none, I think we're ready for a vote. Again, the motion is to not adopt Appendix M.
Okay.
Mike, if you're ready.
Yep, I'm ready.
Okay.
Okay. Ron Takaguchi.
Yes.
Michael Stone.
Yes.
Harry Mose.
Yes.
Jay Hyde.
Yes.
Jake Tomlin.
Yes.
Gail Bate.
Yes.
Shane Peters.
Yes.
Scott Whalen.
Yes.
Thank you. That's unanimous.
Okay, and thank you, Mike. I'd like to close this out and issue a recommendation from the committee, which is to suggest that this be looked at intervening cycle. But I want to poll the committee if that's friendly to everyone. Is there anyone who suggests or wishes to abstain from not bringing it to, or providing a recommendation to bring it to intervening cycle? Okay, by no response, it seems like it's unanimous. So if that's friendly to the committee, we would provide that recommendation as a off-record thing. Harry, is that okay? Okay, you're muted, but
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
I'd like to say one last thing before you go off this item, and that's just kind of something that popped into my mind as we were looking at and talking about this, is that this last year is probably a really good test base for this kind of thing, for the fact that so many of us were landlocked for such a long period of time. So I know me and all my neighbors were using all of our fixtures all day long around the same time. So it would be a good, kind of something we didn't have prior to COVID, but fortunately or unfortunately, how you want to look at it, it is something that will provide additional feedback and perhaps address that Appendix M as we move forward, either intervening or future cycles. So should be new information. I think Scott has something to follow up with too.
I also point out that if we're going to do a cost effectiveness analysis, I mean, it's going to pass that because, I mean, there's not a misunderstanding here. This results in smaller pipes.
One last item for the agency. Seeing that we still have section 1104.6 to discuss following state fire marshal in presentation. I believe, Mike, we could accept all of the amendments from HCD today minus that one item or the one section.
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Okay, so looking for a motion to do the overall acceptance of the amendments as proposed today with the committee inputs for parts 3, 4, and 5 from HCD's amendment proposals. Do we have a motion in that regard?
Harry Mose, I'll propose that.
Okay, thank you, Harry. Any seconds?
Jay Hyde, I'll second.
Thank you, Jay. Okay, this is for the overall acceptance of HCD's amendments minus section 1104.6. So, Mike, if you would, please.
Yes. Ron Takaguchi,
Yes.
Michael Stone,
Yes.
Harry Mose,
Yes.
Jay Hyde,
Yes.
Jake Tomlin,
Yes.
Gail Bate,
Yes.
Shane Peters,
Yes.
and Scott Whalen.
Yes.
Thank you.
Emily, thank you very much. Tremendous job as always. And we appreciate all of your input. And we'll see you tomorrow for the one item.
Okay.
And at this point, I'd like to do a time check. It is 4:48 and we have 4 agencies to complete, which obviously means we're going to meet tomorrow. So without any objections, I would like to take Department of Water Resources, DSA, OSHPOD, and SFM tomorrow, where we would reconvene at 9 a.m. Correct, Mike?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Well, apologies and appreciations to the state agencies who made themselves available today, but we weren't able to get to you. So committee members, thank you very much for your input, your expertise. As always, BSC staff, thank you as well as to the state agencies we heard today. Do I need a motion to adjourn the meeting for today, this first day?
Yes, yes, please.
Okay, so looking for a motion to adjourn this day 1 of this Code Advisory Committee meeting.
Harry Mose.
Okay, thank you, Harry. A second.
Jake Tomlin, second.
Okay, and all those in favor, voice vote of aye.
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 Any opposed? And you'd like to be here till midnight? I don't think so. Okay. So we will reconvene at 9 o'clock tomorrow. For the committee members, I think we have a camera and voice check at 8:30, Mike?
Yes, if you can, a little early. And if I could add just one quick thing to all those people, and I see on there's only 48 now, but we had up to around mid-60s. We like to thank all those people for taking the time to listen in. And if they commented, great. And if they didn't, that's fine too. But it really makes the process work well when we get good involvement. And even though this is a different way of doing meetings now with this virtual method, we have found that it actually increases the number of occupants and the number of attendees, I should say, that want to participate. So I think it actually expands the process a little bit. So we appreciate that.
The new normal.
Yeah,
I don't have to get on Highway 80 right now either.
that's right. Imagine the savings there, right?
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, Emily.
Take care.
Have a good night.
Bye-bye.
Zoom,
Thank
goodbye.
you. See you
Everybody have a good
tomorrow.
Zoom out.
Zoom out.